All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. Let me get this screen up here because we are getting started. Uh-oh. Screen went dark. There we go. There it is. All right. So we're waiting here. We're going to go live. I just got done with my exam on wills and estates, and thankfully um, I have not missed anything on 1927. So as of right now, they're just now getting started. People are starting to slowly move into the Senate chambers. And what's going to happen is let me turn my speaker on so I can flip in here. There you go. Maybe now you guys can hear me. Didn't have my mic turned in or plugged in. But yeah, we're here with the Senate. They should be filing in any minute now. I just got finished with my wills and estates final for my second year of law school, so I'm in finals week. But thankfully, I was done in time. I could catch this live stream, and it just went live. So they should start filing in here pretty soon. And what we're going to hear is the second reading of HB 1927, and some of the debate and which amendments are going to be added. And I'll be trying to show that throughout this live stream. So it's going to be a little boring here for a little bit right now. But go ahead and like and share this stream for anybody that is interested in following this, interested in listening to the debate. I'll be keeping this on here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep this big and keep me small for right now. Hey, Mr. Lunatic, how you doing? Welcome. Tim Harper, what's up, brother? I predict we're going to hear the same crap that we heard in the House from the Democrats. We're probably going to hear the same failed 81% number, and I hope that there are some. Good morning, Terry. I hope there are some senators in there that are going to challenge it when they try to bring up this 81% number. Skip, what's going on, Skip? So in the meantime, while we're waiting for this thing to get kicked off, go ahead and like and share this video. And there should be a super chat function on both OCT and my channel. So it doesn't matter which channel you're on. Any super chat money will go to Open Carry Texas. In the future, of course, it'll be separate. Ron, what's going on? In God we trust. Good morning. Another great day. Oh, from Chicago, behind enemy lines there, Ron. Ron's behind enemy lines. Texas 3%er. This is going to be the second reading vote. There's Brian Hughes, it looks like, is in there already. So we got a couple senators showing up. So this is going to be the second reading. They're going to be voting on it today. They will be presenting amendments today and arguments. Keep in mind, there are several bills on the calendar, so 1927 won't necessarily be first. I don't know exactly what order they're gonna have this in. So this might be something you just want to put in the background. Alabama camera, SATX always carry. Hello. Welcome. Don't forget to like and share this video wherever you are. Now, I am not sure what I'm not going to bring anyone else on here live with me that I don't think, because oh, the camera just went out. Where'd the camera go? The camera just turned off. Not mine, theirs. Oh yeah, let me get that Wild West pimp style shirt up there. Let me put the link in the chat here, and I'll even put it on the screen. Get yourself your Wild West pimp style shirt, because we're gonna wear those. We're gonna wear those when the bill passes. We're gonna wear those to the Capitol. If the bill doesn't pass, we're gonna wear it to the Capitol anyway, and we're gonna do a protest instead of a a rally. But either way, we're going to go to the Capitol this summer, and we're going to show off our Wild West pimp style shirts. And but I strongly believe we're going to be going there to show off or to celebrate the fact that permitless carry has passed. So we got several senators showing up. Here's the Wild West pimp style link. If you want to get your own shirt there and support Open Carry Texas, I think I'm going to show that one here. There we go. And if you want the female style, I think we have a separate link for the women's shirts. Let me see if I can find those. Well, I don't know where they're at. Let me see. I am looking. There we go. I found it. Here's the lady shirt. I knew we had a lady shirt somewhere. There you go, for your ladies. Skip says, I finally started my AR build, waiting on my permission slip they require in Lincoln to pick up my lower. Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's fun to build, man. I built my first AR. I had a lot of fun. I didn't realize how in-depth it was going to be. Make sure you get yourself an oops kit because I guarantee you're going to need it. I had a few springs fly away and I couldn't find them as I was putting stuff in there. After Permitless carry passed in Oklahoma, I had to go out and buy a Colt Peacemaker. Hey, absolutely. I need to get a Desert Eagle. I feel like even though this bill isn't going to 100% what we want, it's a step. And as time goes on, we can add more amendments, make it better. Just got to get what version we can pass. Exactly. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the purists always carry, is a lot of the purists would just rather kill the thing instead of support a bill that we can build upon later. You know, we've got to set that baseline higher than it is right now. Unfortunately, this is the best that we've got. Again, if any of the 6 amendments pass, I'm not too concerned really about any of them. Oh, you picked up a complete lower? Yeah, you cheated. That's not really building an AR. That's like putting stuff together, man. Hey, Sam, I think your best bet, honestly, your best bet is to build right now because you're not going to find any completed guns. Your best bet is to order a lower, order an upper, order a bolt carrier group, and just build your rifle. And you don't need a lot of experience or expertise to put together a rifle. If you do it that way, if you buy the complete lower and then you buy you can either buy a complete upper or just an upper and then buy a bolt carrier group, or you can buy a complete upper and then, I mean, you're done. That's it. You know, you got your complete lower, you got your complete upper, put them together, boom, you're done. That's probably the best way right now to be able to build. If you're looking for an AR, other guns, sorry, can't help you. And again, I don't know exactly what time they're going to get started here, so we're just going to kind of be watching and listening. Yeah, we really don't know, to be honest with you. Hey, Brian, it is Self-Defense Fund. I just put it there in the chat room for you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know who these 6 holdouts are. Yeah, I think Huffman's definitely one of them. But obviously it's coming to the floor because I mean it's coming to the floor. So you don't really need you only need 18 to get it to the floor. Then you just need a majority to pass it. And Dan Patrick apparently had either got 18 votes to bring it to the floor or pulled some sort of magic hat trick where he was able to, do something to bring it to the floor without the 18 votes. Good morning, Gun Bunny Jess. Hello. Don't forget, guys, like and share this video. If you would like to donate, you've got the super chat functions down there. All that money that you donate today during this broadcast will go towards Open Carry Texas, even if you do it through my video. Sorry, just going through some of my messages since hey, I agree, Scott. You shouldn't have to have a permit to carry anywhere. Amen. Exactly. 18 to bring it to the floor doesn't mean 18 in support. Joan Huffman and Kel Seliger are really the only two that I'm concerned about. And I'm worried more about Huffman than Seliger. I think once the vote comes, he'll do the right thing. But Huffman, I'm not so sure about. I mean, she's essentially a liberal Republican in the Senate. Yes, you can open carry a handgun in Texas as long as you have a license, a permission slip. There are multiple amendments they're attaching: on demand, ID, and disarm. Actually, that's not one of the amendments, Smitty. They're just trying to remove the specific language in Section 10 that prevents officers from demanding ID and disarming. As far as I know, there are only 6 amendments, and that was one of them. But we still have the case law. I would prefer it stay in there, but if it doesn't, all that amendment did, Section 10, is codify what's already existing common law. So I don't know about this amendment about on-demand ID and disarm. That might be something new, but it's not one of the 6 I'm aware of. Odds of this passing, Sachi, I think at this point they're pretty good. We finally got the governor and the lieutenant governor. As a matter of fact, for the first time ever, the NRA is even sending out emails to its members pushing 1927. They've never pushed a constitutional carry bill before, and now they're doing it. So no, I think honestly, I think those other 4 that you're talking about, Silicon Player, they just haven't publicly disclosed where they fit on this. I can tell you Campbell and Betancourt for sure are yeses, and Taylor and Nelson are yeses. I mean, I won't give you like a 100% on Taylor and Nelson, but I think all 4 of those aren't really holdouts. They just haven't made their position known on the issue. But I think when the vote comes, those four are pretty easy yes. Again, it's Seliger and Huffman are the only two I'm worried about. And of those two, I'm really only worried about Huffman. But if we can just get one Democrat, I mean, it passed in a bipartisan way in the House. Eight Democrats voted for it. One of them pulled their yes vote and said they intended to vote no. So really, 7 Democrats voted for it in the House, and 2 of them were sponsors. So I don't. Of the 13 senators, you would think at least one of them would want to remove this barrier to. Whoa, what is that? Oh, that's a different camera angle. At least one of these Democrats would want to remove this barrier to where minorities are being singled out by law enforcement. So, the NRA deserves to be hurting right now. For far too long, they've done nothing but sit on the sidelines and really fight again. We could have had this bill last session or even the session before if the NRA had done something about it. If the NRA had taken a stand and used their power to push these bills instead of fighting against them, we could already have them. So the NRA deserves to be hurting right now. There's a reason I don't give any more money to the NRA. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're not getting rid of the LTC altogether. It's just making it voluntary. And, I support people going and voluntarily getting their LTC so that you can bypass some federal laws and other stuff. The NRA is like has stopped. They fought against some of the stuff in California that's been going on that they've been fighting for open carry out there and all that stuff. They were fighting against that. Shoot, the bump stock ban is because of the NRA. Not only did they support it, they called for it. Excuse me. Hey, what's up, Todd? What's going on, man? We are technically Open Carry Texas. We're not technically lobbyists. I mean, we do lobbyist type stuff. But to be an actual lobbyist, you have to pay a fee and all that kind of stuff, and there's all these rules. So we're not really lobbyists. We're act because none of us are paid to do what we do. Um, and lobbyist is a technical legal term. So yes, we kind of lobby, but we're not lobbyists. If that makes any sense. Jim, I just finished my final for today. I only had one final today. And then my next final is Monday. So I've got 4 days to study for constitutional law, which is going to be easy. Then I have employment law, which I think is going to be easy. And then Wednesday, I have professional responsibility, which is going to be easy. And then Thursday is the only one I'm concerned about that I'm going to be studying my butt off, which is administrative law. So next week is going to be a rough week. You're not going to see me next week. Except, well, all my exams are at 9 a.m. So Once I'm done with my exam, I'm done for the rest of the day. So who knows? Depending on what's going on, I might be back on next week. But I'm probably going to use all that time to study for whatever is coming up the next day for a final. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was sending a PayPal. So it sounds like what they're doing right now. You can hear that bell. They're calling all the senators into the chambers, letting them know that they're about to get started. So that's good. The bump stock ban was not rescinded. What I'll tell you is the bump stock ban never existed. It was not rescinded. There are 3 circuit courts, none of which are in Texas, by the way. But there are 3 circuit courts that have ruled on the bump stock issue. The Fifth Circuit is not one of them. It's the Sixth Circuit, either the Ninth or the 10th Circuit, and the DC Circuit. And the Maryland court, whichever circuit that is, the Maryland one, I can't remember. I can't remember which one that is. That's the one that was pretty much kicked out by the Supreme Court. So we have now the DC Circuit, which has upheld the bump stock ban, and we've got the Sixth Circuit, which has said that the bump stock ban is overruled. Keep in mind that doesn't apply in Texas, but what I will tell you is what does apply across the country is that the ban was unconstitutionally instituted in violation of the rules of the Administrative Act, the Administrative Procedures Act. So the APA, the ATF violated the APA when it created the rule and created a criminal penalty, which is only for the legislature to do, or the Congress. And so I argue that the way that they ban the bump stock is unconstitutional, and therefore it doesn't exist. However, if you live in DC, the prevailing common law right now is that the bump stock ban is valid. If you live in the Sixth Circuit, the bump stock ban is invalid at this point. And all the other circuits, like Texas, have not ruled on the issue yet. But there's an argument to be made that the bump stock ban is not valid. So,
members, if you want, since we don't bring people on the floor, Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys is in the back hall. If you want to go back and say hello or grab a photograph, I'm sure he'd be happy if you're a Cowboys fan. Just letting you know.
Who's not a Cowboys fan?
There, I know. Drew is here because he is promoting the Hall of Fame for people to get their vaccination against COVID. So that's the reason he is in the Capitol today.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Hey, get your experimental drugs. The Hall of Fame is telling you to trust the government with an experimental vaccine and stick it in your arm. The Cowboys. What the heck is that person doing? Yeah, I don't follow football anymore. I don't follow any sports anymore. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with I'm just fed up with professional sports. You know, when it used to be you could tune into a game, no matter what the game was, and just watch the damn game. There was no politics involved. You know, watching sports was a way to get away from politics and get away from the real world. But not anymore. Not anymore. And so I just got tired of it. I mean, baseball does it, football does it, basketball does it. And you know, when I tune into a game, I want to watch a game. I don't want to see some social justice bull crap. And so I don't even pay attention to sports anymore. I just don't. I don't care. I don't care if the Cowboys win or lose anymore. I don't care if the Spurs win or lose anymore. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care if the Texas Rangers win anymore, because those were my three teams that I like to follow as a Texan. But I'm not going to do it until they get rid of all this social justice nonsense. Look, if you want to talk about that stuff, do it off the field. Okay, but when I'm watching a football game, I want to watch a football game. I don't want to watch what you think about something in society. So I just don't watch anymore. I don't even watch college sports anymore. You know, my alma mater, Texas A&M guys, I don't even watch their football stuff anymore. For those of you just joining us, we are getting ready for the Senate to convene. I still do not know what, as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to print off the bills so I can start marking them off as they're brought up. They're going to be heard today. Let me find that. I don't want committees, doggone it. There we go. All right, regular order of business, 1927. Let me print this out so I can mark off these bills, and we can find out how much longer before 1927 comes up. I don't know if they're going to do it first or last or in the middle or in order or what. If they do it in order, hang on, let me get this to print real quick. If they do it in order, it'll be the third bill. If they do it in order, it'll be the third bill on the agenda. But they have a lot of bills. They got some Senate joint resolutions, some Senate concurrent resolutions, a third reading bill, some Senate bills. So hopefully they're going to take care of the House bills first, and they do this in order. So it'll be HB 797, 654, and then 1927. Why am I not printing? What is going on here? Doesn't even show that it's in the queue. What the crap, man? No, that's an email. That's for another class. Yeah, that's for another class. Come on, print. Hello. 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 I don't know what's going on here. Something went wrong when trying to print. No kidding. Printer's on. Got paper. Oh, I should probably put some more paper in there, though. Okay. All right, let's try this again. I'm waiting for my classmates to contact me and see what they did, how they did on the exam. Or how they think they did anyway. Oh, there we go. Now I can print. Hopefully. Okay, now it looks like it's working. I don't even know what I did. Yeah, I do seem to have a lot of tech problems for some reason, but I think it's going to start working now. I just had to put some paper in there. I think that's the problem. I guess we're going to see. How long does it take to get the results? I probably won't get the results until June. It takes forever. I didn't get my results from my January exams, my grades, until like just a couple weeks ago. Law school takes forever, man. Oh, there's Dawn Buckingham, slightly off to the left of camera. I just saw her shining face for a moment. That is my senator. Okay, it's not printing still, and I don't know why. Oh, it's spooling right now. There it goes. Felix, yes, there will be another debate today. They're going to debate amendments, most likely. They'll debate the bill as well. They'll take a vote to push the bill to third reading. And then we'll have a third reading probably next week, if not later this week. Hey, Todd, man, I feel you, brother. I'm still waiting on my damn almost park case. I mean, we're still holding on that. And it's been what? I filed that like a year ago in March. We filed that, and we're still waiting on. I mean, we're still working through discovery right now. There's Betancourt, buddy. That's not Betancourt. Never mind. Sorry, that's forgot his name. It's 18-13 right now in the Senate. Absolutely, Felix. The law is who's in power says is the law. Oh, that's really a statutory law, not real law, because law is unbendable. Brent, yes, it'll probably be a while for your Waco PD case. Yep. And dude, I don't know what's going on with the Supreme Court either. With Todd, with your Supreme Court thing, I haven't heard anything. Have you? Have you gotten any emails? I'm still. Ah, crap. That reminds me. I hope this doesn't take all day. I still haven't gotten that money from Give Send Go, and I haven't gotten any invoice from your attorney either. John, Kel Seliger, if he's your senator, you need to call him, and you need to get other people to call him, because he's one of the fence sitters. He's one of the ones I'm worried about. Him and Joan Huffman are the two that I'm worried about. So if Kel Seliger is your senator, you need to be calling him. Oh, I haven't heard anything? Okay. Oh, you haven't acquired an attorney? Okay, gotcha. So just so you know, I'm still... Hunter, yes, the bill is getting voted on today, second reading. And what that means is it'll go on to the final reading with the amendments that are attached today. So they'll be voting on amendments and stuff like that today. And once it passes third reading, it'll either go to the governor if there are no new amendments, or it'll go back to the House or a conference committee where they have to hash out differences. All right, Dan Patrick looks like he's about to say something. He just picked up his gavel. I've got my regular order of business here.
Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
All right, here we go.
Oh, we're in recess. We do not have to call the roll. Forgive me. Senator Birdwell. Senator Birdwell, you're going to grace us with grace. Please, everyone, rise for the prayer by Senator Birdwell.
Would you bow with me? Father, we come before your throne, asking for your wisdom, your grace, knowledge, discernment, but most of all, thankful of heart, the great nation, the great state, the blessings that you have granted to us for self-governance, the liberties that you have granted to us, and the ability to be collegial, family, discuss our issues and our differences with grace and humility. Lord, we thank you for these blessings. We thank you for this great nation. We ask your hand upon our leadership, both national and state. Have your hand of safety upon them. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, so the first bill should be HB 797 if they're doing regular order of business, relating to the possession and administration of certain vaccines by a home and community support services agency or its employees. I have no idea what this bill is
Mr.
about.
Doorkeeper? Mr. President, there is a message from the House. Submit the messenger. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I like how they just cut him off. You know, if you're not doing anything else, though, let the guy speak. Jeez. So essentially what they just did was somebody came from the House. They brought over some of the House bills that have been voted out of the House. And you're getting a glare from my dome? Yes, you are. I guess I'll put my hat back on. There we go. No glare now. And that's what that was. That just happened. There's Campbell on the bottom right. She hasn't said where she stands on this issue, but she's always been a friend of OCT, and I'm really positive she's going to be a yes vote, even though she hasn't said anything. She's always supported every gun bill, so I'm not worried about that.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Resolution.
Senate Resolution 343 by Hughes and Birdwell. Whereas Martin Greeley, a Clifton native and a professional painter, has gained significant acclaim among Western art enthusiasts and collectors through his portrayals
That's not in the
of
House
life
bill.
on the American frontier. And whereas Mr. Greeley began drawing and painting at
So
an
these are
early
just
age,
regular
and
resolutions,
when
it
he was
sounds
in
like.
high school, the two artists who would have a great influence on his career, James Boren and Melvin Warren, moved into the area.
Can y'all hear that
He
pretty
benefited
well?
from the mentorship of James Boren, and he held his first solo exhibition at a local gallery within a year of graduating from high school in 1973. 47 years later, he has produced more than 30 solo exhibitions, including shows with the Texas Art Gallery in Dallas and with the Overland Gallery and Legacy Gallery in Scottsdale, Arizona. And whereas Mr. Greeley's paintings feature cowboys, Native Americans, and cavalrymen in scenes set against the unspoiled beauty of the Old West, he fulfilled a long-held dream when he was invited to join the Cowboy Artists of America in 1995. And that year, he was called upon to participate in the first Prix de West Invitational at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum in Oklahoma City. Since then, he has twice won the Prix de West Purchase Award and numerous other Buyer's Choice Awards, along with many silver and gold awards in the categories of oil, water solubles, and drawings. And whereas for his lifetime achievements as an artist, Mr. Greeley was recognized with the Legacy Award by the Briscoe Western Art Museum in 2012, and with the Spirit of the West Award by the San Dimas Festival of Arts in 2016. His work has appeared at a host of invitational exhibitions across the country, including Masters of the American West at the Autry Museum in Los Angeles and the Quest for the West at the Iorg Museum in Indianapolis. And he's been featured in such magazines as Art of the West, Western Art Collector, and Western Art and Architecture. And whereas Mr. Greeley has been president of the Cowboy Artists of America, and he has served as a board member and president of the Joe Beeler Foundation, a CAA initiative that provides scholarship opportunities for artists seeking to improve their skills. And whereas through his stirring depictions of a bygone era, Martin Greeley has contributed to the rich artistic heritage of the Lone Star State, and his work is a source of joy to countless patrons and admirers of Western art. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate of the 87th Texas
Power glove, yes. It's going to be voted on today. It will be voted on today on second reading. And then it'll need another vote on third reading, whatever amendments are added today.
As an expression of high regard.
Yes, it will be voted on
Senator
today.
Birdwell on your resolution. Senator Hughes first. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to say a couple things about Mr. Greeley. I'll ask the Greeleys to rise there in the West Gallery as we talk about him. You'll go ahead and stand up so we can see you. You've heard the resolution and just some of his exploits and successes. Many of you have asked about the paintings that we are honored to display in our office. They're on loan to us from a collection over in Marshall. Franklin Jones, a great philanthropist, great Texan, collected Western art. And so they've been so kind to loan us some of the pieces on display. And then we learned from a mutual friend that the artist lives nearby and was able to be here. So we wanted to honor him for his work. You've heard about all that he's done. He's Senator Birdwell's constituent. We've been honored to display his art in the Capitol for some time now. And of course, his first one-man show at a local gallery, but within a year of getting out of high school, he sees his gift as a gift from God that he wants to develop and use and bless people and show God's creation. And whether it's a Native American or a cowboy in his native environment, as they did and do the great work, all of his work is against a beautiful Texas backdrop, and that makes it real special. And so we wanted to take a moment to honor him for the work that he's done, what he continues to do. And so if you haven't, come by the office and take a look at those beautiful paintings. No, they're not for sale, but you can come look at them. Beautiful, so just a few of his pieces. So I wanted to make sure that we met them, and along with Senator Bardwell, I'm proud to offer this resolution.
Incredible gift from God, without question. Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes, for bringing and preparing this resolution. I certainly want to add my compliments to Mr. Greeley, a native of Clifton, a beautiful town in Bosque County. Among Mr. Greeley's many accomplishments are a number of invitation to the Cowboy Artists of America Hall of Fame in 1995. He's also one of 7 artists to have won the Prix de West Purchase Award twice. And while the remaining
just so for those of you just joining us, they're going to be doing some resolutions here probably. Then they're going to get to, if they do the regular order of business, 1927 will be the 3rd bill that they hear. I don't anticipate the 2nd bill being that big of a debatable thing. It's relating to the rule against perpetuities, and unless you're a property attorney, most people probably have no idea what this bill is about, and they probably just left it to the committee and what the committee thinks. And so, as a matter of fact, I wonder what the committee did think about this. Let's HB 654. Yeah, I mean, it voted pretty much unanimously out of the House committee, and that's weird. It was voted 3-2 out of jurisprudence. I wonder what the objections to it was or were. But anyway, it's about the rule against perpetuities, and it's a property law thing about when you deed a property. Hang on, what's this from the governor?
To the Senate of the 87th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments.
Oh, okay.
To be a member of the Finance Commission of Texas, Debbie Scanlon, Missouri City. To be a member of the Real Estate Research Advisory Committee, Patrick Geddes, McKinney. To be members of the Council on Sex Offender Treatment, EZOD Light, North Richland Hills, Emily G. Orozco Cousin, Abilene. To be a member of the State Board for Educator Certification, Rex W. Gore, Austin. Also on March 2nd, 2021, I submitted the name of Kirsten M. Arbuckle for appointment to the State Board for Educator Certification. Because she resigned, I hereby withdraw her nomination and request that the Senate return the appointment to me. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
So the rule against perpetuities, in sort of a layman's term, hang on a second, let me find this real quick, because I'm reading this bill that they're going to talk about today before the constitutional carry bill. Hang on, I just want to read it and make sure I understand what the changes are. But essentially what the rule against perpetuities is that you can't have an interest in land unless it's going to vest, or in other words, be received by someone within a certain amount of time. And the common law rule is 21 years. You know, for example, if you say, I deed my property at 123 Smith Street to John when he graduates college, you know. Anyway, it's gotta it's gotta have something that can happen within 21 years is the common law rule. And so if you have a deed that cannot happen within 21 years, then it's invalid. Like it violates the rule against perpetuities. So this bill, what it would do is it actually increases the rule against perpetuity from 21 years to 300 years. That's that's crazy. But and the 21 years didn't start until the life of someone in being at the time that the deed is conveyed. Or the interest in this case, it looks like. Wow. 300 from 21 years to 300 years. Good God. There's no rule against perpetuities in that case. That essentially gets rid of it. Why not just freaking delete the entire section if you're not going to? Anyway, sorry. That's law stuff. Law school stuff from my first year. All right. Chris, CJ, as an LTC instructor, I'm 50-50 on constitutional carry. Of course, 2A rights all day, every day, but LTC teaches Penal Code Chapter 9. This is what will keep you out. Well, look, Chris, I don't see why you're 50-50 on that. It is the duty and responsibility of every person to know the law. Remember, ignorance of the law is no excuse. And so we shouldn't need government permission or a government mandate to teach us the law. Now, it's important to understand, and I always encourage people to get training. I think that's important. But what LTC instructors need to do is they need to market themselves in a world of unlicensed carry. And the way you market yourself in a world of unlicensed carry is by, advertising the fact that, hey, now that you can carry without a license, provide maybe a $30 class about Chapter 9, what you can and can't do to defend yourself. And what I've seen in other states and what the data has shown is that the quality of training, once you get a permitless carry, the quality and amount of training that gun owners get actually increases, because now you're not stuck with the rigid scheme of the license program and what the state says that an LTC instructor has to provide. And so, the LTC instructors are just going to have to learn to adapt and conquer. And, as we said in the military, semper gumby, always be flexible and just be ready to provide that training and make sure that that's something that you provide. And, it might only be a quick 1 or 2 hour class on Chapter 9, which is, defense of self and others, use of force, essentially. That's what Chapter 9 is, for those you don't know. And as well as other more specific training. Are they voting today? For sure. Yes, they are. They are voting. They should be voting. So here's the way it works. A bill is read into a chamber 3 times. The first reading is essentially the filing of the bill in the chamber. So once it gets out of committee, it's sort of read into the Senate ether. That's the first reading. The second reading, which is what's about to happen today, and I don't know what the hell they're waiting on, is where they will debate the bill and where they will add amendments or debate amendments, at least, and then vote on those amendments. And then what that vote today is what is third reading, and it goes to a third reading, and that's sort of like the final reading.
We're just waiting a moment for Drew Pearson to arrive so we can do the resolution with him in the gallery on the vaccinations.
Oh, geez. What is this resolution going to be? And so then it'll go to a third reading, and that's when it'll go either to the House because of the amendments. It'll go back to the House, or it'll go to the governor if they don't have any amendments. I think the carry instructors that are against this bill it's because of selfish reasons. It's because they think they're going to lose money when they really won't. Other states have shown that the training actually increases because, look, people aren't wasting their money on the licensing process, and they can put that money towards getting actual real self-defense training. I'd rather spend my $80 instead of on a license, on an actual realistic home defense or car defense or some sort of self-defense training, you know? That's what I'd rather have. Yeah, I shared the list of those names that sent the letter as well. And by the way, I've at least 2 of those names so far on that list have said I never authorized my name to be put on that list, and I don't support that letter. So I have to wonder who wrote the thing. It was Ramon, whatever his name is, who's always been against. He was against open carry, and he was against campus carry. Honestly, the only good thing about the LTC training is that you learn Texas law. What frustrates me about that, though, is I can learn Texas law on my own. All right. Do you think? Whoops, where'd it go? I just saw. Why did that jump? There we go. Do you think if constitutional carry passes, would AR, AK pistols be less regulated to carry? I do all training, LTC, refuse to be a victim, home church protection, basic rifle, shotgun, pistol. See, and those are the classes instead of LTC, Chris. Those are the ones that you're probably going to start seeing more of. Is that self-defense type training? I don't think they're going to be less regulated to carry. It's still, unfortunately, it's still going to require a holster for an AR and AK pistol if you're openly carrying it. If 1927 passes, it gets rid of the words belt or shoulder. So that's a step forward. Yeah, tragic. You're right. It's supposed to be our responsibility anyway to learn the law. So as we're getting ready to get started, I guess they're waiting on someone to come into the gallery for a resolution. Like and share this video so it can spread out there. Share it on your social media. If you're able to, hit that super chat down there. That's helping us to continue this fight for constitutional carry, for permitless carry, and to pay our expenses at the Capitol. Rick is there today. He's probably in the gallery right now if he's not talking to somebody. As a matter of fact, let me find out where Rick is. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, Rick just told me that he is in the gallery. So that's good. I told you he'd be there. Jim, it's actually already started. What we're waiting on is they're waiting on somebody. They've got a resolution to recognize somebody. And I guess they're waiting for that person to get into the gallery so they can recognize him or her. And then they'll get started with the order of business. If they go by the order of business online, HB 1927 is the third bill. So hopefully, look here, hopefully I don't want to say this because it's going to prolong our bill, but I really hope they get rid of this 300 years out of the rule against perpetuities. That's
Members, we are ready for our resolution.
there we go. All right. And then hopefully they'll get to the bills after that.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 362 by Menendez and all the Senate. Whereas former Texas Cowboys standout Drew Pearson has been selected for induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a member of the class of 2021. And whereas heralded for the integral role he played on the legendary Cowboy teams of the 1970s, Mr. Pearson will be officially inducted during Enshrinement Week in August. And whereas born in Newark, New Jersey, Drew Pearson first gained acclaim at South River High School, where he earned all state honors on the gridiron and also excelled at baseball and basketball. At the University of Tulsa, he became the team's top pass catcher as a senior and ended his college career with 1,119 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns. And whereas though he was undrafted out of college, Mr. Pearson made the Dallas roster as a free agent in 1973. He burst on the scene as a rookie, finishing the regular season with 388 yards and 2 touchdowns, and adding 2 touchdown catches in the postseason. Quickly becoming the Cowboys' main pass-catching threat, he posted a
Yeah, Chris Yost has been around for a while. He's a good dude. Is somebody saying you're not a good dude, Chris? I vouch for you.
First of 4 straight seasons that he topped both categories among the Cowboy receivers. And whereas a team captain and clutch performer who enjoyed great chemistry with quarterback.
This is just puffery, Atlas. This is where the Senate and politicians just puff up people that are in their district or something like that. It's to gain favor.
In Super Bowl 10. In 1977, his 870 receiving yards were the most in the NFL, and he racked up 113 yards in the postseason as the Cowboys won Super Bowl 12, one of his 3 Super Bowl appearances. And whereas Mr. Pearson spent his entire 11-year NFL career in Dallas and ranks 4th in the franchise all-time list in catches and receiving yards, and 7th in receiving touchdowns. He was an All-Pro and Pro Bowl selection on multiple occasions during his career, and later became a member of the Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor. And whereas one of the most exciting big play receivers in the history of the game, Drew Pearson has inspired generations of football fans across the Lone Star State and beyond. And he is indeed deserving of this prestigious
An 80, why?
Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 87th Texas Legislature hereby congratulate Drew Pearson on his induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a member of the class of 2021 and extend to him sincere best wishes for the future. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for Mr. Pearson as an expression of high regard by the Texas Senate.
Senator Menendez, on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. It is with great pride and honor that I rise to present Senate Resolution 362 in honor of a gentleman who happens to be an excellent football player, a man who, like intelligent Oklahomans, got to Texas as soon as he could and put his talents to great use. But what I love the most, we've all heard the statistics about his amazing career. And we've seen the videos of the man who helped coin with Roger Staubach the Hail Mary. The excitement. And Mr. Pearson, you don't know this, but when you're a little boy and your parents don't speak English, and you watch television, and it's hard to understand, the one thing that made a lot of sense to me was watching you play football. And it was inspirational. And I want to thank you, and I want to congratulate you, not just for an amazing career, but more importantly, when I heard that you were going to San Antonio today to promote getting vaccines,
I said to my good friend Eric Glenn, I said, well, we need to have him in the Senate. We need to congratulate
well, good.
him for finally getting the NFL to recognize what so many of us knew for so long. You are a well-deserved and long overdue member of the NFL Hall of Fame. So with that, I will finish with this. There's a great article that y'all should take a minute to read in the Texas Monthly back in February of 2001. And it talks about the adversity, the pain, and the things that you've had to overcome. And in the career, it talks about
oh my gosh,
career was ended.
That's way wrong.
And it talks about the loss of your brother. And it talks there, Roger talked about how you were fearless. And so what I took from it was that you've always taken adversity and you've turned it into something good. Fuel and motivation for doing something good. And what I've loved as the NFL has made its mistakes.
Okay, who are these people? Because I want to know who I'm ahead of. No, I won't say out loud or repeat it or anything. I just, just for my own edification.
Both on the field, but more importantly, off the field. Congratulations on an incredible career, but most importantly, congratulations on being such a fine gentleman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Senator West, for what purpose?
Rise to address the resolution.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I've had the pleasure of knowing Drew for some years. We've been on each other for a long time. On the field and off the field. Some of you that are, well, let me ask this question. I'm asking in the negative, Mr. President. How many of you are not Dallas Cowboy fans? Okay, Drew, we have a bunch of Dallas Cowboy fans on here. Okay.
Right.
I said it in the negative. But there's been 3 number 88.
Oh gosh, no.
President. And the original and true number 88 is with us today. Okay?
Absolutely.
And Senator.
Exactly.
You're right. Drew Pearson not only played for the Cowboys, he coached a little bit, but in terms of his commitment to the community, not only in Dallas, but around the state of Texas, is well documented. In many instances, when we need a Hail Mary in a community, who do we go to? Drew Pearson. When we needed a Hail Mary as it relates to making certain that the seas, Senator Miles, were calmed as it relates to racial issues, who do we go to? Drew Pearson.
Yeah.
And as it relates to some of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of COVID, who are we going to again? Number 88.
Okay, good.
Drew is long overdue. Thank you for everything that you continue to do. I look
probably attendance or participation or you already said that?
To see you inducted.
I don't know.
Into the Hall of Fame. Thank you, my friend.
Senator West,
all right, man.
You for the special session.
I'm doing a live stream of the 1927. So if
Senator West,
they're gonna debate constitutional carry in the Senate as soon as they're done sucking this guy's toes.
He was playing a long time ago, but the first touchdown pass he ever caught in high school.
All right, man.
From a quarterback named Joe.
All right, take it easy. Bye.
Who changed his name to Theismann when he was at Notre Dame and they won.
Can we please get to the business of the state and not this crap? Jeez, who cares?
Before the Hail Mary, Senator Menendez, he reminded me before that play was possible, the Cowboys were 4th and 17.
We don't care.
Viking defense and Staubach hitting perfectly, he said, right in the numbers for a 22-yard first down, or the Hail Mary would have never happened.
And how does that affect our life?
Continues to be that debate as to whether or not he pushed off. That he did not push off. I'm telling all of you right now, Drew did not push off. Right, Drew? He didn't push off, okay? So
I didn't see a thing. If God ordained it, it was a catch.
Hail Mary.
Hail Mary. Senator Lucio, what purpose?
To speak on the resolution. I want to join my colleagues here today, Mr. Pearson, Drew. When they read the resolution, I heard you were fourth in this and seventh in that and statistics. But I want you to know that in the
Yeah, Chris, get him back on track, brother.
generation,
Damn.
our fathers, our uncles, our neighbors, you were number one in their heart. And yes, a lot of wonderful, great memories come to mind as I sit here. You represented something very special back in those days. Senator Menendez is right. You were a role model on that football field. And today you continue to be a role model, but you were also a role model off the field as a young man. And that's what's important. You won.
Oh, can y'all hear that?
Guys that unfortunately we see today too much of.
Can y'all hear me eating? I didn't realize it was that loud.
The love of the game.
I guess I got a good mic.
And that's so important. It shows us that there are athletes in our midst that truly personify.
Oh, then I'll put my Pringles away.
So I just want to congratulate you. Had an incredible.
Which is weird because my mic is
after that Hail Mary,
like this far away from my face. You would think it wouldn't pick up that, but I guess it's a really good mic.
You lost because we were in mourning for a whole week before the next game. That's the way it was in the Lucio house, and in many homes down in the valley because we love our Dallas Cowboys, and it was always I would hear my dad yell at the TV. He says to stop back, and Danny White. He says dial 88, Roger, dial 88. 88, doggone it, hear me. And that's what, those are the memories I have. Beautiful memories. I met a great talent that you are, and we're blessed to have you here. You're one of two great Texans that I can remember on the floor of this Senate that I will say that it took a young man from Oklahoma to come to Texas to teach us how to be gentlemen. And the other one was Darrell Royal. So you're in good company. And we're blessed to have you here today. God bless you, and thank you for allowing us to reflect on the great past of not only the Dallas Cowboys, but the great past that we see in great Texans like you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Senator Campbell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Pearson, on the Hall of Fame. But as we were talking in the back hall, he quoted, members, Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you.
Oh, jeez, come on.
Plans to give you hope in the future. So while we congratulate you on your fame in the Football Hall of Fame, you are in a much bigger Hall of Fame, and that's one for the Lord and your witness off the field. Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. She would have been great to fire up any team before the game. Let me tell you, Drew. She's our firecracker. Senator Nelson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Menendez, for bringing this resolution before us. And I was very happy to see Senator Campbell hop up, and I too want to speak for
this is what drives me nuts, right?
particularly the women in this body. And
this guy,
thank you for being such a wonderful.
This guy is a football player, right? He's a football player, made millions of dollars, all kinds of kudos stuff. He's a celebrity. Now all these senators are up there kissing his ass, talking about what a great thing he was and things that really most people don't really give a crap about, right? The first resolution they did before this one was of a regular Texan who was an artist who essentially created time capsules of Texas through art. And a lot of that art is in the Capitol. And it goes, it tells a history of Texas. Did any senators kiss his ass? No. This guy's from New Jersey. Went to college in Oklahoma, and happened to play for the Cowboys for a little while. And everyone's kissing his ass, but yet the guy who's creating and preserving Texas history through art, an actual Texan cowboy, not a single one of these senators other than Hughes and Birdwell, who sponsored the amendment or the resolution, said anything about the guy. No one else stood up to talk about this man, who's a real Texan, but they're standing up to talk about a celebrity who made millions of dollars. Seriously. Freaking annoying.
I bet he was cheering for you. And, I'm just so thankful and proud that you live in the city of Plano, that I have the honor to represent. But of course, our pride for you.
Yes, I'm very gay. Incredibly gay.
And our pride for you really has no state boundaries. You are a household name.
I don't think I'm even on the gay scale anymore. I'm so gay.
America's team in that stadium that had a roof that opened so God could watch. I remember, that's what my dad told me anyway. And we congratulate you today on your—
Look, even he's getting tired. He's like, gosh, please stop. I need to go.
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Pearson, I want to join all of my colleagues in congratulating you on all of your fine achievements professionally. You're a hero to little kids like me.
No. Look, I'm not saying I love the arts. I'm trying to draw a comparison between two individuals, one who's a normal person and one who's a celebrity. And the fact that no one seemed to care about the normal person who happened to be an artist. They care about the rich guy that happened to be an artist on the field.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Pearson, it's a great honor to meet you finally, because I have to admit, I was a Minnesota Vikings fan.
What?
Absolutely, Mr. President. Purple people eaters. I mean,
The last bill you passed this session.
I know, and to Senator Lucio's comment, when we dialed 88 and we didn't cover them, it was a mistake. Okay. And so I think we can all agree on one thing, Senator Springer, that Mr. President, that the ref.
Yeah, deviate. It's funny.
And because the ref saw nothing, it's history. And more importantly, your history in the record books. But my colleagues from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, on both sides of the aisle, say that you're a fantastic gentleman, a man of faith, and a man that's made a difference in a lot of people's lives. And so with that, Mr. President, as the only holdout from the Minnesota Viking days, I would like to move that all senators' names be added to the resolution.
We will add all names. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, all names will be added. And Drew, as we go to Senator Menendez to close, I think you can hear the love. And you've touched so many people. Lifetime memories. You know, what a special feeling that has to be.
I don't even know who Drew Pearson is.
People remember what you were doing.
So I don't have any memories.
And your presence today impacts them.
But I know what the Constitution says.
The NFL to recognize your greatness. All in God's timing. All in God's time. It's been a real honor to meet you today, and thank you for what you're doing.
Don't forget to like and share. We're getting ready to hopefully get into some real business.
Mr. President, I think you and our members have
Soon.
But I will close with this just once again to say not only thank you for the memories on the field, but thank you for everything you're doing.
16.
It's been an
16.
honor, and I look forward to seeing many more of your achievements and working as well as we can to help promote the charities and the good works that you are. And with that, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 362. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Drew, we don't always stand for every resolution, but I would ask all members to rise for you.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Drew.
All right, here we go. Can we get to the order of business, please? Order of business, like real stuff, stuff people care about. Good golly. No wonder we can't. No wonder it's like, how many bills could we have debated in that time that they wanted to talk about a football guy, a football player, a foosball player? Great. Our
Schwartner, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1927.
Oh, wow. We're going straight to it. We're going straight to it, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Like and share, like and share.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend all the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 1927. Members, like 20 states currently, House Bill 1927 would recognize the United States Constitution as our permit to carry and allow all law-abiding adults aged 21 years or older to carry a handgun for the protection of themselves or their families in public places in a holster without the requirement of a state-issued license. Members, I want to make it clear, people who are prohibited from possessing a handgun will still be prohibited from possessing a handgun under this bill.
Yes.
Nothing in this bill regarding possession is changed. Further, sensitive places where carrying a handgun is prohibited will still be prohibited.
Yes.
House Bill 1927 does nothing regarding the purchase or transfer of a firearm.
Yes.
Nothing changes about background checks that are required to purchase a gun at a store. Texas has strong laws in place for anyone who misuses a firearm.
Yep.
Or who threatens someone with a firearm.
But yet the Democrats are going to say the exact opposite.
Those laws.
Watch. Watch.
This bill is not about AR-15s or rifles or shotguns. Law-abiding citizens already have the right to carry long guns in public places without a license. Business owners and private property owners will still have the right to exclude handguns on their property. The prohibitions for places like public schools or college campuses will not be changed. But what this bill does is allow law-abiding citizens aged 21 or older who can currently legally possess a handgun be able to carry that handgun in a holster in public places without a state-issued license. A simple restoration of a constitutional right under the Second Amendment, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. I strongly believe that House Bill 1927 represents one of the most significant efforts to secure the rights of gun owners that I've seen in more than 10 years of serving in the Texas legislature. Members, this bill, to me, is a restoration of the belief in and trust of our citizens. We cannot allow another session to come and go where we pay lip service to the Second Amendment.
Amen.
To restore, fully restore, and protect the rights of citizens granted by the Constitution.
Amen, brother.
Thank you, Mr.
Speak it.
President. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Oh, here we go. Watch the Democrats.
Senator Hall, for what purpose?
Okay, never mind.
Some questions, the author.
Do you yield?
I yield. Senator.
Mr. Schwartner, first I want to thank you for bringing this bill forward, and I wanted to ask you a few questions about the why and what we're actually doing with this bill. I believe this goes all the way back to our founding fathers when they made it.
Bob Hall is a big supporter. Big supporter.
Would you agree with that?
It is a foundational principle, foundational right granted by the Constitution.
Not granted, protected.
As delineated in obviously the Constitution, but upheld in various court cases regarding the individual right. I believe the most pertinent court case is the Heller case.
Absolutely, and to confirmed that our founding fathers intended that. Those that wrote it said such things: the Constitution shall never be construed to prevent the people of the United States, who are peaceable citizens, from keeping their own arms.
Yep.
That was Samuel Adams. Thomas Jefferson said, no free man shall ever be debarred from the use of arms. So I think it made it really pretty clear that that's what they intended with what they wrote. Would you agree with that?
I do, Senator, and as a corollary to that, our Texas Constitution, in Article 1, Section 23, delineates the right to keep and bear arms as well. And I will read it for you. Every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state. But the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms.
With a view to prevent crime.
To prevent crime.
With a view to prevent crime. That's it.
Statement with a view to prevent crimes. I've got a question about that a little bit later. But Texas has not always really adhered to that law. I believe in about 1871, Texans were pretty much excluded from carrying firearms.
Yes. Thank you, Democrats.
The law stayed in place pretty much in that form for about 125 years until the legislature stepped up in 1995 and passed a law for concealed carry.
Bob, it grants both. It grants both. Open or concealed carry.
Looking back, the headlines at that time were, oh my gosh, Texas is going to turn into the OK Corral and bloodbaths all over the place.
No, it's going to be Wild West Pimp style.
And then it wasn't until
Wild West Pimp style
that we started chipping away and letting more law-abiding citizens carry guns. We started allowing them to carry in their car when they traveled. And then we made it legal for someone to possess a gun in their car or their boat.
Don't forget your Wild West Pimp style T-shirt with the link on your screen there.
Again, more confirmation for people to have the right to defend themselves against criminals. Parking lot storage in 2011, and then we were here in 2015 when we addressed the issue of open carry and campus carry. And we had the same headlines, the same argument. There are going to be shootouts at every campus. There are going to be open carry. Every street corner will turn into a gun battle. And we have seen none of that, have we?
Senator, I think the data speaks very clearly that the laws passed over the last 20 years that restored a right that was removed in 1871, as you pointed out, have not led to a dramatic increase of murder, homicide, violent crime. In fact, I would say the allowance of a law-abiding citizen to avail themselves of personal defense by carrying a sidearm in a concealed manner, or on a college campus, or in their personal vehicle, or in an open manner, have diminished the chances of crimes being committed. Because you have individuals that can...
No, the express lane will still be there. You'll still have to have a license to carry into the Capitol.
State constitutional right, and one that is important to fully restore. And that's what we're doing in this bill, is removing an artificial licensure barrier to the full restoration of the Second Amendment constitutional right as delineated in our founding documents.
And the benefits have been noticeable. After we passed the bill last session, and they're allowing for the carry in churches, there was an incident here in Texas in which there were two incidents, and one of which the perpetrator was instantly stopped, not knowing, we'll never know how many people might have been killed if that person was legally carrying that gun in that church because of what we allowed to happen by continuing to give back the rights.
Yes, and actually, we actually heard from that gentleman, Mr. Jack Wilson. This event occurred December 2019, and that was the West Freeway Church of Christ in White Settlement. And he was a gentleman, I think he's a county commissioner, that was a volunteer security team member, which was allowed before we had prohibited places, one of which were churches. And the removal of that allowed individuals, churches, to set up volunteer security teams. And he was also a firearms instructor. And he neutralized that individual within 6 seconds, probably saving tens of lives during that altercation.
Absolutely. And then what we've seen with other states, you mentioned there are 20 states that have basically what we're proposing to do with permitless carry that now have a pretty long track record. And if you take a look at 3 of them that have had at least 5 years to see what it does, we have a report that says that violent crimes went down over 20%, rapes went down 2%, robberies down 17%, property crime down over 700%, burglaries, larceny, vehicle thefts, all going down in those states that allow what we're doing. And one state with that has never had a gun law has some of the
Oh, what do you want to hear my opinion on?
in the nation.
Yeah, and you're speaking about Vermont, which
Right.
is a northeastern state famous for Bernie Sanders, but
Did I miss
that
something?
state has never had a prohibition.
Hey, what do you want to hear my opinion on? Go ahead and retype that.
And of course, Texas currently has no, like many other states, has no prohibition.
Serve and Love TV. Let me know what you wanted me to want my opinion
carry
on.
For long guns. And so this would put sidearms, a defensive weapon, in the hands of law-abiding individuals to carry on their person in public places for the sole purpose of self-defense, as allowed and as appropriate in this day and age, and as allowed by our Constitution.
Now, talking about crimes, we actually had law enforcement testified at the hearing that was held.
We have, yes.
And one of the things I remember they testified about is that one of the most frequently items of theft were guns from automobiles. And currently, Texas does allow people to carry a gun in an automobile without a concealed license.
That's correct.
And they can carry it in their boat or they can have it in their home. But those folks can carry that gun in their car, they can use it and protect themselves, but when they get out of that car, they're required to leave it in the car.
Unless they have a license to carry.
Not the license. So they're leaving a gun in a car, which becomes an attractive for theft, and that's probably not. I think they testified it was.
Oh, you need a link to my OnlyFans? Hang on.
It is. In fact, the Sheriff's Association of Texas testified that the most common way in which an individual loses their, loses would be theft from an automobile. And San Lucio is not actually on the floor right now, but we were talking about this issue actually, and he leaned over and he said he's had 3 guns stolen out of his vehicle in the past during his lifetime. 3 guns. Now I hope he locks his door.
Why has that Democrat lost 3 guns? How many guns have you lost, people? I've never lost a single firearm. Never had a single firearm stolen. But yet Democrat Lucio has had 3.
Take it into a common area where it's not prohibited.
See, that's why Democrats oppose this stuff, because they think everyone's just as irresponsible as they are.
I believe they also tested those guns are most often used in crimes.
Yes.
So we kind of have a double protection, reduction of crimes there.
Good point, sir.
So let's, I know you talked a little bit about what the bill does and doesn't do. As I understand it, we're not expanding the universe of who can buy a gun or sell a gun.
Nope.
That's right. Possession is not changed at all in this bill. The purchase or transfer of sidearms or firearms is not changed at all in this bill.
And we're not changing where you can carry a gun.
Nope.
That is correct. The places prohibited in current law, as well as the provisions regarding criminal trespass, are not changed in this bill.
So schools, businesses, hospitals, courtrooms, all of that stays the same. The long list that's on there.
Yes.
Of where you cannot carry.
Regarding the location of where you cannot carry a weapon at this time, there are prohibited, what they call prohibited places. That is not changed.
Well, actually, this bill doesn't change much at all, does it?
No.
Well, what it does change is, again, the need to obtain a license issued by a state to avail yourself of a Second Amendment right, the right to self-defense by carrying a sidearm in public places. One that has been in our country, in our state for many years, and has slowly been reallowed under Jerry Patterson and concealed carry, the law in 1995 that you spoke of, and has been expanded with none of the terrible things that were hypothesized at that time to have occurred or would occur. So I think this is the next logical step. I think it's a prudent step. This is 20 other states have done this. We do have data from Arizona and other states that have been over a decade of permitless carry, and I think this is the right policy for Texas, and so that's why I'm offering this bill to move Texas forward when it comes to restoring rights of citizens as delineated in our Constitution.
And one last thing, consistent with what we're trying to do here, we know that states that have addressed the issue of crime by increasing the penalties for criminal behavior have seen crime go down where they do that. So I believe this bill does increase some penalties for criminal behavior.
Working with law enforcement agencies, members of the body, there was a thought that along with rights have responsibilities, and certainly you should know if you should or should not carry, and where you should or should not carry, and if you are doing so in certain types of situations, you should have enhancement of those penalties. Certainly, a felon carrying, for instance, is completely inappropriate and against both against federal law and state law. And if they were to do so, then there should be an enhancement of the penalty. And right now it's a third-degree felony, and it would be raised to a second-degree felony with mandatory 5 years and mandatory 3G designation.
So I guess to end this, I would say that what we're doing is following our Constitution of making changes with a view to prevent crime.
Yes.
So I thank you, Senator, for bringing this up.
That's right. That's right. All right, here we go.
Springer, what purpose?
Oh, Springer. Okay. He's going to support it.
Ask the author some questions. You yield?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you bringing this and carrying this. And obviously, I filed a very similar bill. And the comments that Senator Hall made and yourself, I think, are spot on why we need this. And I'd like to sort of add a couple thoughts that I had, and also what we heard in the committee and when we heard testimony coming in from folks. And and one of my favorite was the sheriff who testified. I believe he was out of Smith County. He said, when seconds matter, we're minutes away, and that they can't be everywhere.
If they approve this, it'll go into effect September 1st, unless they change it. But all bills go into effect September 1st, unless the legislation specifically identifies another time, and this bill does not. So September 1st.
Good.
Where's Ted Cruz? This is the Texas Senate.
197 witnesses that, obviously there's strong feelings, strong emotions based upon personal experience, based upon factors in a person's lifetime.
Amen, Smitty.
That drive an individual to view bills like this one way or the other. And I understand that. I obviously am the author of this bill, strongly support it, believe in it. And I believe in what the sheriff said about the need for individuals in this day and age, in particular, to avail themselves of the right to self-defense. We see that in Austin with people walking.
Hit that like and share, folks.
Unfortunately, and Senator Powell, your son was assaulted in Austin, there's the ability to self-defend yourself if you're a certain size, certain area. But there's also the inability to defend yourself in certain situations.
That's wrong, Chris. If people get their
and so this again,
if they're not required to get an LTC, a lot of people will still continue to get an LTC because they want the reciprocity and they want the benefits that come from an LTC. They'll still get it
for the sole purpose of self-defense. And I think it's an appropriate step, one that we have been slowly inching toward through the years, the last 20-something years, with the latest license to carry and campus carry and vehicle carry, and so these are steps toward what was really necessary, which is what is in this bill, which is a restitution of the constitutional right to carry.
And I think you talk about building on steps. that is really what this bill does from the sense of who's going to own guns. This is not going to be a mad rush of people who don't have a gun today run into the gun store to buy a gun to put on a holster to walk down the street. The vast majority.
They can't anyway. There aren't any guns out there.
Are the people who carry every day in their car. They exercise the castle law. They have the right to protect themselves when they're out. They may feel comfortable 95% of the time. That's why they haven't gone through all the troubles to get their license to carry. And
that guy in the background,
visiting
I think he's got a shoulder holster on. Look under his jacket.
And it could be a lot of different cities that you may not feel comfortable.
No, it does not nullify the application fees. There's an amendment that they want to add to the bill that would get rid of the application fees, but the bill itself does not get rid of application fees.
I think those are who the people that we're going to see exercise this. And it's the other side of it is while we sit here and say, you're able to have your gun holstered, it is the same law we have today. And the vast majority of people that have their license to carry don't carry openly. It's probably 1%, maybe 2%. The vast majority, they believe that, they want they don't want their gun exposed for whether they don't want to be, a target.
Oh gosh, there it is.
They just are there to protect themselves. And I don't see anything that would be different by allowing those without a permit to carry that's going to be any different than what we already see today.
I agree, Senator. Good people are good people, good citizens. I trust citizens. I trust our people to exercise good judgment. And I believe that.
No, they don't require you to have a license to cover you.
Responsible gun ownership.
I know Self-Defense Fund doesn't, and I don't think Texas Law Shield does either.
And so.
I think the USCCA does, though.
The barrier of licensure is one that should be removed so that they can fully and freely exercise that right.
And the one thing we want to make sure that's clear,
but I'm not sure,
in this bill that we're not taking away is the right of those of us who travel across the country that have our license to carry because of reciprocity, that we can still have our license to carry so we can travel to the other states that allow it.
There's some good reasons to continue with a license to carry program in the state. One of which, of course, is that reciprocity, as you mentioned.
Is that Hinojosa standing up, ready to offer his stupidity?
There is a background check done at the time of purchase that if you had a license, you would already have that.
Oh, gosh. We're going to hear the same crap now.
I guess A-OK regarding the purchasing. And we're out the extra hurdle of that.
No, and in some states, we saw the numbers of license holders actually go up because people, once they start exercising their rights to carry without a permit, realize that they may want to carry in other states, right? And they go ahead and get the license.
And that was an interesting statistic. The best data probably is from Arizona. I believe it was somewhere in the 3% range of the.
Oh no! Damn you! Population. There we go. I bet you there are a lot of people watching this.
Was opened up with constitutional carry. I think it was 2001, maybe, or 2011.
And USCCA is expensive anyway.
Now of the populace that actually has a license is 5.6%. So it's a fairly substantial portion of the population. Any sort of restoration of rights doesn't absolve an individual of responsibility. People still need to understand gun laws, gun ownership, proper storage, and proper handling of a firearm, in this case, a handgun. And I trust our citizens to exercise proper diligence in obtaining their proficiency in those areas. And so you either trust a citizen or you want to put in 1,000 things that tell them to do something. And in my case, I trust my citizens.
And I agree with you. And I think this bill is, y'all talked about crime rates going down. What it does is we know that criminals don't pay attention to the laws we write, telling them where they can and can't. They don't pay attention to signs where they can and can't carry. They walk in. They don't pay attention to all the laws that they break. But the people who do pay attention and follow the law are our law-abiding citizens. They're going to be no different under this law than they already are. they're just going to be able to exercise their right and restore their rights. And I appreciate you carrying and bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Hinojosa.
Senator Nelson,
Oh, Nelson. Okay, I thought Hinojosa was
To
standing.
ask the author a question.
do you yield?
I yield. Yes.
All right, here we go.
And first of all, Senator, thank you for your hard work on this issue. And
I guess we're about to find out if she's a supportive of it.
I was one of the, in 95, I think you said, I was one of the original senators who helped Jay Patterson pass that original right to carry, and had one of the first.
She's been in that long. She's been in there for almost 30 years.
And I
Good
want to
golly.
verify, you said in your introductory remarks that you are going to have some amendments that you're going to offer.
I'm sorry, Senator. You're absolutely correct. I should have mentioned that. There will be 8 amendments that
8?
have been deliberated. We have to, obviously formulated as this process occurred through the committee process and after further consultation. We were given this, sent over the bill from the House, maybe 2 weeks ago or so. So it's been a pretty hefty and involved process to get to the amendments. I think all the amendments are a good good amendments that
No, they're not.
Bill, look forward to having those voted on. I don't really see bringing further amendments on the floor, and I don't anticipate accepting other amendments that are offered on the floor, though, at this time.
Let me ask you about an issue, and I'll be real honest, and people on this floor know, I have struggled with this, and I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment.
If you're a strong supporter, you don't struggle.
Struggles was with the issue of domestic violence victims. I mean, since my first time in this body, I have carried over 30 bills dealing with domestic violence. And one of those bills allowed judges to suspend the license to carry of a domestic violence offender when issuing a protective order. That protective order bill was my bill way back when, and that is of huge concern to me. It's probably one of I've gotten a lot of phone calls, as we all have, and I'm really worried about that. I'm really worried about our domestic violence victims. And you and I have had discussions.
This bill allows a domestic violence victim to have a gun without having to worry about a license. If you're worried about them, you need to pass this bill.
I want to make sure, and you and I have talked, and you have assured me that one of these amendments will address that issue, and we're not going to go backwards on that. And in fact, I think we're even going to go forward on that. And
that's right. We're actually enhancing penalties with one of the amendments regarding domestic violence, and that issue is certainly necessary and appropriate to address. And we're also prohibiting individuals that right now they cannot possess a violation, a conviction of misdemeanor crime of domestic violence is against the Gun Control Act, Federal Gun Control Act.
Yes.
That was my bill.
And,
yes.
And there's also individuals that have had a court restraining order from harassing, stalking, or threatening an intimate partner or child of an intimate partner are not allowed to possess. So there's aspects that certainly address your concerns, and they need to be addressed, and that's why we are moving in this direction.
And nothing in the bill that you're asking us to vote on changes that provision in law.
Correct.
That we put in the law.
It strengthens provisions.
And in fact, you may put before us an amendment that even strengthens those provisions.
Right. That is correct.
I am so happy to hear that, Senator. Thank you. And I may have some other questions later on, but I'm so grateful to hear that.
Thank you for your questions.
Senator Hinojosa.
Will the senator yield for questions?
Here we go. Here we go, folks. The stupidity begins.
I listened to the exchange between you and Senator Nelson. We're making some big changes through House Bill 1927. I, like many people, support the Second Amendment. Right now, that people can own have a gun at home.
That's so funny.
And also concealed carry or with a holster under the concealed and gun carry statute. But,
no, it's,
this law does not change who may possess a weapon.
It doesn't.
Or in public. Could you elaborate on that?
The law does not change who may possess a firearm under law. That is correct. It does allow for individuals to avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights to bear arms, carry. And so that is a distinction. That is actually the purpose of the law, is to diminish an artificial barrier to the right to keep and bear arms.
Well, let's talk about the artificial barrier that you continue to talk about. Under current law, there are only two statutes really that govern who may not carry a gun in public. There's a penal code, section 4604, and then the license to carry government statute 411.172. Would you agree those are the only two that really cover who may possess a gun in public?
That's my understanding. You might want to elaborate more.
Well, I just want to know, because you're saying that it doesn't change the law. Well, I want to go down the statutes. People understand exactly what it is that we're changing here and what impact it will have on public safety and on increasing the danger to our police officers. Right? As I understand the section 4604 of the Penal Code, the following people are prohibited from possessing a firearm. Someone convicted of a felony, but only in public. They can keep a firearm at home.
After 5 years.
Convicted of assault against a family member in the last 5 years, and someone subject to protective order. Are those the three parts of the Penal Code section 4604?
What you just read, I think, is correct, yes.
Okay. So what you're doing now with your House Bill 1927, you're allowing people that the statute to carry a concealed handgun right now will prohibit from carrying a gun in public, or even having a gun, having a license issue.
Senator, the bill simply, you cannot possess a firearm at this time.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything. What are you talking about?
Under this bill.
It doesn't change that.
Certain licensure requirements so that individuals that are law-abiding, 25 years age or older, can carry in a holstered manner a sidearm for personal offense.
Well, I'm not worried about the law-abiding citizens. I'm worried about the ones that are not law-abiding citizens.
Well, those are the ones you should be worried about now. You think they're getting licenses?
Worried, certainly, of individuals that are not law-abiding. That's why I have authored this bill, is to allow law-abiding citizens to carry. Under the Gun Control Act, federal law, I can list them all for you right off the ATF website. Individuals that have been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term of exceeding 1 year are not allowed to possess, and therefore not allowed to carry in the state. Anybody that is a fugitive from justice, anybody that has been adjudicated as a mental defective, or as
I'm not sure I understand your question, Texas Kilo. What's the difference between what Castle Doctrine covers and 1927? It doesn't. Castle Doctrine applies to your car and your house.
So how do you make that compatible?
And your ability to, yeah.
It's against the law. And if you cannot possess, you cannot carry.
How do you enforce that? We passed legislation last week that says, Senator Hall carried it, that says that we will not work and enforce federal laws that has an impact on guns. So that's very
no, that's more strict than state law.
By prosecution of an individual violating the law.
I disagree with the way you present that, because that is not the case, especially when we are not allowing state authorities to be able to enforce federal law.
That's false. See, this is the problem with Democrats. This is absolutely the problem with Democrats, is that he's talking about the Second Amendment sanctuary bill that was passed. And what that bill does is it prevents Texas law enforcement from enforcing federal gun laws that are more strict than Texas gun laws. You're freaking lying, man. These guys can't tell the truth.
I'm a felony. You're not allowed to own a gun or carry a gun in public.
That's right.
And that's in the penal code.
Yes.
Correct. You cannot collect. You cannot, if you're a felon, you cannot possess, you cannot carry. You cannot carry.
Correct. But that's in the penal code. Some of the other provisions that we have for eligibility requirements for a license to carry under the general government code are not in the penal code.
You're absolutely right. And that's what we're doing with this bill, is removing some of those eligibility, some of those criteria, removing the requirement of a license. That's the whole purpose of the bill, is to restore those fundamental rights and not have in place a state-imposed artificial barrier to permitless carry, i.e. the need to get a permit.
Well, as I understand, right now, under the eligibility statute, that you're allowing to people bypass on House Bill 1927, the eligibility statute for someone to qualify to get a license to carry, if they are a fugitive from justice.
No, that's false.
From justice.
False.
They cannot get a license to carry.
That's false. If you're a fugitive of justice, you can't get it under federal law.
A fugitive from justice is not allowed to obtain a license to carry. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's not in penal code.
No, that's under, as you said, Government Code 411172, I believe.
So I guess then if you're a fugitive under House Bill 1927, you can carry a gun in public.
No, false. False.
Again,
If you're a fugitive from justice, you can't carry
reestablishing
at all.
the foundational principle that if you can possess a firearm, you should be able to carry a firearm. And so the bottom line is that possession requirement is as well as your constitutional right as your permit is the foundational principle that we're establishing here under this bill regarding the carrying of a sidearm in public.
So a fugitive.
It's similar, sir, to basically what we have with long guns. As you are well aware, the possession of a long gun has never been restricted by a license, and individuals that you're describing can carry a long gun in public.
Well, we're not talking about long guns. We're talking about handguns.
I'd like to draw the corollary so that people fully understand that it is not a huge leap to give an owner of a handgun the same right as an owner of a long gun currently has in Texas.
So I guess what you're saying is that if you're a fugitive from justice, you can carry a handgun in public.
Again, we're equalizing the rights between owners of handguns and long guns and removing the license to carry provisions that have been imposed by the state of Texas over the years.
Well, you explain to me, how are you equalizing the rights of a fugitive who's a fugitive from justice as compared to a law-abiding citizen?
Again, sir, this removes the state-imposed license that has been put in place to carry a sidearm in Texas and equalizes it with those that are currently in place with the carrying of a long gun.
Okay, so
the possession, if you cannot possess, you cannot carry under this bill. And that, I believe, is the correct, along with the amendments that are going to be offered, is the correct vision and steps that need to be taken in Texas to equalize and recalibrate the possession of a sidearm by law-abiding individuals. What are the barriers? It's a great discussion. What are the barriers the state should impose when it comes to gun ownership and the carrying of that gun, the bearing of that gun in public? You and I probably have a difference of opinion. I've articulated it with the filing of this bill, and I think it is an appropriate bill regarding possession and subsequent carrying. And so the removal of the LTC, some of the LTC requirements has been part of this bill. That's the whole premise, again, the premise of the bill.
So you are allowing a fugitive from justice, equalize that fugitive from justice with a law-abiding citizen.
No, actually, Senator, I know you bring up the fugitive justice, but actually under federal law, a fugitive from justice cannot possess. And so therefore, you should not carry in Texas under this law as well. So they would not be able to carry as a fugitive under this bill.
Well, I know you stated that before, but like I said, let me go to another issue on that.
Sure.
Right now, if you are addicted to drugs, right, you cannot qualify for a license to carry.
If you're addicted to drugs, you're not eligible for a license to carry, nor are you able to possess a firearm, and therefore you should not be able to possess or carry under this bill.
But we're not talking about possession, okay? Because there are a lot of loopholes by which a person can get
These guys are freaking idiots.
as you well know.
Gosh, this guy's an idiot.
Shows to straw buys, to stolen guns, person-to-person sales. So we have all that other loopholes in place. What I'm focusing on, what's in the statute right now, to provide someone, allow someone to get a license to carry a concealed weapon, or in public, in a holster, and show the gun, that you're not allowed to get a license if you're.
This is Senator Hinojosa.
For drugs, but with House Bill 1927, if somebody's addicted to cocaine, and they also happen to have a gun before they got addicted, they will be able to.
No, they will not.
Go public.
No. 18 USC 922.
You're not able to possess a firearm, and one under the Gun Control Act.
Yes.
Who is an unlawful user of or addicted to any controlled substance.
Correct.
That's a fine.
It's section 922 of United States Code, section 18.
USC 21. If you are addicted or an unlawful user, and cocaine certainly fits that criteria.
Same with fugitive from justice. Tell him that the same section covers fugitive from justice.
You know, that is not state law.
Senator, how many laws do we need? That's the whole purpose of this.
The ones that we can enforce. And you voted for a law and legislation that we could not enforce federal law.
That's
with any restrictions on guns placed by federal law. Yep.
I understand your position, sir. I appreciate it very much. The bottom line is, yes, it is removing provisions in current law, Texas current law, Government Code Section 411-172 regarding eligibility to have a license to carry that were put in place. The genesis of them go back to the concealed carry law and the eligibility to have concealed carry. And as you know, at that time,
Hinojosa's a statist. The guy's a freaking statist.
Concept, the restoration to carry a sidearm in public, and so there were probably provisions put in there that were probably unnecessary and somewhat
superfluous
to get the bill passed.
Yeah, the word is superfluous.
To just see how it does, and when you're reinstituting a right, and so this is again the repeal of that statute, the license to carry, and the restoration of the right to carry based upon the Constitution, as well as the ability to possess.
But right now, you're pretty much taking away a lot of the safeguards we have.
No, we're not.
To keep people who
no, we're not.
Do not qualify under the present statute for a license through House Bill 1927. Then we get to some of the other provisions that you bypassing with House Bill 1927. Right now, under the government code for eligibility to get a license, you will not get a license if you're incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun. You cannot get a license if 5 years preceding to the date of application you've been convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor. You cannot get a license.
For 5 years. For 5 years. You're not prohibited.
Have not been finally determined to be delinquent in making child support payments.
And that shouldn't be a barrier.
If there's no determination, and under our current law, under a court protective order and subject to restraining order. So, you have all these restrictions on primary law violence, Sarah Nelson, that you are bypassing under House Bill 1927.
The bill repeals the sections regarding eligibility to LTC and reestablishes the right to possess as the foundational basis of the right to carry.
Yeah, those LTC requirements are unconstitutional anyway. And as a matter of fact, I have a case before it's Ferguson v. DPS. Todd might even be in the chat here still. But we are challenging the constitutionality of those provisions that he's talking about right now. Because they're unconstitutional.
That regarding assault causing bodily injury, deadly conduct, a terrorist threat, or disorderly conduct with a firearm. So those are provisions that are put back in place or are kept in place regarding the ability to carry without a permit.
You know, I'll leave it issue alone for now, but I want members to really understand what safeguards we have in place that are being bypassed by House Bill 1927 and allowing anyone that is prohibited right now under the license to carry law is in place to bypass that and go ahead and be out there even though under the license to carry they would not qualify. That's what this bill does.
Thank you, Senator.
And we talk about background checks. You mentioned that right now, if you try to get a license to carry, you have a background check. Is that not correct?
That is correct. Yes. If the individual wants to get a license to carry, they do have to have a background check.
Well, you know, but now under House Bill 1927, there will be people who bypass that criminal background check.
Individuals that are not able to possess will not be able to carry legally under this law. It does allow individuals, and when you go and purchase a sidearm, you do have a background check. So there's that parameter as well.
Absolutely.
But you're correct. People will be able to carry permanently without a background check.
Without an additional background check.
Under the various provisions of the federal possession statutes.
Well, you know, under the license to carry statute, Senator Schwartz, there were 2,269 people who were denied a license to carry because they didn't qualify or meet any of the requirements under the license.
Yeah, and how many of those were unconstitutional denials because of taxes?
Now they can bypass license to carry and go ahead.
They can do that now anyway. They can carry a rifle.
Under House Bill 19.
They can carry a rifle anyway.
You're absolutely correct. There have been individuals that have denied licenses.
Gosh, why can't I be a senator fighting for this bill?
There are varying reasons why GPS does that. This does not, though, diminish any obligation of the is in one of those categories that cannot carry, cannot possess, that they cannot carry. So it does not diminish their obligation to fulfill the requirements of being able to carry. The background check is a part of obtaining a firearm at a store. I think that's appropriate, and that has not changed in this law at all. But the license requirement is repealed, and part of the license requirement is a background check and weapons. We can talk about all of them if you like, but that is, again, the whole genesis and reason for the bill is the discussion of what level of requirement the state wants to impose, what level of mandates we want to put upon law-abiding citizens to avail themselves of the Second Amendment rights. We've seen historically over the last number of years the effects of concealed carry and open carry, and I think it is reasonable to trust our citizens and to allow them to exercise their good judgment.
That's the point right there. Let me ask you this. If you can't trust the citizens with their rights, we shouldn't be able to trust you with the power to regulate them.
But what the greater good of the bill is the ability of a law-abiding citizen to not to be able to feel safe and to carry when they think it is an appropriate measure for themselves.
I'm not worried about the law-abiding citizens. There are a lot of people there that don't qualify under the license to carry statute we have in place. And those requirements we have there for a purpose. And that is to protect the general public from having people that should not have a gun, who are a danger to the general public and our police, not be able to carry out in public or own a gun. Your bill, House Bill 1927, doesn't deal with a criminal background check, does it?
It does not. No, it repeals it does not repeal the statute because you can still get a license, but it repeals for those that wish to carry in a permitless manner that requirement to get a license prior to carrying.
Well, and one of the, there were also close to 1,000 applications that were denied because they were felons. So usually the primary tool that we now have in place under the license to carry statute filters out those who are not allowed to carry.
A felon is not allowed to carry under this bill. They're prohibited from carrying.
Exactly.
Well, a felon that wants a gun is probably going to get a gun, unfortunately. And I think it's vitally important that law-abiding citizens that need a gun are able to obtain those without the
Exactly
hurdles of having to find.
What this bill does is it puts law-abiding citizens on par with the criminals that don't get a license to begin with. Criminals already have constitutional carry. It's the law-abiding citizens that don't. And yeah, I served with 3ID in Iraq, 2003, and prior to that, of course, I was stationed at Fort Stewart in 3rd Brigade Combat Team. I'm sorry, 2nd Brigade Combat Team. 3rd Infantry Division.
In the President's statute or in law, in terms of stranger to stranger gun sales. People buy and sell guns to each other, not necessarily family, but individuals to one individuals. There's no criminal background check on those. We have gun show sales where there's no criminal background check either. So those people get guns, and now they'll be able to carry them out in public. We have online gun sales. This also is not addressed in the bill. We have straw purchases that go on all the time. I know it happened a lot in the Rio Grande Valley. We have the Charleston loophole. If you don't get a response from the federal government on a criminal background check, that means that you can get a gun. And then you talk about stolen guns in your cars. So all those folks there right now under House Bill 1927 will be able to carry a gun in public.
Senator, this changes no laws regarding gun possession or gun transfer.
Why? What can he get about that? God, what an idiot.
The purpose of the bill is a relatively straightforward purpose targeted to removing the licensure requirement to carry a handgun in the state of Texas and make it commensurate and similar to the carrying of a long gun that is currently allowed without the need to obtain a license. Criminals are going to break the law. We know that. They're going to obtain a gun. There are potential problems in our gun laws, but this bill is not about that. This is, again, about allowing law-abiding individuals, 21 years of age or older, carry a holstered sidearm for their self-defense in public places. That's the purpose of the bill and the focus of the bill. And the requirements that are changed within it are in effect to ease that allowance for those law-abiding citizens.
Well, and that is the problem, Senator Schwartz. There's no criminal background check, and your bill bypasses the statute that now provides for a background check.
For a license, you dumbass.
To get a license from the state.
Oh my gosh. These people are morons.
And let me just a couple more questions because I think it's important. Right now, under the license to carry statute we have in place, there are certain requirements that you have to meet to qualify for a license. That's a minimum 4 hours of in-person handgun safety, 1 to 2 hours of range instruction, proficiency demonstration, 50 rounds from the 3-yard line to 50-yard line, and a background check. So under House Bill 1927, we set that aside with someone that doesn't want to go through this type of process.
The requirement, the state hurdle through a licensure that requires an individual to do X, Y, or Z is what is being set aside. The obligation on the part of a citizen that owns a dangerous, potentially dangerous weapon to understand gun laws, to become proficient in their handling of their gun is not absolved. That's a requirement and obligation of being a citizen and partaking of your right to carry a sidearm. And so what we saw in committee that you and I sat through for many, many hours were that in states that passed this type of law, there was actually an increased amount of training that occurred. That was some of the testimony we heard by certain individuals. And then we also heard that in some of those states, there's actually an increase in the number of individuals that decided to get a license. They might have never wanted to, or really, they might have never thought it was necessary to get a license. I probably won't be, in a bad situation all that often. But then they have this opportunity to avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights of self-defense and obtain a gun and get trained on it and go, this is kind of neat. I might carry it more often. I probably want to get a license to carry. I might actually purchase another handgun in the future. I might want to have the ease of being able to do that. So they actually have an increase of interest and interest in gun ownership and self-protection. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing for our populace in this day and age. So that was the testimony we heard, sir.
I don't have any issues or problems with self-protection, having a gun at home. But, even I served in Vietnam, United States Marine Corps, and I was trained on
Thank
weapons.
you for your service, yes.
And so it's order. Some of us.
Yeah. Thank you for violating your oath.
Some of us got a medal for being just excellent shooter.
Right.
Some.
Hey, 123 Senior. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. $5.
We're allowing people that possibly couldn't hit the side of a barn carry a gun in public.
Yeah. Bring up the fact that Senator Hinojosa broke the law by trying to bring a gun into that area of the airport. Yes.
You need to be a marksman, a Marine, expert rifle. Were you an expert or were you one of the other ones? But nonetheless, you're a sharpshooter. The need to there's a level of basic proficiency that is a obligation on the part of the citizen exercising their right under the Second Amendment. I don't deny that. People need to know how to handle their firearm, how to store it safely. They need to know their gun laws. And if you're going to participate in this expanded right or restored right, that is something that certainly needs to be emphasized. And so, luckily and appropriately, we saw that in other states. I think that's going to happen in Texas too.
Well, I just see the changes you're making, creating a huge loophole and pretty much eliminating virtually all the safeguards we have in place under the present statute, not only to protect the general public, but to make some kind of criminal background check, but also to allow our police forces to be able to tell who's out there. You got a gun, they assume you have a license. Now with this House Bill 1927, they don't know if you have a license or not. They don't know if you're a criminal, you're a felon, or it's a protective order. You put them there a higher risk under House Bill 1927. But I do want to thank you for being patient, answering my questions. We went through a pretty long hearing. We heard all type of testimony. But I truly believe in the Second Amendment right. People should all have the right to own weapons. But somebody quoted the case, a Supreme Court case against the District of Columbia versus Heller. And I think,
oh, geez, here we go. He's going to bring up that one line that all Democrats love.
Some type of regulation by the state.
Watch this.
This is what the Heller case said. There seems to us, no doubt, on the basis of both text and history, that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms.
Yes, bear arms.
The right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not. Thus, we do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the right of citizens to speak for any purpose. As an example of a lawful limitation, Justice Scalia states that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under a Second Amendment right. But thank you so much, Senator Ward.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you writing that out loud. I was going to read that later. Thank you very much. Senator, thank you for your service.
Senator Huffman, you're next, but Senator Hall asked me to clarify something that was just in this exchange. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President, to clarify a statement that was just made. The bill we passed in here on.
Needs to be in the frame of a question to Senator Swartner.
I believe, Senator Schwartz, you remember that the bill we did pass in here that was sent over to the House to make Texas a sanctuary state only applies to new federal gun laws that are passed after that, not to existing federal gun laws.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I do recall that now that you mentioned it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Senator Hoffman, for what purpose?
Permission to question the author of the legislation.
Oh my gosh, here we go, folks.
Mr. President.
Our liberal Republican.
I know some of this has been said, but you know, this is such an important piece of legislation, and you and I have talked about this a lot the last few days.
A number of times, yes, Senator.
More than you wanted to. And I think we both agree that this is a very complicated area of the law. There's been many pieces of legislation.
I don't see it complicated.
Through the years. A lot of it's interwoven in the penal code and the family code. Also, there's a lot of federal law involved. So I think it is important for those listening today and those who are concerned about this issue to fully understand what we're doing. And I think it's a perfect segue with the questions that Senator Hinojosa presented to you in his eloquent reading from Justice Scalia, talking about that, yes, it is in fact to have, you know, reasonable regulations about this very important constitutional right that we have. And I think then we can talk about what federal law and state law is, because I think that sets the parameters.
Oh, dang it, this is McDonald. Where's my Heller case?
Legislation.
No, where's my Heller case? I'll be right back.
Legislation, looking at the legislative findings in the very first section, well, section 2, that says persons who are currently prohibited from possessing firearms under state and federal law will not gain the right to possess or carry a firearm under this legislation. So you've talked a lot about that, but that couldn't be clearer than it actually is in your bill. That so we stop and we look and we say, what is current federal and state law? And that's our starting point. And once we clear all those people out who otherwise are not eligible to possess a firearm, then we look at a subset, a group of individuals, some who are now LTC holders, some who are not. And there'll be some amendments that you'll add who will change this up a bit. But basically, those are the folks that are left that could now carry without getting a license. Is that correct? I mean, I think that's kind of what we're trying to do. So I think it's important that we talk about those who will, right off the bat, are going to be under law. Nothing we're changing. We're not trying to change any of that law. So under federal law, and I know this may take a minute, but again, I think it's important for the folks listening who care about this issue on both sides.
I had my Heller book.
So am I correct that we have under federal law,
where is that?
A felon, so that's really anyone convicted in any court of a crime punishable by more than a year in prison.
Yes.
So that would include state jail felonies in the state of Texas, in fact, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. A fugitive from justice, and is am I correct that that's
Did I leave it at home?
In federal law as a person who has fled a state to avoid criminal prosecution or testimony in a criminal proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does it also include an unlawful user of or someone addicted to a controlled substance as defined by the Controlled Substances Act?
That is correct.
Does it also include a person adjudicated as a mental defective or committed to a mental institution?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Does it also include an alien illegally or unlawfully in the United States of America?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Does it also include an alien lawfully in the U.S. but on a non-immigrant visa?
That is correct.
Does it include those who have been dishonorably discharged from the armed forces?
That is correct.
Okay. Does it include a person who has renounced U.S. citizenship?
See, she's reading essentially 18 U.S.C. 921, 922.
Court order entered after due process that restrains the person from harassing, stalking, or threatening an intimate partner or their child.
That is correct, sir.
And also there had been a finding that there was a credible threat exhibited or shown towards that intimate partner or child, and that the physical safety was threatened in some way. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And in fact, under federal law, intimate partner would include a spouse, a former spouse, a parent, a child, or individuals that cohabitate. So I think that was added to include, couples living together and so forth. Is that correct? So it's pretty broad. Does it also include persons convicted of misdemeanor crimes of domestic violence?
Yes.
And those would include the use or attempted use.
Well, I'm actually wondering if she's on our side on this.
Interpretation of who is cohabiting together. Is that all under federal law who could not possess a firearm, hence could not carry without a permit in the state of Texas?
You hit very precisely the prohibitions of possession in federal law currently that would prohibit an individual from carrying in the state of Texas in a permitless manner.
Okay, and if you would bear with me, I'm going to go with under the state law too. I know it's going to be a long day for you, but again, I think it's important that this is all clearly laid out. So under state law, again, a person convicted of a felon, and the federal and the state law is actually a little different than the federal law because it says you cannot possess in the 5 years after release or more than 5 years after release outside the home. So it's a little different whether you're in the home or not, which is different than federal law. Is that correct?
Yeah, I know, Chris.
And it has the same requirements of a person convicted of a Class A assault against a family or household members in the 5 years after release. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And again, I say some of this to address some of Senator Nelson's concerns and the concerns we've heard from domestic violence, those who advocate for victims. Also, does it include persons subject to a protective order issued under a suit for dissolution of marriage, so under a divorce decree or a pending divorce case? That would be correct?
That's right.
Also,
LTC.
Like and share, folks. Hit that super chat if you can. Help us out. Any money goes to Open Carry Texas.
Act under the Family Code. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Also, for if a defendant has made an appearance after arrest for family violence, human trafficking, sexual assault, indecent assault, aggravated sexual assault, or stalking, in fact, under the Code of Criminal Procedure, those people would be prohibited. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Also, protective orders against family violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And victims under the Code of Criminal Procedure, subchapter A, chapter 7B, for protective orders of victims of sexual assault, abuse, stalking, or trafficking. Is that all correct? And how do you understand state law to be as far as possession prohibited?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And then under current state law, so now we're talking about the subset of individuals. So those in today's law, those individuals, even if they did not have an LTC, they could still legally possess a weapon in their home. Is that correct?
That's right.
And they could possess in their vehicles if it's concealed. It's a little different for LTC, but they could conceal carry in their car. That's current law. So these folks that we're talking
Hey, armed veteran, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $40 donation for Open Carry Texas. I appreciate it.
Yes, and they could still possess in their boat. Is that correct? And I believe Senator Campbell had a great bill this session. I don't know where it is in the House, but you would be allowed to possess in your hotel room or a room that you were renting for the night, correct? And there is also a provision that has been interpreted pretty broadly, and that is as you are traveling, as long as you can legally possess a weapon, but you didn't have an LTC, you could possess a weapon as you're traveling. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. So I go through all that because I think there's a lot of discussion about all these new people that are going to be out there, suddenly carrying weapons, when actually we have listened to Scalia, and we have both federally and state have regulated those who can possess weapons, but it's based on, in many cases, activity that the state or the federal government has interpreted as behavior that shows that a person may have a propensity to commit harm towards others.
Assaulted or threatening type behavior.
Is that fair? And I think the way I read those and the way we talk about those, that we could agree that there's there's after due process, something have been shown that those people may be a danger.
Hey, Zafarius, don't worry about it, brother. You're good.
Yeah. And you've had some discussion with a couple of folks who asked questions about, all the people who commit crimes. Would you agree with me? We have thousands of crimes on the book. I have the penal code here. It's the new, the big version. Here's an actual printed copy, which I like to look at because it's easier to figure out. And it's full of laws, and people break these laws.
And that's just the penal code.
They do.
They do. And I know
this bill doesn't absolve an individual when they break a law.
Exactly.
Certainly, if you're a lawbreaker, you're a criminal, you can be prosecuted. And this bill has nothing to do with that.
And we could legislate who can carry a gun and who can't carry a gun, but we're not going to stop the individual who has in their mind an idea that they will want to harm another with a weapon. I mean, there's going to be weapons out there. There's going to be access to weapons, and there will always be, unfortunately and sadly, those who want to harm others. And I'm assuming that one of the reasons for your legislation is that you believe.
Yeah, Terry, I don't know. This does not sound like the Huffman I've spoken to in the past.
Individuals to be able to defend themselves.
I think she's finally, we finally probably convinced her. I hope.
It's the starting point for which legislatures should begin. We should be as permissive as possible for individuals to avail themselves of their right to self-defense. And certainly, as you've just laid out, there are federal and state laws regarding possession. And possession in this bill, to a great extent, equals the ability to carry in public. And that's the tact that this bill tries to go toward.
I'm like, I don't even know what to say. I mean, listening to Joan Huffman, I'm like,
we put in place license requirements just to carry. Not to possess, but to carry as.
Hey, Root Beer, what's next for OCT is that we continue to defend what we have and make sure we don't lose any rights, and we continue to gain and fix things here and there. We got to lower the age to 18, all kinds of stuff.
If they can possess, to carry in a permitless manner.
And Senator Schwartz, I'd also ask you, historically, we have established both federally and through state law locations where
I'm telling you, if
not allow,
if Joan Huffman is on board, this bill's going to pass. We're done. It's a done deal. She's the only one I would be worried about.
Examples: federal courthouses, federal buildings, national cemeteries, post office. Again, federal law stays in effect. Clearly, we can't change federal law. Sometimes we wish we could, but federal law will stay in effect. And under state law, places like hospitals, racetracks, courthouses, polling places during voting, etc., and I won't list them all, those will all stay in effect under your legislation as well.
Those places that weapons are prohibited,
yes,
they call it places prohibited, do stay in effect under this law. Now, there have been changes over the years. Last session, we I believe absolved places prohibited.
Hey, Michael, no, I have not, man. I've been pursuing my law degree and haven't cared about the Leo side. I have been getting emails from them to complete my packet, and I just haven't had a chance to yet.
With removing any of the places weapons are prohibited.
And private businesses, private property will still have the same choices that they have had under current prior law to post if it's their decision not to have anyone with a weapon on their premises, except for peace officers. Yes.
That's right. The criminal trespass aspects and the ability of a private business or private owner of private property to post a sign and to not allow individuals to carry either in 30-6, 30-7 in the current law or in.
Oh, damn it. Sorry, I was looking at an exam.
And what would be envisioned under this bill, similar to 30-6, is still going to be in place.
In place. All right. Thank you, Senator Schwartz. We'll have some more questions as you go through the amendments. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
I appreciate specific clarification. I thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm flabbergasted here, guys. Wow.
Senator Blanco, for what purpose? Questions of the author. Senator Schwartz, do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So I just want to be clear, this is about getting rid of a license to carry a firearm in our state.
No, that's not what this bill is about.
The license is still going to be available, but it is not a mandatory requirement for law-abiding citizens aged 21 years or older to carry a sidearm, holster sidearm in public. That's what the bill's effect would be in summary.
Does this bill also touch on who can and cannot possess a firearm?
It does not. As we just had a discussion with Senator Huffman, possession and the ability to bear or carry are two different issues. There are possession laws, both under federal and state law, that are not changed in this.
Michael, I'm going to be doing some, I'll be doing criminal law and civil rights.
Bill.
Hang on.
It amends section 46.04 of the Penal Code. That's going to be on page 10, line 16. So this is dealing with unlawful possession of a firearm. And you add section A-1 to 46.04 of the Penal Code. Is that correct? That's, just to be clear, it's on page 10, line 16.
Page 10, line 16, section 24.
Yes, sir. And it would be section A-1 that's added.
Yes, that section that is added is currently mirroring, it mirrors current law. Yes, that's the reason it was added.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correct, the bill is making it illegal for certain people to possess a firearm. Is that accurate?
That is currently in place regarding criminal street gangs, and it was to carry a license to carry. They're illegal to do that. There's a database, I believe, of criminal street gangs in the state of Texas. They are prohibited from carrying. This continues that prohibition regarding the permitless carry for those individuals. Yes.
And why does the bill prohibit them?
I wanted to continue to mirror what is in current law.
Okay, because the language says that it's illegal for a member of a criminal street gang,
yes,
to have a firearm on their, in their car or their boat. That's correct, right?
Well, actually, the specific language, sir, is a person who is a member of a criminal street gang, as defined in section 71.01. So there's a specific category and definition. Commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, and those are very important words, carries on or about his or her person a handgun in a motor vehicle or a watercraft.
Okay, so this person in the bill, they're prohibited from possessing a firearm in the vehicle, in the boat. Have they been convicted of a crime at this point?
Senator, I'm not for sure. Again, this provision was a provision
it's
it's
already in 4602.
Exactly what's in LTC regarding those that are prohibited from carrying, and so this was a provision regarding criminal street gangs that was carried over and mirrored essentially to put in place regarding permitless carry.
Okay, so is being a criminal street gang, a member of a criminal street gang, is that by itself a crime?
I believe
yes.
You are a criminal street gang in the DPS database, you cannot carry, and so therefore.
Oh no, it's not a crime. Yeah, it's not a crime. It's just.
Okay. In chapter 71 of the Penal Code on organized crime, I couldn't find that being a gang member was a crime. Being a gang member was a crime without some other criminal act. by the person.
Right.
Is that
Membership alone.
The section 71.01, I'm not as familiar with. This is again a mirroring of what is currently regarding the LTC statute. So that
It's not even the LTC statute. It's the penal code 4602.
Individuals that wish to carry an LTC versus individuals that would carry in a permitless van.
okay? So if this gang member hasn't been convicted of any crime, in the event that the gang member has not been convicted of a crime, why are we making it illegal for?
It's already illegal.
In his vehicle or boat.
Again, it mirrors the current statute regarding LTC statute, and as such.
Now, should it be? No, but it's already the law.
Was the genesis of it was in the House, and I thought it was appropriate to continue. We did not hear testimony regarding concerns about this language, and the bill really isn't about the street gangs and who can or cannot. Well, in some respects, who can or cannot carry specific to street gangs. I was mirroring what's in current law to make it as an apples to apples comparison between the two groups of individuals, those that are prohibited under LTC and those that would be prohibited under permitless carry.
Look, and I agree that dangerous people, including members of criminal organizations or street gangs, they should not be able to carry firearms. And I'm glad that we're having this discussion because there's common ground here. But what I want to talk to you about a little bit is keeping handguns out of the hands of criminals, because that's important. There's been some dialogue earlier about that. You're familiar with the governor's Texas Safety Action Report that he issued following the mass shooting in El Paso.
I've not read the report. I'm familiar with the that there was one, but you can maybe educate me or bring up what you want to bring up regarding that report.
Right. So the Texas Safety Action Report is based on several roundtables and meetings. After the shooting, the Texas Safety Commission was comprised of several members of this body, members of the House, several pro-Second Amendment groups and leaders. They had local elected officials, state officials, federal law enforcement. We had mental health professionals and other experts in our community. And in this report, the governor outlined 11 recommendations for the legislature to consider to keep guns out of the hands of criminals while respecting the Second Amendment of law and respecting law-abiding Texans. Does this bill adopt any of those strategies to keep guns out of the hands of actual criminals that you're aware of?
Yes.
Senator, without knowing the specific 11 recommendations, I do not believe I can speak to that. But really, the premise of the bill is not about trying to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. This is about trying to reinstitute a constitutional right for law-abiding citizens.
Right. Exactly.
I appreciate the work of the governor's council. Were you on that? You might have been. Yes. So, yeah. So you can probably tell me. I don't believe it probably does, based upon what you're discussing.
Well, so there's a lot of apprehension around this bill. I think 81% of Texans support the current licensing to carry framework. Do you think that people would have more reservations or less reservations if we adopted safeguards to make it harder for criminals to carry guns?
I don't want guns in the hands of criminals. That said, there's a variety of opinions about gun ownership and the safety that is engendered or diminished by gun ownership. I personally feel that law-abiding citizens carrying is a deterrent and a societal good regarding safety in this day and age. Unfortunately, we have jurisdictions that are not prosecuting criminals, not prosecuting individuals that are committing violent, assaultive behavior. And that's unacceptable, but it happens because those are the people that are elected. So what do people do in that situation? They look to themselves to protect them and their family. And that's what this bill is trying to do, diminish the prohibitions or the barriers to allow an individual to protect him and his family in these troubling times by allowing those law-abiding citizens to carry in a permitless manner a handgun in a holster on their person in a common area.
Well, we've talked about some amendments, and my office has shared amendments with your office based on the governor's Texas Safety Action Report. I'm going to be offering some amendments. I hope we can find some common ground to make these amendments acceptable. So we're making sure, if we're going to go down this road, we're making sure that we're keeping guns out of the hands of actual criminals. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Blanca.
No amendments.
Senator Johnson.
None.
For what purpose?
Questions of the author?
You yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwartner, you agree that all constitutional rights are subject to some reasonable degree of regulation, yes? Right to vote, right to speak, right to assemble, the right to bear arms, they're all subject to some level.
I was going through the list, but I would probably subscribe to that. The right to life, you can argue whether or not
that was not in the Constitution.
Yeah, it is. It's in the 9th Amendment.
I mean, life is in Declaration of Independence, not in the Bill of Rights, but they're all subject to some reasonable level of regulation. Even your bill here has some level of regulation, right?
I'm not arguing that regulation is not constitutional.
This Democrat is a moron.
Under the Supreme Court case, the Heller case versus DC, not only was an individual right to keep and bear arms affirmed, but also state regulation of that right was affirmed. And so I think the states have a right under both the Texas Constitution as enumerated, as well as under the U.S. Constitution as case law provides to regulate. Now, what is the level of regulation is the question.
Indeed, and I appreciate you acknowledging those very important moments. And would you agree that that case, District of Columbia versus Heller, with Justice Antonin Scalia authoring the majority, is the most clear statement of the contemporary meaning of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms?
Yeah, that is 1988 case. I think it is probably the clearest, most pertinent example and the first affirmation of an individual right to keep and bear, 2 words, arms.
You mean 2008?
And that majority opinion, and Justice Scalia was known for the clarity of his writing, indeed acknowledges that this area of the law was not all that clear prior to the opinion. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read 2 sentences with which I'm sure you're familiar.
Here we go.
There seems to us no doubt on the basis of both history, both text and history, that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms, and that's what you just referred to. The following sentence, he says, of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First.
They always use that sentence. Keep reading. Keep reading, Johnson.
Okay, so sticking with Heller, does Heller say that states can't require permits as a condition to carrying a weapon?
No.
Did not require? No, it does not. In fact, I think it says that states have a right to regulate, and therefore they can or cannot require a permit based upon that state's decisions. And in 20 states, it has been affirmed by those legislatures that a permit is not required.
And in 36 states,
today,
actually, because in 36 states, you don't need a license to open carry.
Alternative is a requirement to carry in an open manner sidearm that is holstered.
Right. And in fact, Heller left in place Washington, D.C.'s licensure requirement, correct?
Yes.
If you say so, sir, I'm not familiar as well as you are.
I'll represent you that it did, which would suggest that if requiring permits were unconstitutional, it would have been stricken.
That wasn't the question in Heller. That was not the question in Heller, which is why they didn't decide whether or not they were unconstitutional.
Anywhere for the proposition that the United States Constitution would preclude a state from requiring a permit.
That would preclude a state.
It would stop Texas from requiring permits.
One more time.
Do you know of any judicial authority anywhere that would stop Texas or any other state from requiring permits?
Who is this douchebag?
To carry a gun.
I think instead of require, I think the word would be allow. I do not know of any judicial authority that would prohibit Texas from allowing a requirement for a
What's this guy's background?
Let's be simple and just between us. In normal language, the Constitution doesn't stop this legislature from passing a law that requires people to obtain a permit as a precondition to carrying a weapon.
This is the dude that defeated Huffines. That's right. He's the one that beat Don Huffines barely.
There really is no such thing as a constitutional carry, right?
There is the constitutional right to keep and bear arms as promulgated by.
So this guy's a lawyer, and he practices business law and bankruptcy law.
State legislatures putting in place permits or not putting in place permits.
But this bill, if anybody refers to this as constitutional carry, they're talking about something that doesn't exist, right? They're talking in vain of founding documents and the words and words of the people who founded this nation. If they're claiming that those documents, those intentions, or their words gave you the right to carry a weapon without a permit, they cannot co-opt those documents or those authors into this debate. It's a very...
This is so funny listening to a Democrat talk about the Constitution being co-opted.
A constitutional question, is it?
The Constitution, both the U.S. Constitution and Texas Constitution, speak to the right to bear arms. Now, given that states can regulate that, as Scalia's opinion said, through a permitting process or not, but that right to bear arms is certainly enumerated in both the Texas Constitution and U.S. Constitution.
You and I agree on that. In fact, the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 23 says that the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime.
Right, with a view to prevent crime.
Regulating the wearing of arms, right?
With a view to prevent crime.
To require permits, I would presume, even under the Texas Constitution.
Only to prevent crime.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I guess would you agree that this is really a question of convenience? This is convenient carry or careless carry or reckless carry, that it's not constitutional carry.
No, it's constitutional carry.
I would say this is a matter of life and death for some individuals regarding today's society.
How did this guy beat Don Huffines? How did the same voters that elected Don Huffines elect this moron?
Need to avail themselves of their right to self-defense.
I understand that. They can just get a permit, can't they?
We don't want to.
Sir, one more time.
I understand that's your feeling and sincere conviction. Can't they just get a permit?
Yeah, if they want to. They shouldn't be required to.
Can get a permit if they so choose.
Oh, hey, I missed somebody gave me a donation. I missed that. I'm sorry. Let me go find it. Root beer, thank you, sir. Or ma'am, I'm sorry. I don't know who root beer is. But thank you very much for the $25 donation to Open Carry Texas. I appreciate it.
For your personal defense. Then and there. You want to go buy one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I've been riveted by this testimony.
But be able to put it in your hold it, have it on your body for your own self-defense because of whatever happened in your life.
And at that time, I think
an immediate need for self-protection is
yeah. Where's the permit to go to church?
The majority of women in their lifetime. Yes.
And so the rest of this debate with my colleagues and your colleagues, actually we're all colleagues, right? But the majority of this discussion is going to concern what you just said. But I wanted through this dialogue to establish that there's no constitutional cloak of legitimacy to this bill.
Yes, there is.
Your belief.
There is a constitutional cloak of legitimacy. What are you talking about, you moron?
My belief that they should. My idea of the Constitution of the rights should be as limited regarding regulatory hindrance as possible.
Shall not be infringed.
There's all the 5 rights in the First Amendment, and there's varying degrees of acceptance of prohibition, regulation, limiting of those rights. And this bill speaks to removing some hindrance to the full application of your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Some hindrance in the way of a state regulation that requires an individual to obtain a license to be able to bear arms, a sidearm.
In defense of self and the state.
Not similar and never has been in place when it comes to the right to bear a long gun in the state of Texas.
I understand all that, but the Constitution itself doesn't give anybody in Texas the right to protest a permit scheme, a permit system.
Yes, it does.
We've established that.
Yeah, we have a right to protest. It's in the First Amendment.
Discussion. Thank you, Senator Schwartz.
We have not established that. Oh my gosh, that guy's dumber.
Senator Nichols, for what purpose?
Oh gosh.
To ask the authors some questions.
You yield.
I yield, Senator.
Thank you. It's not my intent to ask you a string of pointed questions like you've been getting, but to talk more in terms of guiding principles. We're trying to give rights back to citizens who strongly feel like they have those rights. We also, at the same time, as a legislative body, back law enforcement. Law enforcement early on had some concerns, and I think it's very important. I know you have visited with some of us, maybe you visited with all of us, but I think it'd be real important to kind of go through some of your workings with some of the different law enforcement groups, and specifically the Texas Sheriff's Association. I'm interested in, although I talked to a lot of them. The Sheriff's Association, in my opinion, I think all 254 sheriffs are members of the Texas Sheriff's Association, at least they claim so, but they are elected officials who represent every square inch of.
Hey, Freedom Rover, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for Open Carry Texas. Appreciate that.
Would you kind of walk through your meetings with particularly the Sheriff's Association? I've got 19 sheriffs, including the president of the Texas Sheriff's Association is in my district, Sheriff Tom Maddox, Sabine County. So he calls me on a regular basis and we talk about these things. And I did visit with him some this morning. And so
Rose, thank you. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it.
People watching, kind of walk us through those steps.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I've met, and law enforcement is extremely important to hear their concerns and try to address them as best possible, balancing the rights of individuals with the concerns of law enforcement as they do dangerous jobs. So I've met multiple times now, individually.
I mean, after all, the Constitution says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed unless the police officer have a terrible job to do or it makes their job more difficult, right? Isn't that how it works?
Address one of the sheriff's concerns about expungement of criminal records. One of the amendments will remove that amendment that was put on in the House, as the Sheriff's Association had concerns that they needed to maintain those weapon-related convictions on a person's criminal record, and that was an imperative. They also had concerns about persons that were.
Hey, if you want to get Democrats on your side, keep that in there.
Weapons-related.
That was a Democrat amendment, and it was passed unanimously.
Permitless carry provisions, and so there is amendments that add those individuals in a prohibitive manner from being able to carry in a permitless manner. So they have authored a bill here, and a letter, and they have given ideas as all stakeholders.
Hey, Ricky, thank you for the $5. And what is this?
This is again a compilation of thoughts amongst members about what is the correct way we should move Texas forward regarding our Second Amendment rights.
I can't copy and paste that. I'm going to have to.
Of gun owner groups as well as law enforcement groups being the two largest participants in stakeholder consultation. And so I think the amendments address a large number of the concerns of the law enforcement. And the Sheriff's Association in particular, I would like to point out, has been very constructive in dialogue about addressing concerns with their realization as elected officials themselves of the citizenry and the need to defend and protect and allow the enjoyment of the constitutional rights in an expansive a manner as possible.
Okay, now you mentioned early on, I know in some of the different meetings we've had, you specifically have gone over the different amendments that you were planning on accepting or putting up yourself. And I think you've given most everybody on the floor.
Matthew, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it.
And so a lot of those came from some of your meetings related to law enforcement.
Says, thank you for covering these hearings and votes, highlighting important points and trudging through opposition's moronic statements. That's what I'm trying to do.
With various firearm gun owners groups as well.
Association. We all get different kinds of robo-mail and stuff on our social media, things like that. And I've heard some of the gun rights people refer to some of these amendments as watering down the bill. But the explanations you've given me on these amendments and the ones I've read, I'm not an attorney like Senator Huffman, but I saw her book on criminal law sitting right there. But in principle, there's nothing in any of those amendments that, in my opinion, waters down the bill.
What?
They all continue to back up the rights of the citizens while also trying to have reasonable protection for some of the law enforcement as well. So as a guiding principle, I think that's kind of what you stuck to all the way through this.
The individuals that have had a significant assaultive background or threatening background, I think there is a need to address that in the amendment process regarding the prohibition and carrying in a permitless manner. It's a balance regarding the restoration of those rights and how we address it as a state. So I think we've struck a good balance here in this bill, one that advances
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me bring everything back. I lost signal. So stand by. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
As I looked at the testimony from the hearings.
Stand by.
I don't believe that I saw a single police chief or a police association testify in favor of this legislation. Is that true, Senator Schwartz?
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. My internet went out. We've got some storms going through, so.
A specific police chief on the Senate side. There was a sheriff from Tyler, Texas, 250,000 Polk County that testified in favor of it. The Sheriff's Association was on the bill, and I think the Texas Municipal Police Association was opposed to the bill, and the Houston Police Officers Union was on the bill.
Okay. And as I look through the House testimony as well, I don't see any chiefs of police or police associations that testified in favor in the House either.
So what?
Senator, you might be right. I did not.
So what?
All the testimony.
Those are government people.
I guess I just suffice it to say that historically on these type of bills, including the ones going all the way back to concealed carry,
yes,
there's always been opposition by organized police associations, and the concern about officer safety in the case of concealed carry and how are we going to know and ID and is there going to be shootouts at street corners? And to be quite frank, that never has come to bear. And so that realization of how we've advanced.
Suddenly the Democrats care about police, right? It's like when they want to oppose gun control, suddenly they care about the police.
At least my opinion of some testimony that says the sky is falling, because it's not falling.
Yeah.
Murder rates in states, aggravated assault, rape, in states have passed permitless carry, have not skyrocketed.
Exactly.
Not in Texas. Now, there are legitimate concerns by law enforcement, certainly, and I think we address those in amendments to the extent that is appropriate, balancing the various competing interests.
Liberty should be the only interest.
I'm concerned that we are seeing so much opposition from our public safety leaders. I know in my community, we've seen a police officer shot 3 times in the last month. We've seen our BPS officers this year killed in gun violence incidents.
There's no such thing as gun violence. It's a myth.
I'm overwhelmingly worried about the impact of this bill on the safety of important police officers. Would you agree that that could be the outcome of this bill?
Senator, I think this bill is going
suddenly she's worried about police officers. A Democrat is worried about the police. Ladies and gentlemen, we have news here.
By carrying a sidearm in a holster, which is similar and consistent with what we allow in Texas currently with long guns. The criminals are going to be criminal. They are going to avail themselves of obtaining a firearm, unfortunately. And the idea that removing firearms from law-abiding citizens somehow makes the world safer is just not something I subscribe to. So I guess we might disagree with that, the overall premise there. You know what? I also would note that one of the, I think the second or the third highest Houston police officer did come down and testify. And she was telling me, or she was just in her testimony, was describing, you know, the various things that police unions would say about the bill regarding their concerns. But I couldn't help but sit there and go, well, why aren't we having prosecution of these felons and individuals performing crime?
Yeah, exactly.
Because that is a second leg regarding getting criminals. It's not just removing guns from criminals, but actually prosecuting them and locking them up. And that, unfortunately, is not happening in some areas of the state.
Well, in response to your comments, the police chief of Fort Worth, the largest city in my district and the 5th largest city in the state of Texas, sent a letter on this issue to
you mean a Democrat police chief was opposed?
That this bill would, quote, remove crucial safeguards that are meant to protect Texans.
Oh my gosh.
He went on in that letter to say that current law increases the safe handling of firearms by those carrying their weapons in person.
How so?
The chief makes an important point here that our current law is working. It adds simple.
They've said that every time.
To safely and freely.
How many times do police chiefs need to be wrong before we stop listening to them?
Do you have specific examples where our current law has made Texans less safe?
No, I think our current law has made Texans more safe by allowing them to obtain a license and carry. This goes one step forward and allows them to carry in a permitless manner if they're law-abiding citizens. I would also add, I think you said the police chief out of Fort Worth, the sheriff of Tarrant County, if I'm not mistaken, who is the highest ranking elected official, law enforcement official in that county, is, I believe, 100% supportive of this bill, if I'm not mistaken. Someone might re-inform me, Kelly.
I have not seen that support, so it'd be hard for me to
I'll
answer
clarify
that.
that over the testimony time.
Well, Senator, I approach this issue with public safety, the top thing in my mind.
Whatever.
If I sit
No,
down
you
in a
don't.
restaurant with a gentleman or a woman who has a holster belted to their side and a gun in it, I want to know that that person is well trained in the use of.
Well, the LTC isn't going to inform you of that. All right, guys, check this out. We've got a new shirt out. We've got a new shirt out. Literally just now published.
I have consulted with our public safety officers since day one to formulate my view.
Constitution under attack. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that.
Works every day to keep us safe, and
gun violence is a myth, folks.
Every single tool in the toolbox and a seat at our policy-making table as we make decisions like this one about public safety issues.
I think she's racist. That's why. She doesn't want minorities to be able to carry, which is what this bill will help with.
All in all, it's why everyone in this body worked so hard and voted in favor of legislation that supports public police departments and making sure that they're funded and that they're safe in every way that we can help to keep them safe, whether that's with regard to COVID-19 or whether it's regard to guns.
And just so y'all know,
Senator, thank you.
the reason we chose orange for that shirt is, June 4th, I believe, is Gun Violence Awareness Day from Moms Demand Action. It's their Wear Orange Day. So we thought, okay, let's wear orange. And talk about gun violence.
I'll answer some questions, so I'll be brief. Are you aware of the sheriff of Tarrant County actually provided me the training for my LTC as my son? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting bit of information.
So have a good relationship with him. Are you aware that he actually supports this legislation?
I was under the assumption, I guess you're confirming it.
I'm confirming.
I'm sorry, his name, the sheriff?
Sheriff Wayburn. So, and re-elected, does a phenomenal job. They're obviously followed existing law. I know that for a fact, personally, on that.
Gee, so the unelected police chief opposes it, but the elected sheriff supports it.
Many of those same groups.
Who should we believe?
That legislation as well, initially, is that correct?
That is, yeah, campus carry. I wasn't here for concealed carry, but there have been a number of measures that have had vigorous debate on this floor. This is obviously one, and it is a change of the allowance to.
Oh, look, we've got a snowflake in here. Johnny Ski 66 is here. Johnny Sky 66.
In public, and it should be well discussed about.
The morons have come to roost.
And benefits as well, and so I was again, I wasn't here for concealed, but
well, in open carry, many of the same groups.
Yeah,
for campus carry, many of the same groups oppose open carry. Have we seen a negative impact across the state with the passage of those pieces of legislation?
Nope.
We have not. I think safety has actually been improved across our state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, right currently I have 3 speakers left on suspension. There may be more because people add, but I do want to say that I want to give the ladies up here a break shortly so they can grab a bite to eat, take a few minute break. They've been out here for almost 4 hours. So I'm going to go about another 20 minutes with speakers. If you go longer than that, then we'll just take a break and pick up after.
No, I like trolls. I don't ban people. I like the idiots. Oh gosh. Here goes. Here goes Whitmire.
We're going to have dueling sheriffs. You are aware the sheriff of the largest county is strongly opposed to it, which leads me to where do you live?
I live in Georgetown, Texas, Williamson County, just north of here.
What's your largest city?
Georgetown.
Round Rock is.
Oh, Round Rock. Okay.
And the reason I ask that is, would you not agree that this is a very large, diverse state? And perhaps the sheriff of Smith County, who testified in your committee, with 200,000 citizens, would have different concerns than a sheriff of a county like Harris with 4 million people.
You mean a Republican versus
So,
a
yeah,
Democrat?
I understand
Yes.
that and believe that's true. Yes.
And even the police departments would have different challenges depending on their location.
Yeah, if you're in a Democrat city, obviously crime is higher.
All of us to represent our district, but certainly.
So let's ban Democrats and not guns.
It will have in areas that we do not represent. We are state senators with a responsibility to our district, but our appreciation that the state is impacted by what we do.
Dean, that's well said. Yes, sir.
And did you take that in consideration? Because in the eyes of many stakeholders, believe you're fixing to do harm to the more larger, diverse communities where bad folks can hide easier. You know, I'll see.
Wait a minute, are you saying that people in bigger cities don't deserve to have the same rights as those in smaller towns?
Got a reputation as a bad person, law enforcement probably has you on their radar. Where in Houston with 3 million people, it's easy to get lost until the police find you because you violated the law.
Senator, I believe there's some truth in that. Williamson County is 600,000, but I certainly represent counties that have 20, 25,000, which I believe the knowledge of individuals in those counties is probably a little higher by the sheriffs and their deputies, yes.
The only point I'm making is
my people don't deserve the same rights as smaller towns.
The more challenges we have in many regards, but certainly in terms of law enforcement.
This guy is the longest serving senator in the Senate, and he's still an idiot.
HPD makes a robbery in progress. They go to a convenience store and they see someone carrying a weapon. Your law, would your proposal allow them to ask that person who they are and what they're doing with the gun?
Yeah, you can always ask.
Yes, sir. Under reasonable suspicion, if a police officer believes
you don't even need reasonable suspicion to ask.
In the act of committing a crime, they are
exactly, Chris.
No, you just walking. What if someone's walking by the convenience store down Memorial Drive? I mean, this is a realistic possibility. They're making a call and they see an individual with a gun. They obviously would like to know who the person is.
Why? What's he doing?
No, sir, but under reasonable suspicion, you have to have a reason to stop them. And
how about just being near where they're making a call?
I'm sorry.
That's not reasonable suspicion.
They're making a call, an urgent call to robbery in progress, and someone.
So a guy who's minding his own business,
with a weapon,
reading a newspaper with a gun,
your provision ask them who the heck they are.
Suddenly they're supposed to get stopped by a cop?
Again, under all provisions of law, to do I guess what they call a Terry stop, you have to have reasonable suspicion that individual is not only possessing a weapon.
Rose, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Thank you.
In the act of committing a crime. So they will have the authority and the changes.
I don't understand why they don't use that, Rose. I don't understand why they don't make that argument more. We can already carry a rifle without a license. What is the difference in a handgun?
Don't you think your law, if passed, will make it much more difficult?
No.
Being able to recognize.
No, it will not. Don't accept that.
Versus you keep referring to your law-abiding citizens.
Say no. Don't fall into this trap.
What does a law-abiding citizen look like? I mean, it's a serious question. You keep saying we're restoring constitutional privileges and rights to law-abiding citizens. Well, unfortunately, not everyone is a law-abiding citizen. So how do we, what's a law-abiding citizen look like?
It looks like somebody that's not breaking the law.
Delineate by look a law-abiding citizen is by action.
Yes, thank you. Shorter, good answer.
But in the real world,
good answer.
I read and live in, there's a lot of profiling goes on.
Which is why we should get rid of the license.
As you started with Senator Hall, your introduction was, we're only looking out for law-abiding citizens. You know that TDCJ released 70,000 parolees the year before COVID. And I haven't seen this year's numbers. I'm assuming they're close to 50.
What is wrong with your shoulder?
How do you reconcile convicted felons being released from prison?
Why do you keep shrugging?
I know the HPD wanted an amendment that there would be a minimum. Are you going to put a minimum sentence if a felon is carrying a gun under your provision?
We do, sir. We actually have enhanced penalties for a felon caught carrying. Okay, it goes from a 3rd degree to a 2nd degree, minimum 10, 3G.
But you know the problem with that premise is, or that violation or sentence is, that's after the fact. You're not going to prevent that person.
How are you going to do that now anyway?
Proposal.
Are they not listening to these guys?
They're violating the law, and they'll be arrested if they're apprehended, confronted by law enforcement.
How do they do it now, Senator? How do they do it now?
Only be found out when they have contact with the police.
And how do you do it now? How can you tell right now?
That wants to acquire a firearm,
These people are terrible at debate. They obviously were never on the debate team.
A felon's going to get a gun. This is about law-abiding individuals being able to obtain a firearm.
Would you not agree? It's not just going to be law-abiding citizens that hear about your law and
if you're carrying in a lawless manner,
and you keep saying
if you cannot possess, then you are violating the law. So therefore, those that are carrying are doing it.
And you keep saying restore our constitutional right. When did we lose it? I mean, how far back?
1871.
1871.
Yeah.
Never have lost it regarding long guns.
And you walk through the timetable with Senator Hall, beginning, I think, in 95. I was here, voted for a concealed weapon with a number of our colleagues. Then you went through campus carry,
open carry.
Open carry. Did you not leave out, in all due respect to my colleague Senator Hall, y'all left out, would you not agree, one critical element where this differs from everything we've done before, which included training and background checks. This will be the first time, you not agree, that we will not look to training or background checks for law enforcement or the authorities to know who they're dealing with. And that is, would you not agree, a huge departure from where it's been before.
The state regulation requirement, licensure requirement, which includes a background check, includes classroom training, includes firearm proficiency, 50 bullets fired, that is removed. It does not remove the background check associated with purchase of a firearm. You cannot, it does not expand possession of a firearm. What we have seen in Texas, as I've tried to articulate on this floor, is a steady increase of citizens bearing arms, not just owning, but actually bearing in public in certain ways, concealed, open, in their vehicle. And as such, we've not seen deleterious effects to the extent. In fact, I would say the opposite. I think it has been an improvement of overall safety of those individuals and as society as a whole. This bill is that next step. This is a removal of a state requirement to carry without a permit by those that already are able to possess a firearm.
Well, I've heard that, and it leads me to wonder, when did you decide that this be something that you would carry? I mean, you've been in the legislature a number of years. My recollection is you haven't carried it before. In fact, I think 4 years ago, someone proposed it, and it was killed by largely the initiative of the police chiefs. I think I went by their press conference. So if it is so important, why haven't you done it in previous sessions?
What does it matter?
when you have an opportunity.
Just say, why does it matter?
We all have different pieces of legislation we work on each session. This restoration of constitutional rights has been around now for 15 years, maybe. I can't recall the very first one. The last one was Tennessee in April of this year. So Tennessee is a fairly big size.
It wasn't killed by law enforcement.
We have
It was killed by the crackhead Pancho Navarez.
Things like murder rates.
That's who it was killed by.
In those states, we have some knowledge of gun, various gun parameters in those states regarding actions.
Yeah, it's not helping my blood pressure either.
I think it's appropriate that a big state like Texas address this at this time.
Of course, someone could say it's appropriate for a big state like Texas to not do it.
Only an idiot.
Because we're so unique in our size and diversity and our urban and really, probably what I'd call, the major state. So I'm not going to ask you to name those. What'd you say in your debate? 22 states?
There are 20 states. Vermont.
I'm not going to.
Vermont. Never
no,
had a prohibition.
You're such a smart person. I don't know where you went to. You've been talking about the Constitution all morning. I don't know where you went to law school. But surely.
What, you got to go to law school to know the Constitution?
You don't want to compare Vermont as a guiding light for this state. I mean, they do have an income tax, do they not?
Yeah, I think they do. Yes, there are 5 states that don't.
I was just waiting to pull that one on you. I mean, we don't look to other states as a model for their financial condition, and I would actually say even their public safety.
You're right. We look to other states for good ideas. We look to our history for good ideas. We look to our founding documents for good ideas. And I think this is a compilation of all those. So that's what we're doing.
Hey.
Okay, so I hope we've established that we don't want to follow everything Delaware. I can name most of your.
Oh, gee, Dean Whitmire.
A major.
I don't see where you went to law school either. You moron.
I'll even call.
You got a degree in political science.
Idaho's been discovered by most people yet, but.
And here you are talking to someone else about the Constitution having to be an attorney. You moron.
Metropolitan areas living under your conditions, I would say no.
There's, Tennessee has some pretty good sized cities.
Oh wait, Bates College of Law. So did he go to did he go to law school or not?
Decent sized.
Oh yeah, Mississippi's a great one to look.
You're right though, Senator. They're not the big northeastern cities, Chicago. And if you want to go to that discussion, you look at the stringent gun laws.
This guy's been in office since 1983.
And states, and their murder rate, their.
Okay, so he's an attorney.
Associated with gun crime.
But still, you don't have to be an attorney to understand the Constitution.
In those municipalities, ownership of a firearm for self-defense against our Constitution, and that's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. And so,
hey, Johnny Sky 66. What about the women? I know Democrat women have tiny dicks as well. But what about everyone else? The other women that carry, what do they need a gun for?
Totally speculation, but it's fairly educated speculation.
I know you Democrat women have tiny dicks, but our women don't. So, what are they carrying for? You moron.
Changed and taken off our books. I don't know if it'll be 10 years, 20 years, could be like next session. Would you not agree at some point this will come off the books? Because it's going to be found to be so reckless. We'll have some data on.
Sorry, I don't know if
I just think
I don't know if all y'all can see the comments, because I get the comments from both the CJ from my channel and from the OCT channel. But there's somebody in there talking about, wah, I need a gun for my tiny dick. He's a troll. That's what I was saying that for.
And this is probably the most serious question I could ask you. You support red flag laws?
No.
You're familiar with what the red flag laws are. If someone's threatening
objection,
someone,
relevance,
through due process,
objection,
or
Relevance?
Can go to court.
You're an attorney. You should know this.
Say this person is a risk, and for 90 days, they can't own a firearm. So do you support the red flag? Because
this bill isn't about red flag laws.
Thank you.
I don't recall that getting to the Senate floor and being properly debated. I have reservations about it, red flag laws, and other than that knowledge of it, removing a firearm without conviction, without
Rupert, got it. Rupert, you got it, man.
But don't you
I think there are pluses and minuses,
which unfortunately I think.
If I could shoot 45 caliber out of my penis, I wouldn't need a gun either.
I hope that you would consider a red flag law, because I think it will become even more critical that if someone has access to weapons, constitutional carry, and if they're threatening someone, family member, neighborhood dispute, and they're so irrational and dangerous that we would go through a due process and ask the courts to restrain them from owning a weapon and carrying a weapon under your provisions.
Senator, that individual can currently.
Poor Johnny Sky doesn't have any friends.
And a long gun.
Kind of feel bad for him.
I think it should be passed before we get to yours.
Well, too bad. That's not the bill that's
I
here.
haven't been able to have a hearing, but maybe that'll be a part of this discussion.
Nope.
Certainly the leadership's listening to us. Let me close by asking you this, because I think on behalf of the body, I think each of the 31 members talk about family. So we're concerned about their safety and political well-being. You're familiar that some of our colleagues have started receiving mailers from gun proponents in recent days.
Including myself, yes, sir.
You received one?
Asking me to vote for this bill, yes.
They don't know you're the sponsor? Anyway, I assume you don't approve of that.
Senator,
the
right to
campaigning and threatening of members.
Now that's a different story.
Doing their job, I think, is reprehensible. And a couple of them have actually been, people have gone to their home and physically offended them.
How?
Senator, I'd like to
How?
stay on the bill.
Yeah.
Questions, if we could.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator, as you know, we have a right to free press. It is not a right to assault verbally in any manner, violate an individual, threaten an individual.
Whitmire's an idiot.
So they should be prosecuted.
He's just a freaking idiot.
Well, I just hope you join with me and others to say that it's just not good to try to intimidate members to vote a certain way while we're meeting in this session.
I don't think any member on this floor can be intimidated to vote a particular way.
Well, I'll take the difference, but that's your opinion. Thank you.
We're going to try this again, members, because I do want to give the ladies a break, but I'm trying to get through the speakers. So please be respectful of our ladies up front here. Senator Alvarado, then Senator Miles, you'll be next. Senator Alvarado?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask.
Oh gosh, here we go again. Oh my gosh. Jeez, we got stupid followed by stupid, dumb followed by dumber.
But I do respect anybody who puts work into their bill, into their issue, and you obviously have done that. With that being said, the spin that you've put on this is, can't help but feel a little dizzy from it, because the spin is.
I prefer open carry caveman, to be honest with you.
Domestic violence. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, ask you some questions about that. But let's talk.
Why are Democrats so obsessed with people's dick sizes? I don't get it.
Are you aware?
What is wrong with you Democrats? That's all you care about.
Texans oppose this bill, this issue?
What?
Including 54% of independent voters.
False. False.
Are you aware of those numbers?
False.
I'm aware there are a number of polls that supposedly suggest opposition or support of this bill. It is controversial, and as we both know, you can word a poll in a certain way that usually engenders a response that you're seeking. Mark Twain said it best: you have lies, damn lies, and statistics, and right above that, right after that would probably be polls.
Well, all the polling that's been out on this issue, as late as I think today, I think UT released a poll, or at least it was covered in a news story. There's a pattern there. I mean, there's overwhelming opposition to this issue. So, since this bill is clearly at odds with what the general public here in Texas is feeling, how can you explain to voters in the upcoming election of why you push this through?
Because most Texans support it.
I articulated the reasons I presented this bill and advanced it as a sponsor in the Senate. I believe the bill speaks for itself. I believe there's been some misinformation overall in the media, as there is with any legislation that's working its way through the process. In the end, it's a simple concept of restoring a right to not just keep, but also bear arms without the requirement of a state license for self-defense on a person as they are in a holster in a public area. When you articulate it like that, should you bear arms for should a person and should a young lady be able to carry a firearm for self-defense? Your poll numbers change with time or with the way it's questioned. I'm doing this because I believe in this issue. I believe that the rights
and Texans believe in this issue
by our founding documents, our founding fathers, are to be upheld, supported, and emphasized. And there have been movements over the years, for whatever reason, that limited those rights. And this is one attempt to restore some partial restriction that occurs when it comes to the Second Amendment right.
Do you think in Texas we have a system that was working, that there's a process to go through if you want an LTC? I mean, I know myself, many of us.
What do you consider working? It's not a working system if you can't exercise your rights without a government permission slip.
Yes, you have one. I've had one. I do not have a current LTC. And I just decided not to renew it. But the process did not suffice for those that I mentioned regarding that really don't see themselves carrying a lot, but want to have that opportunity when they go in potentially different areas, dangerous areas, and they don't want to have to put in the time, effort, money.
My kid puts up a better argument not to go to sleep at 10 p.m. That's a good one. I like that, KD.
Sometimes another situation is an individual that needs
Dang
their availability,
it.
self-protection.
Wrong one. There we go.
Immediate circumstance. And they might be able to go purchase a gun and have it in their home, have it in their car, but they can't get out when they're pumping gas and carry it into the gas station or into any area in a common area without having that permit. They could do so if they went and purchased the AK-47 or shotgun, but they can't do it with their handgun. It makes no sense. And so I'm equilibrating and equalizing firearm ownership between a long gun and a handgun in our state.
Let's talk about a constituency in Texas that is kind of the economic backbone of our economy here. Small businesses. Our small businesses have suffered. Would you agree? From whether it's been
from government action? Yes, I would agree.
Tropical storm Imelda, the freeze, the economy. Would you agree that a lot of our businesses?
Certainly have, and you've authored some good legislation regarding that. I think I've voted for that.
734.
Okay, so how will this bill impact?
It won't.
Small businesses and their employees who are now placed in an, I'd say, uncomfortable position of enforcing firearms laws in the face of
it won't. That's the answer. The answer is it won't.
And now armed patrons. And I ask that because we've seen what businesses have had to deal with when it came to mask wearing, right?
I'm sorry,
wearing masks during the
Masks,
pandemic.
yes.
So again, we're putting our businesses in these uncomfortable positions. So what do you say to business owners who don't want to be in that position?
As you're well aware, businesses can post a 30-06 or 30-07 sign regarding concealed or open carry and prevent an individual from entering if they are carrying in those manners. This bill would allow for private businesses to post a sign under 30-5, criminal trespass, and do the same thing. There are rights of an individual business to refuse entry to any individual, I believe for any reason, pretty much. That should be upheld and protected. At the same time, this allows for individuals to, at 21 years of age or older, to carry a sidearm in a holster on their person in a common area, and into businesses that do not post those signs, yes, as currently in law with regarding LTC.
Are you concerned about placing an unfunded mandate or burdensome regulation on small businesses?
How?
Who now have to comply with a lot of this. I mean,
what are you talking about?
Another layer of regulation and concern for businesses. Do you see that?
The hell are you talking about?
Regulatory burden on businesses with this bill is extremely small compared to the tax and other regulatory burdens affiliated with whatever their governing entity is, whether it's a restaurant and whatever regulatory agency of the state that usually oversees their business.
Let's talk about property rights. Many of us, including myself, voted and supported Senate Bill 20, which elevated the private citizens' Second Amendment rights over business owners' private property rights. And there were, I know, two members I noticed, Senators Birdwell and Nichols, who opposed it and then had their statements submitted. And they both talked about property rights, the superseding of property rights under the rights guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment due process. So,
the heck,
how can you reconcile this bill, which massively expands Second Amendment rights far beyond anything that the framers of our Constitution could have imagined, or current jurisprudence and visions, with its impact on Texas?
It doesn't
small businesses
affect them at all.
Fifth Amendment private property rights.
It doesn't affect them at all.
I'm not sure exactly the question. I think both rights, Fifth Amendment rights, right to private property shall not be infringed, as well as your Second Amendment rights are well protected in the wording of this bill and the current law regarding LTCs, with the posting of a sign and the allowance of a business to refuse entry to an individual carrying a sidearm if they so choose, but at the same time respecting an individual in common areas to be able to possess that firearm.
Let me move on to the next topic. Domestic violence. There's been a few exchanges here on the floor between you and other senators on domestic violence. Are you aware that individuals convicted of a Class A or B misdemeanor may not hold a license to carry for 5 years after the date of conviction, and that DPS must suspend an LTC once a person is charged with a Class A or B misdemeanor?
Yeah, it's the most strict in the entire country.
One time you'll say that, I'd appreciate it. Could you repeat that?
Sure. My question is, are you aware that individuals convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor may not hold an LTC for 5 years after the date of conviction, and DPS must suspend the LTC once the person is charged with that Class A or B misdemeanor?
I am aware of that, yes.
Rock of the Marn, Ron.
These individuals
Rock of the Marn.
can't lawfully carry handguns.
How you been? I hope you've been all right.
Okay, but a person charged with a domestic violence crime is not prohibited under current state law from possessing firearms.
They're
The way
prohibited
that-
under current federal law from possessing. If they've been convicted of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence, they cannot possess a firearm.
It's the Lautenberg Amendment.
Okay, and you and I had discussion about this earlier because I haven't filed a bill now 2 sessions in a row to close the boyfriend loophole on this. And you mentioned about the federal law. And I'm reading something that was authored by Mr. Michael Foster, legislative attorney for the Congressional Research Service. And he cites here that, and I'm going to just quote from his writing, nevertheless, because of the definition of intimate partner is limited to spouses, co-parents, and cohabitants, current and former significant others who have never lived together and do not share a child appear to be excluded from the statutory definition. So there's a gray area when it comes to the definition of intimate partner.
What's that got to do with anything?
There's been discussion about the definition of intimate partner regarding the enforcement of certain laws. I think it's a broader definition than just cohabitation.
Okay, but anyone involved in this situation would then have to go to federal court, and
that's not true.
The line of questioning
that's not true.
To determine, have you lived together? How long have you lived together? How long have you been in an intimate relationship? All these things that they have to go through a checklist. I think it's something that ought to be addressed in this bill, and that's why I talked to you earlier about the amendment to close the boyfriend loophole.
Thank you, Senator. We did have that discussion. The concern I do think is already addressed with the prohibition of possession, both in federal law and then also current state law.
Yes,
possession.
You're correct.
If you have a Class A assault against a family or household member.
Oh my gosh.
State law prohibits that. There's issues concerning protective orders that prohibit possession of a firearm in state law. And of course, the federal law I mentioned. I think there is actually a multitude of laws that are protective of situations of women.
Oh, dang. Sorry about that.
Or men.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Virginia. I love it out here, man. I love the mountains. I love the trees, the green, able to kind of relax a little bit and chill. My mother was born in Virginia, and when I was younger, I don't remember it, but I lived at Virginia Beach because my dad was in the Navy. But I like Virginia. It's
strongly about this issue.
They're starting to get stupid on guns, though. That's for sure.
Reconsider the amendment later to close the boyfriend loophole.
No. Okay. Let me find out what else has been prepared for me to whine about.
Touch on something else regarding domestic violence. So, survivors of domestic violence are 5 times more likely to be killed by their abuser when the abuser has access to a firearm. However, current Texas law allows those in a dating relationship but convicted of family violence or subject to a restraining order based on family's violence to continue to possess a firearm. Again, we're still I think in a very gray area when it comes to the definition of the relationship and the fact that we still have a loophole in place. It doesn't impact people who are not married. Okay. According to statistics from FBI, calls for domestic violence intervention are the most dangerous calls that are handled by our law enforcement. Based on FBI data, domestic violence interventions resulted in an average of more than 4,000 officer assaults and 6 officer murders per year. Are you aware of those statistics?
I was not specifically aware of the numbers. Obviously, domestic violence is a very common thing, unfortunately, in our day and age. This bill,
my gosh, people.
Nor does it diminish the ability of law enforcement to
enforce and arrest criminals that are assaulting individuals, abusing individuals, nor does it in any way change current laws regarding misuse of a firearm. These are wrong things that should not happen, that are crimes that can be prosecuted. But the bill, again, going back to what it does, is allow the removal of a license requirement to possess a firearm in public.
Again, respect your work on this. Kindly disagree with it, but
of course you do.
I think we're falling
because you're also a
short when
statist.
it comes to the domestic violence issue, and with this gray area of how you define an intimate relationship. I think it begs some clarification. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your questions.
I'm coming to you, Senator Miles, and then Senator Eckhart, Senator Menendez. Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author.
Do you yield, Senator?
I yield, yes.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator.
Senator Schwartzenegger,
Oh gosh, let's see if we get some racial politics in here now.
I believe it was 197 people. Speaking of that, we had a hearing that started in the morning and went till about 7 o'clock at night. I think it was a very respectful hearing. As I mentioned earlier, there's significant feelings, significant opinions and beliefs about gun ownership in our state. And I applaud the witnesses and the senators for their participation. It's the House had to have this later in the evening, I think, when they heard this bill. So I think it was a good chance for all parties to have a discussion.
Well, I'm glad that everybody had a chance to have input, but I'm more to focus. Do you remember on the input from your big city police departments such as Houston, Dallas, Austin?
Hang on. Let me find out where that matters in the Constitution.
The major metropolitan police departments that came and testified.
Nope, can't find it.
As they have with
the major metropolitan.
That's right.
Cities in Texas, police departments testified.
As they have with pretty much every other gun bill that I'm aware of over the years.
Did they indicate to you why they were testifying against the bill?
There are feelings among some law enforcement, not all, but some, that it hinders their ability to do their job and maybe puts them at a higher risk.
I'm sorry, I was a little chatter in the back. I couldn't hear you. Did you say it hinders their ability to do their job? Is that what I heard you say?
That is their opinion, yes.
That is their opinion? Mm-hmm. These are people who are professional police officers that deal with crime.
Some professional police officers.
I would note, Senator, these are the
trained law
officers of those our government relations individuals for those police departments. There are differing feelings regarding individuals in the Sheriff's Association and sheriffs that came and testified, as well as individuals that represent the union that are the rank and file police officers. So I would not say it's a unanimity of opinion of law enforcement.
Amen.
I believe there is always concern when we're dealing with firearm laws, and they are active, obviously.
I'm glad they did this bill first. Look at this. We're about to go on to 4 hours.
I don't think there was not unanimity. There was support of provisions and the idea of restoration of constitutional rights and respect to those rights. The concern is how to balance that in today's society and their respective jurisdictions.
Okay, well, I'm going to agree with you that there probably wasn't any unanimity as you described, but I want to go back to the major cities who deal with having to de-arm, who have to know if an individual has a firearm on them or not. that have to protect our communities. You know, organizations like the Texas Police Chiefs Association, who testified not in support of this bill. The Texas Association of Police Chiefs said no to this bill.
Yeah, and you know what? I've had at least 2 police chiefs that contacted me and let me know that they refused to participate in the rally because they disagreed with it. Out of how many police chiefs in the state, there were only about a dozen that showed up to protest, and they were all from the big cities, just about.
The other agencies, the sheriff's departments, and things, because I'm going to give you that.
But a lot of police chiefs don't support that.
I'd also add that CLEAT was, I think, on the bill. They were not opposed to it. Combined Law Enforcement Agency of Texas.
Good old CLEAT. We can always count on them.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know, sometimes we can write bills and they sound good on paper.
Come on, let's have.
It gets time to.
Where's the race baiting?
Back to our districts, depending on what districts we live in. They don't have the same effect that we think that they, you know, the way they were written and the purpose for what they were written. There may be different in your area where you live in, if I could ask respectfully.
Williamson County,
Williams County. You know, something that works in Williams County, then we write a bill.
Williams County, dude, this guy doesn't even know Texas counties.
Also, some of the big cities. We always get into a debate, Senator Perry, about the difference between rural areas of Texas and urban areas of Texas.
Oh, I didn't realize our rights are different based on where you live.
Is trying to provide right laws that will protect the entire state of Texas. Positively.
That's what this law does. That's what this law does. That's what this law does.
Yes, sir. That's our job. Well, before I even go into, you know, how this bill, how I think as a former police officer.
Oh, that's why. Now we see the problem.
I just want to break the bill down in a few areas with you to make sure for clarification before I start talking about that. Okay, is that all right?
Yes, sir.
So, HB 1927, it will allow people to openly carry a gun into police headquarters.
Like they can
lose the police department's discretion.
Like they can do right now.
Limit this access or this action. Am I correct?
The bill currently places weapons are prohibited. I don't believe it's on that list. It does not expand or deal with places weapons are prohibited. Regarding how exactly police departments handle when a person carrying an LTC comes into a police station, or in this case would be carrying permitless. The bill does speak to where they would have to provide that individual access to a gun locker or other secure area before they go to restricted areas within the department.
So the answer to my question is yes, they can take them into a police department.
Just like they can now, you moron.
Police department's discretion. We've removed basically the police department's discretion.
No, we haven't removed anything.
Long guns and LTC handgun holders right now, they are able to go to a police station and enter it, carrying their weapon. And then is, I believe, the department's rules and regulations about how it's handled within the department. But police departments are not part of Penal Code 46.03, which are places weapons are prohibited. They have to be holstered, of course, yes. They can't go in. If you have a gun out, obviously that is a threatening position of a firearm and is immediately, you're immediately subject to obviously arrest and removal of that handgun from your hand.
So the gun can be holstered and concealed. Is my concern is
it would have to be holstered or may be concealed. Yes,
it may be concealed.
Yes, sir.
And did you ask the opinion of police officers? I'm debating both of them. Did you ask the opinion of? Did y'all ask the opinion of police officers about how they felt
Who cares?
About having these guns?
No, because we don't care. No, because we don't care.
Brought about to even give them.
No.
Specifically, I did not ask them that question as to whether or not having their guns and how it is currently with long guns and LTC holders that
long guns. Would you agree with me that long guns, we can see those when you're carrying them? They're called long guns, so you can, they're kind of open and obvious.
Right, but you can carry now in an open manner or in a concealed manner. This bill would allow the permitless carry in an open manner or a concealed manner a handgun, yes, in a holster, of course.
A holster is only required for open carry.
When you're in public, do you think to yourself, or when you're out with your family, do you wonder or worry about if somebody standing next to you or somebody in a restaurant next to you is carrying a firearm or not?
No. No.
Generally, when I see an individual carrying a firearm, I'm actually reassured that I have great protection in that immediate region because of that.
But what if you can't see the firearm? Do you get worried?
In some ways, that's even better.
That's even better?
If they're carrying in a concealed manner and an offense occurs, then the open carry maybe discourages certain actions. Concealed carry might actually save your life.
Concealed carry might. What if you're standing next to a non-law-abiding citizen, like the exchange that you and Senator Whitmire had, and you know this guy's not a law-abiding citizen, but he's standing next to your wife and your kids, and you're at a function. Does it come across your mind anytime?
Why would I presume a person's not law-abiding if I don't see them breaking the law?
Well,
yeah, nice.
We couldn't determine what the law-abiding person was in an exchange that you and.
Well, if he's not hurting anybody, who cares?
In the aspect of the bill, law-abiding is used to be consistent with the ability to possess a firearm and therefore be able to carry in a permitless manner.
I'm going to get a little personal. Do you consider me law-abiding?
Yes, sir. I do. Yes, sir.
Does it worry or bother you that, because your office is next door to my office, does it worry or bother you if there's a firearm in my office or not? Or like when your wife
there's one in mine?
Or like when your wife comes out and we greet each other and hug, do you worry about the fact that Boris may be carrying a firearm?
I have no concern about Sarah Miles, you carrying a firearm.
You never worried about that?
No.
Here comes the race baiting, guys. Here comes the race baiting.
Sarah Huffman mentioned we're happy you do. And there's absolutely no kidding aside, the carrying of a firearm.
Here comes the race baiting.
Defensive weapon by individuals in society, in my opinion, is something to allow to the greatest extent possible, and to be reassured by. I think it is.
Hey guys, don't forget to like and share this video. It's
does have criminals, as we've seen.
Hit that super chat if you can, if you thought about it.
And there's a whole
support Open Carry Texas with that super chat there. All super chats get put up on the screen.
No, sir.
And I ask that if someone does make a donation, you follow that person's channel.
I feel safer knowing if a person has gone through, because there's one thing to have a gun, and there's another thing to know how to use a gun.
Do you realize that there are still people carrying that don't have a license and they're carrying illegally?
People walking around with guns that actually know how to use those guns. And that's a fear.
Senator, your right to possess a firearm, I think, has a commensurate responsibility on the part of that citizen to avail themselves of proper training, proper gun ownership. But in the end, when we're exercising various rights, do we need various regulatory barriers to exercise those? That can be a prescriptive litany of X, Y, Z. What is the minimum regulation? And I, obviously I'm a small government, low regulation, and believe that in general, the trust of the citizenry should be encouraged and recognized.
There you go, Chris. There's a super sticker for you. Thank you for that $5.
And will avail themselves of proper training, proper gun ownership, regarding their respective weapon they choose to carry.
Make sure you guys go and follow
for
Chris.
Self-defense. And it's just maybe a difference in opinion or thought between individuals about how much we allow citizens and trust. Almost like, I hate to say it, but your children, as they grow up, they receive more responsibility and more trust. And for me, I trust our citizens. I trust our people to do the right thing, which includes firearm training, safe handling of firearms, and instruction of firearms if they are deficient in that.
Well, let me be very clear. As much as I love my people, and I want to say I trust them.
Oh my gosh!
I know that there's going to be people in my community who are going to carry firearms that don't have the training.
Oh my God! You're a racist? Okay. Are you saying you're a racist? You don't trust black people?
They might not be the ones that would go ahead and get an LTC, well, even though they and might be carrying.
Thank you, Thomas, for the $5. I appreciate it.
Without that, so
thank you.
This is again about individuals.
But right now, Senator, they run the risk of violating the crime.
This guy just said he doesn't trust people in his community to carry guns.
They're dangerous.
Who's the real racist here?
Who have committed other crimes, but only been in legal trouble over gun possessions. Your bill allows them to expunge of criminal records solely related to the unlawful possession of a firearm. Wouldn't this make it harder for law enforcement to keep track of those individuals?
No.
Yes, sir.
Because they should have been charged to begin with.
That provision of the.
So you're going to offer an amendment to protect. What's that amendment going to say?
It's going to remove the expungement provision that was added on in the House. So that police and
Red's Dot, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Yes, it's killing me too. The LTC class is not training. It just tells you about the law, but you can learn that on your own.
So your bill also says that private property owners have to give notice to armed Texans to leave their.
Yeah, we're rebuilding our store up. We're trying to create a bunch of new designs and stuff.
Don't you expect the people to be intimidated by somebody they know that's carrying a gun? For instance, just for instance, places like Walmart and Sam's, they tend to hire greeters as you come into stores. And in the community where I live, and I'm proud to say that a lot of those greeters are special ed, or they have some kind of mental or physical handicap. They're the greeters at the doors. So with your bill, we're asking somebody like that, although there's something posted, because I understand that, although there's something posted, but they still have to be asked to remove their firearms.
No, they don't.
So those people are going to be put in a position where people who are just trying to make a living, who are in need, but they're part of our societies too.
Oh my gosh!
They're gonna be intimidated to have to ask an individual to remove their weapon under this bill as I read it. Is that not correct?
No, that's not correct.
Senator, that aspect of the bill is also going to be removed in the amendment. Private businesses can now currently post the 30-6 and 30-7 sign regarding concealed or open carry, fulfill the notice to individuals that it is a business that does not allow the possession of a firearm within that premise. There was an aspect of the bill that would have required not only that notice, but also a verbal or written notification before that was enforceable, or if it was not given, it would be a defense to prosecution. Both of those provisions are removed in an amendment. Therefore, the amendment reinstates the provisions which allow for the current way is handled regarding enforcement of both places weapons are prohibited, as well as private property and criminal trespass on private property.
So we're going to have an amendment that's going to deal with this matter as well. But I thought I heard you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, for places that don't sell firearms. Did I hear that correct?
Huh?
If any sort of private property would fall under the criminal trespass thing, criminal trespass code 30.5, and therefore would be able to post a sign. I do have a signage amendment that allows them to enforce the same way as currently is enforced for LTC carriers regarding notice given and enforcement thereafter.
Okay, so I didn't hear places that don't sell firearms.
That don't sell, yes. They will have the ability to avail themselves of their private property rights to restrict admittance of an individual carrying a firearm.
Okay. But with all that said, you're clear to understand that Walmart and Sam's do sell firearms.
I am clear on that, yes.
Okay. So, Schwartner,
actually, I believe Walmart has stopped selling firearms, but I'm not for sure about that.
Say again?
I thought Walmart stopped selling firearms, but I can't fully recall.
I'm not advised. I'm not advised on that as well. So, Schwartner, would it be possible if this bill becomes law that any criminal will now be able to walk freely with a handgun and a holster with no fears of being arrested, as long as, in the eyes of an officer, they do not reasonably look like a risk? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Senator, you have to be able to possess that firearm to be able to carry it. And as
what is he doing?
Senator Huffman, when there are a large group of individuals.
Okay, we're about to get into the racist crap.
As a federal and state law, and as such would be unable to carry that firearm in a permitless manner in Texas. They would be breaking the law if they were to do so.
Okay. And my last question before I make a statement and let you rest yourself, brother. The bill provides that DPS will collect any relevant information related to the carrying of firearms by a person in this state. Will you commit to undoing this law, if a violent crime rate starts to increase? So if we pass this bill and we start seeing a surge in a hot summer that we're anticipating having, with all the racial issues going on, with all the social injustice going on. So if we start to see a rise in violent crimes, much more than we have now, would you be willing to come back in the 88th legislative session and make adjustments to this bill?
Senator, I'm always willing.
You know what he's saying? He's saying, if we cause enough violence, if my people destroy enough stuff over the next 2 years, would that help us to overcome this? Let me just translate that for him.
It's been remarkably unremarkable in how it affected individuals, as well as crime statistics. I've had individuals testify that it's diminished murder and rape and violent crime.
What if the violent crime has absolutely nothing to do with guns? What if there's an increase in violent crime of butter knives? What if guns have to do with it?
It's not a dramatic change one way or the other from what I can gather at this time from my understanding of that issue.
Well, let me respectfully say that in Houston, Texas, Harris County, and my Harris County colleagues would have to agree with me, we're seeing some of the worst violent crime in the history of Houston and Harris County.
Yeah, guess why? Because you're defunding the police.
That is occurring.
Has nothing to do with guns. And if you're seeing an increase in violent crime, then people deserve to defend themselves.
That are doing violent crime are properly and fully executed to the extent of the law.
Okay, but my question still remains: if we see a spike across the state, because we're already seeing it in Houston, Harris County, and I think Senator West, I think y'all are seeing a spike in crime.
Keep your questions towards the bill author. Keep your questions towards the bill author. Objection.
I think y'all are seeing
Objection. Point of order.
Senator Eckhart.
Point of order.
Senator Eckhart, are you seeing it in Austin? So in the major hubs, the urban hubs,
The liberal hubs. Just say it.
Already experiencing
The liberal hubs.
a spike. And when this bill becomes law, I think it's going to be easy to say it's going to double. I'm not an expert.
Oh, because Texas is so much. Oh my gosh, look, he's falling asleep back there. Look at him. He's falling asleep back there.
I know how it's going to allow more profiling.
Look at him. He's about to fall asleep.
I know how the brothers and sisters and my Latino brothers and Anglo brothers in my community are going to respond. And let me tell you, it's not going to be good. I think what we're doing...
It's going to be the Wild West pimp style.
...is giving them a free license. We're basically saying the Wild Wild West is open.
Pimp style, baby. Wild West pimp style.
And we're going to have major problems. And all I'm asking you, one lawmaker to another lawmaker, is once we see the true effects of this bill, would you be willing to come back the following session and let's work together to turn things around?
Senator, as I said just a second ago, I'm always willing to work with my colleagues, yourself and others on this floor regarding any piece of legislation that's passed that has unintended consequences, including this bill.
Thank you, Senator Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh my gosh, jeez.
Senator Miles, before I come to Senator Eckhart, I just want to remind the members that the motion to suspend is not a debatable motion. There are questions allowed, but please ask your questions of the senator. With that, Senator Eckhart, followed by Senator Menendez, followed by Senator West. Senator Eckhart.
Oh my gosh, jeez, people.
To ask questions of the author.
Damn.
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
4 hours, folks. 4 hours.
I'm going to try and use this newfangled device.
It's called a microphone.
I got one specifically for this discussion today. Can you imagine holding that the entire time?
Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much, Senator Schwartner.
Who's this guy?
And first off, I want to thank you for the amendments I believe that you will be offering in a little bit. One that strikes section 4 and 10. I do believe that the expungement provision is very concerning from a law enforcement perspective. And also your proposed amendment to strike the personal, verbal...
It was a Democrat that brought that.
...exclude a person from a handgun carrier from a private business. I very much appreciate that. I have a few questions, and they really fall roughly into 3 categories. So I will try and be concise. Your bill creates a presumption that a stranger out for a walk with a visible holstered gun is a lawful carrier, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That presumption is enshrined in our Constitution and founding documents.
Absolutely.
Fourth Amendment regarding police when they look at a person like that, regarding illegal search and seizure and what they call a Terry stop, being able to stop someone just because they are carrying a firearm. So when I see someone out for a walk that has a firearm, I don't necessarily think crime or criminal. And oftentimes I'm actually glad to see an individual partaking in their right to keep and bear a firearm.
So I disagree with you in how you framed your answer, but I take your answer to mean that yes, your bill, where we quibble perhaps is whether or not this presumption exists with or without your bill. But your bill definitely at least supports, if not creates, a presumption that a person visibly carrying a handgun that's holstered is a lawful carrier of that gun.
Senator, I certainly presume that.
That's what the Constitution's about.
Citizens need to be trusted. Do we believe people and our fellow man? Or should we assume them guilty until proven innocent?
Exactly.
Yes, I would agree with your question in the affirmative that my presumption would be one of innocence.
As should yours there, Senator.
And we agree that armed does not necessarily mean dangerous. You and I agree on that point. Would you say you agree with that?
Yeah.
I think you just did.
Yes, being armed is not a offensive posture. Carrying a sidearm, a defensive weapon, is a defensive action on the part of that individual.
So how does a police officer tell the difference before your bill and after your bill, since the police officer will no longer have the assurance that the individual is a licensed carrier, having passed a background check and having received training?
They still can't stop and question them even with a license.
A handgun under a permitless carry, or handgun holstered under, and again holstered under LTC, are walking around with an AK-47. A police officer first has to have reasonable suspicion.
Yes.
That individual is performing or engaged in criminal activity before they stop them just because.
Exactly, Chris. Good point.
Whether again it's
exactly
a shotgun.
Are we gonna have to listen to all 31 senators?
Individual, or in this case, an individual carrying in a permitless manner and in a holster. So that's. But as far as how they would go about, there's procedures I can go into them about how police, once they have that suspicion and stop an individual on reasonable cause, what they would do. But
well, let's go into that.
Yeah, let's go into that.
First, I want to state a statistic to make sure we're in agreement with it, that in 2020, out of 2,269, I'm sorry, that's not a total number, 2,269 applications for license to carry were denied. I'm going to try this again. Actually, 926 out of 2,269 applications were denied in 2020 because the individual making the application had a conviction for a felony.
And were they prosecuted?
Not be allowed to carry under this bill.
But we would not have the filter of the license.
Well, you think they're stopping?
Identified those individuals, would we?
Senator, a felon is unable to possess a firearm nor carry a firearm in the state of Texas. This bill changes nothing regarding that.
But as Senator Miles was pointing out, we won't have that filter any longer without the license, correct?
In fact, this bill actually goes a step further. It enhances the penalties for felons caught possessing a firearm and changes them to from a third-degree felony to a second-degree felony with mandatory 5 years, 3G offense, which is a huge deterrent in the eyes of law enforcement when discussing with those stakeholders. So, felons shouldn't carry in Texas after this law is passed.
Only after they're caught. And so let's go to a hypothetical, because I'd really like to explore this with you. I did a little bit of this back in the day. So let's say a stranger is out for a walk today.
She's reading her mom's demand action notes there.
The stranger's out for a walk today with a visible holstered gun on the Capitol grounds as we're debating this bill. The stranger comes through the metal detectors and has a gun, but no license to carry it. Can a police officer refuse him entry into the public portion of this building?
Yes.
If they are performing any disorderly conduct, certainly they can. There are current rules under the regarding the Capitol complex are promulgated with
Doug
and the State Preservation Board and the chairs of administration on either side that govern firearms within the Capitol complex. And so this will have to be addressed regarding permitless carry if this bill were to become law.
I'm asking you about today, though.
Today, they are not allowed to unless they have a license to carry. And if they do, they can carry in an open or concealed manner.
Thanks, Ricky, for the $5.
So can an officer seize a gun from an unlicensed carrier in this hypothetical?
If he's breaking the
If you
law?
don't have a license to carry and are carrying in a public place, then I believe the answer is yes. I believe also a police officer has the ability to seize a gun for whatever reason they believe is appropriate, threatening activity, and appropriate display of the firearm.
Okay, I was gonna say.
So
there has to be a reason.
Passes. Same hypothetical. Person is walking through the metal detector, and the metal detector goes off, and they have a gun, but there's no longer a requirement for a license to carry.
Okay.
Can the officer refuse them entry?
We have not written the rules or regulations regarding the Capitol complex regarding that situation. It will need to be done before September 1st of this year if this law were to pass.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to the next hypothetical, tweaking it slightly.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
say the stranger is out for a walk with a visible holstered gun today. And they walk into the public hallway outside of a city council chamber where the city council is debating police policy. Can a police officer refuse him entry today if that person is not a licensed handgun carrier?
If they're not a licensed handgun carrier, there are places that our weapons are prohibited.
Oh my gosh.
Individual, she would be.
These Democrats make my head hurt.
And so under that scenario, an officer would be able to not only refuse that person entry, but would also be able to seize the weapon, correct?
Who
is this guy?
603 places weapons are prohibited. Entry into an open meeting of a government entity is a third-degree felony. And if they were
Hey, Picture Perfect's got it right. Why do all these people look the same? Societal rejects and degenerates.
That police officer is very much in their right to apprehend that individual.
Okay, now let's take another stupid scenario, and we're gonna do this all day. What about if you're walking down the street and it starts to rain? Can the officer take the gun to keep it from rusting?
Actually have handguns when they are not supposed to because they have a criminal conviction or something else, or they're just violating the law by not having the license and being someplace where they're prohibited, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So after this bill, same hypothetical, person with a visible holstered gun enters the hallway outside of a place where a city council is deliberating. Can the officer prohibit them from entering now?
I don't know if that's within the purview or the physical.
What if while I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, some jelly gets stuck on my gun and I have to use it, but it won't shoot because it's crunchy peanut butter?
Well, I'll tell you, outside the courtroom in the hallway or outside the place of deliberation in the hallway is not a prohibited place. It's a public place.
God.
So if we can just agree on that, then a person who is today, who is not licensed, enter that public place?
Not licensed, no.
But after this bill, could a person enter that place?
No.
Yes, that's the whole purpose of a permitless carry in common areas. We have
what?
Penal Codes 4603.
I don't think he understood the question.
List of places that weapons are prohibited. There's, as you educated myself on, there's definitions of those locations. And if they are outside those prohibited locations, they can avail themselves of their Second Amendment right to carry and their state statutory right, if this bill
okay,
to carry.
But what if the guy is 6 feet tall and he's carrying a gun and there's a 4-foot tall person and the gun is right in their face? Is that okay?
I agree completely with that, yes.
And I do too, of course. Let's say the stranger is out for a walk with a visibly holstered gun in Mary's neighborhood.
Who, what?
So when Mary calls the police officer, Officer Smith shows up. This stranger is just out walking around. So he's going to have to tell Mary that the stranger isn't doing anything criminal.
Exactly.
And until he does something criminal or violent or mentally unhinged, there's no reason to stop the stranger to investigate, right?
Exactly. Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
As consistent with current law with long guns are individuals carrying with an LTC, that would be correct, yes.
And that's whether your bill becomes law or not, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
An individual can walk around with an AK-47 in a neighborhood they want, as long as they are not doing so holding that rifle or anything, or in a threatening manner, or violating any other law.
Mm-hmm. So Officer Smith, I'm just going to call him Officer Smith, he could check the stranger's criminal history, but he won't even know what this person's name is because he doesn't have any reasonable suspicion to stop him, right?
Police officer can always engage a citizen and discuss things with that citizen. It is not the obligation of the citizen to answer until that individual is under apprehension.
So he can't encumber this person. He could just engage in conversation, though.
They certainly can and often do, and I think that is good policing.
So maybe the stranger bought the gun from a licensed dealer, so there would have been a background check. But an estimated 22% of U.S. gun owners acquired their most recent firearm without a background check. Do you think that the stranger is going to divulge?
That's an estimate.
That,
moron.
Officer?
I have no idea, Senator.
Your bill does nothing to close that loophole where about 22%, and that's an estimate, of recent gun purchases were made without a criminal background check.
This bill does not address purchasing of a firearm or gun shows, gun loopholes, or any other aspect of gun purchasing. This is a bill, again, as I've stated probably 100 times now, about the removal of a statutory, what I would call somewhat artificial barrier to availing an individual of their constitutional right and trying to equalize it with their current right in Texas to carry a long gun.
But your bill does require DPS to keep some statistics, which I'm really happy about.
That was an amendment added on the House floor that I thought had merit and should be further evaluated to know how this bill acts and is fulfilled in Texas.
And the stranger in our hypothetical,
jeez, my gosh, woman,
to have a handgun license even after your bill passes, and thereby avail himself of a background check and some training. Correct?
Yes, we're not getting rid of this bill of the LTC. People can still get an LTC. And is encouraging of purchasing a firearm. I believe they have an expedited process if they have an LTC.
So you do have a provision in your bill to have DPS track this. The number of, I think it's reasonable to be concerned that there may be a drop off in individuals who are availing themselves of the license. And so your bill requires that to be tracked. Yes?
Yes, it does.
And I'm very happy about that. If there's a drop,
I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy.
Do you have any concern that that's because there's a lot of people who are now able to able to carry a gun without any filter on their background?
Nope. No concerns.
People obtain a license or don't obtain a license for a variety of reasons. One is reciprocity, that's probably the largest. The other one is purchase of a firearm. Right now, it is the law that you have to do it. There might be a drop-off. We have not seen that in other states to the extent that might have been imagined at the time that this type of a law went into effect in other states. So I guess, to be quite frank, I don't know whether or not we're going to see an increase in the number of individuals that are licensed to carry in Texas after passage of permitless carry, or whether or not we will see a diminished amount of people that will be getting an LTC after passage of this bill, if so voted on.
Now, I'm pretty sure that you're going to agree with me on this, that it's valuable to know that 926 out of the 2,269 applicants in 2020 were denied a license because they had a criminal history.
And how many of those were charged later?
Don't you agree?
Certainly there are aspects of carrying a handgun that should be aspects in your background that you should not be allowed to carry. The possession prohibition, and you cannot possess federally or state law, you cannot carry. The aspects regarding the LTC that are removed that would allow, I think we've addressed in our amendments to a great extent, especially those that have a history of assault or deadly conduct or terroristic conduct. So that amendment, I think, is an important amendment that we discussed amongst the body at length, and I think it is an appropriate amendment at this time.
I think it is too.
I don't think it is.
Talk with you a little bit later about maybe expanding that portion.
Oh yeah, well,
that's such an important statistic to keep, which DPS already does keep. Another statistic that DPS keeps, DPS currently tracks weapon arrests and reports that, and I'm quoting, firearms were the murder weapon of choice in 80.2% of all Texas murders, and handguns accounted for 85.8% of the weapons. Those are important statistics, aren't they?
Wait a minute, handguns?
Certainly.
But yet you want to ban rifles?
As a provision of information is important.
And did you know that Texas is above the national average in the percentage of women shot to death by their intimate partners?
I am not. I think that speaks to actually the urgency of this bill regarding
thank you.
Law-abiding citizens to be able to
now women can defend themselves.
Specified amount of time for their own personal.
Exactly.
So let's go to that. I have a little bit of background in this area. I used to do protective orders and family violence. So let's say that Mary, in the hypothetical before, let's say that Mary has a protective order.
Let's just say
that stranger who is, we'll call him Bob. So he's not strange to Mary. Mary knows Bob. So let's say Bob is in Mary's neighborhood.
Okay.
Well outside the 200 yards that the protective order requires him to be away.
But he's got a protective order. How is he doing that?
But he's walking around.
He's violating a protective order?
Visible, holstered gun. So did you know under the current laws, a protective order, when somebody has a protective order against them, it's mandated that their license to carry be revoked?
Yes, I am.
And although it's not mandated by state law that the person forfeit their weapons, it is mandated by federal law that they cannot be in possession of a weapon.
Correct.
It's not state law, that's federal law.
Yes.
Yes, there are very strict laws regarding firearm possession concerning domestic violence issues. So, and protective orders and et cetera. So please continue. And again, those you cannot possess, you cannot carry under this legislation.
So when a judge does order the forfeiture of the weapons, is there currently a law or a state standard for the gun surrender by people who are prohibited from possessing them?
One more time, Senator.
Is there any state standard or procedure mandated for the forfeiture of weapons by an individual under a protective order?
I'm not advised of a specific state standard or mechanism of how that occurs. It's just not something I've had knowledge of.
There's a reason why you don't know. It's because there isn't one. Counties out of the 254 counties in the state of Texas have gun surrender protocols for domestic violence.
Senator, I was not aware of that either.
Yeah, I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter.
Did you know that it's up to the person who's ordered to surrender to admit?
Senator Eckhart, excuse me. Senator Eckhart, excuse me. We still have lots of people to speak. Lots of people have spoken. And if you want to ask hypotheticals, I would say that for another time.
These are not hypotheticals. These are the actual laws of the state of Texas.
You asked a hypothetical when you asked him the question, did he know about a particular order? And he said he was not advised. And you said, that's because there's not any. I consider that a not fair question on your part. And you have a number of people behind you, and I would ask you to stay on the issue of asking questions about the bill, or I would have to ask you to stop asking questions.
Does your bill do anything to alleviate the fact that in a protective order, the person who's ordered to surrender must admit to how many guns and rounds of ammunition they own, or a victim can testify to the weapons in the home and describe them?
Senator, it does not address that specific issue. The awareness of family violence and the importance of protection of prohibiting individuals carrying that have a history of family violence was well aware. And in fact, in one of the amendments, we enhance the penalty structure from a a class A misdemeanor to a third degree felony, if I'm recalling currently after a number of hours. So I think it is a considered issue in the bill, and one that is very important to address, and it's very important to the people on this floor, including myself.
And I do very much appreciate that. You do have some very good amendments. Did you know that in 2020, according to the Texas Office of Court Administration, 26,685 protective orders were issued in the state of Texas, but we could only find a record of 91 guns having been surrendered to law enforcement, according to the only 7 sheriff's offices that maintain such statistics.
Senator, this bill does not address in any way the surrendering of firearms after an individual has a protective order against them.
And yet, 26,685 orders are out there on individuals who are now no longer eligible to be in possession of a gun.
If they're not eligible to be in possession and they carry and they have a history of family violence, they will be subject to an enhanced penalty under this bill.
So if
Mom's Demand Action ain't doing a good job with her.
An unlicensed carry is now lawful, how will a police officer, or what will a police officer need to show in reasonable suspicion that an actor's display was objectively alarming, or that the actor knew his display was objectively likely to alarm, if he doesn't know there's a protective order between...
Oh my gosh, woman.
The aspect of reasonable suspicion has been well delineated.
Yes,
in law.
it is.
I'll quote to you the following. Reasonable suspicion occurs when a police officer has, quote, specific or particular facts that, when combined with rational inferences from those facts, would lead him to reasonably suspect that a person has engaged or is or soon to be engaged in criminal activity.
Oh my gosh.
State Texas Criminal Appeals 2011.
Seriously.
I believe the way reasonable suspicion is currently viewed in Texas, although I might be corrected by my fellow lawyers on the floor.
Senator Eckhart, I would ask you to try to wrap up. We do have, and I'm going to ask that of the other speakers. We've asked a lot of questions for 2 hours, and if there are new questions on the bill, they're more than welcome, they're more than appropriate, but not this continued dialogue. This is not a debatable motion.
So, Senator, Texas Council on Domestic Violence 2018 report states, despite federal and state prohibitions, firearms continue to be used in homicides by abusers who have been deemed too dangerous to own a firearm by a court of law. Laws without enforcement or consequences reinforces offenders' lack of accountability. Additionally, flooding the system with more orders in an environment that systematically fails to enforce them provides a false sense of security. So what do you think will happen now that there isn't even a license to revoke in a protective order?
I think what you read was more about enforcement of individuals violating firearm laws, possession. If you are violating.
Oh my gosh.
Regarding possession, you should be prosecuted, and it is up to the people of various jurisdictions to elect district attorneys and judges that will do so.
Thank you.
Jeez, thank you for ending. Golly, man, that's mom's demand action there.
Clarify something, I believe.
Yes.
Do you have a question for the author?
Yes, if I may have permission.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator.
Porter, Senator Short, I just wanted to, based on Senator Eckhart's questioning with you, if I may, just want to ask you a couple of questions to clarify, just because I think it is important
I appreciate
that the record is clear. I think she, in one of the hypotheticals, indicated that unless, I think it was Mary out walking, but if Officer Smith arrived, that the only, you had an individual with a holstered handgun, that unless he was committing a crime or acting mentally unhinged, I believe were her words, that would be what it would take before the officer could approach the individual. But of course, I think you have since said that reasonable suspicion would be the standard by which the officer would have to make a decision whether or not he could detain the individual. Is that correct?
That is correct. Reasonable suspicion is the standard for which a police officer can stop an individual. That was, I think, a Supreme Court decision, Terry case back in '68, that helped delineate and put in place that standard, and then has been further clarified by what I just read from the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals about how reasonable suspicion is affected in Texas.
And I think there is also a United States Supreme Court, am I correct, Florida v. JL, that states an individual carrying a firearm is sufficient to create that alone reasonable suspicion. But of course, then the police officer, am I correct, takes the reasonable person, prudent person standard and is able to look at all the circumstances surrounding the incident. For example, am I correct that an example would be someone present in an area known for heavy narcotics trafficking who immediately flees the scene, has a holstered weapon? Would that be an example of a situation where the officer, and that's just one of millions of examples, but would that be an example of reasonable suspicion?
I believe so, Senator. There are learned minds and experience on this floor that I do not have. Reasonable suspicion is a well-ingrained now concept and way to handle this. And I believe police have pretty broad jurisdiction when it comes to their efficacy of putting forth and stopping an individual based on reasonable suspicion.
And if a police officer makes that determination that he believes he has reasonable suspicion, he makes that call, or she, then that is something that they will have to attest to or put before a court to lay out the facts that they relied on to make that instantaneous decision of whether or not they believe there was reasonable suspicion to detain. Is that correct?
That is correct. They still have to fall within, I think, the Fourth Amendment provisions against illegal search and seizure in the case of seizure in this case.
And then again, we're talking about detention, and I think you made that distinction very well, but I just want to make it clear. Consensual discussions between police officers and citizens that are engaged in a consensual manner are always permitted.
They are always permitted, and as I said, I think that's the best policing is when an officer can find out the information they know in a friendly manner.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. I know there are many speakers, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. Senator West and then Senator Menendez. Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
And I'm not gonna go back over 50 many things we had, but I'm gonna go back over reasonable suspicion because I disagree with reasonable suspicion being a police officer is in an area where drugs are known to be sold, but people still live in those neighborhoods. Okay. And if you see a person running, whether or not that's reasonable suspicion, because Senator, you know as well as I do, there are many neighborhoods where people live in those neighborhoods, not by choice, but they live there. And there's a history in jurisprudence, case law, where people standing on a corner that happen to be African American or Latino, where police officers and said that that's reasonable suspicion. Do you agree that that's reasonable suspicion just because they're on a street corner?
Senator, reasonable suspicion to me means that they got to stop in plain language. And again, I'm an orthopedic surgeon.
Oh gosh, here we go. Sorry guys, I'm back.
Aspects that have been vetted with judicial cases over a number of years, but reasonable suspicion to me is that a police officer needs to have another reason to stop an individual other than the fact they are carrying a weapon.
Yes, exactly.
So, all right. So then, if someone is violating a traffic law, that's reasonable suspicion.
Well, yeah, that is, of course.
It is a crime to violate a traffic law, is it not? But again, this bill is not about reasonable suspicion. We can go into it in depth as your discretion.
And we're not, because we've had a long discussion about it. But again, I'm just saying some of the things that are traps in this bill that as Senator Miles was talking.
There are no traps.
An increase in ethnic minorities being prosecuted or further stopped by police officers as it relates to this particular bill, and that's just a fact. I mean, and some members may get up. I'll talk about that later on, though. But the fact is I know that's going to happen. Okay, and
you said that during the open carry.
I want to go back to a question that was asked by Senator Blanco,
and it hasn't happened
concerning the issues of gang members. It's on page 2. Well, it's in section. I don't know what it's 7101. What would an officer have to show before being able to sit up and say that they stopped a person because they're in a gang?
Well, you wouldn't stop a person because they're in a gang.
Reasonable suspicion to stop an individual. They can't do it just on profiling.
Okay, let's stop right there. And I agree with you, because a person may have on similar clothes. That's not a reason to stop a person, correct?
What are we debating this for?
Standing on the street corner, 2 or 3 of them have on the same clothes. That's not a reason to stop a person.
What are we debating this for?
I would agree. I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. So that is my interpretation.
But you're the author of it. You're the author of the bill.
I am, but again, this doesn't address reasonable. This bill is not about reasonable suspicion.
Well, I'm just
continue down this road, though.
And I'm talking about the gang member portion of the bill now, 7101.
Well, then how does it work now?
That's what I'm talking about, not reasonable suspicion.
West, how does it work right now? It's already in the law. It's in 4602.
And so you're saying that a person would have to be a gang member, a known gang member, before officer would be able to stop that.
What did she just hand him?
Right.
No, Senator. The provision of that bill has to do with.
All it does is bring it in line.
Of the same provision regarding.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a database of gang members currently compiled by DPS. Do we agree on that, Senator? So we can have a more learned discussion. I believe that is the genesis and the reason for it in this bill, that we have that provision in the bill.
So you're saying if a person's in the database and a police officer sees them, whether they're doing anything or not, they have a right to stop them? And
yeah, because that's probable cause.
They have a gun?
Because that's probable cause.
And I know about this because I worked on it.
Because there's a law against it.
And so if the person's in the DPS database, they can be stopped by a police officer.
It has to do with possession of the gun and be able to carry.
Hey, baby, my wife is here. Wait.
They are
Thank you for the $5, honey.
Delineated in the database.
Okay, let's stay right.
That's my girl right there.
So the police
it's my woman.
have to see the gun on the gang member before they.
I miss her.
Stop them. The gang member would have to be in possession of the weapon, right?
Senator, I do not know if they are in the database, whether or not they are prohibited from carrying or actually.
Thank you for the $5.
So it's obviously two different things. And so the delineation of that might be important in our discussion.
Okay, well, let's just say possession.
Oh my gosh, this is giving me a headache.
The bill says.
What page are you on, sir?
And see, I don't have it's in, let me tell you, it's in section 24 of your bill.
Section 24.
Section 24.
All right.
And I don't know what.
Here we are. A person who's a member of a criminal street gang, as defined by 7101.
A member of a criminal street gang.
He's going to read it.
As defined in 7101, commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on about his or her person a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft.
Yes.
And so I guess the question becomes, just because a person may be in the database, does that give officers...
Hey, Freedom Fighter, Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you, sir, for the ma'am, for the $5. Appreciate it.
Carrying a handgun.
Yeah, the response to this question is, well, how do we do that now? It's already the law.
Again, this is, I believe, already current law.
Yes,
LTC.
it's current law.
This provision simply states...
These guys are just eating up time for no reason whatsoever.
Street gang, as defined in section 7101, commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on or about his person a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft.
Okay, and I think
4602.
That's exactly what it says. What I'm trying to make certain of is, just because, see, this is what me have to have it in the car.
Oh yeah.
That's what. That's
what hooroo.
Right.
Yes, or a watercraft.
Proud of you, boy. I don't have my hat with me right now. It's somewhere else.
It's a fair statement that law enforcement agencies representing rural and suburban communities are for this bill, but urban area law enforcement agencies.
But I do have my coin.
I would disagree with that in totality. The sheriff from Tarrant County, as we heard, is an urban area, and he is for this bill. Tyler, Texas, has 250,000 people. He is for this bill. That sheriff. There are, I think, a large number of sheriffs that are for this bill. The Houston Police Officer Association is neutral on this bill. They are neither for or against it.
They can't run out the clock, though. They won't be able to.
Neutral, which means they're neither for or against this bill.
Hey, congrats, brother. No, he didn't tell. Well, he might have. I don't know.
I do not know. I'm not advised.
Is Dallas County for this bill?
We heard testimony from members of the Dallas Municipal Police that they were opposed to this bill.
Okay. Is Harris County for this bill?
Who cares?
Harris County, sure.
We had individuals from Harris County, from Houston Police, that were against the bill, and we had the Houston Police Officers Union testify neutral on the bill.
They're neutral? Okay. All right.
Who cares?
What provisions of this bill?
Who cares?
The job of law enforcement officers safe.
All of it.
What provisions? You don't have to list all of them. Can you name any of the provisions in this particular bill?
Yeah, all of it.
The job of being a law enforcement agent.
Oh, is that what every law now has to do? Every law that we pass has to make a law enforcement officer's job safer? That's stupid.
Regarding felons carrying or individuals committed of a domestic violence crime, those enhancement penalties are in the bill for individuals carrying in a permitless manner after this bill. It would become.
It's amazing. It's amazing how Democrats suddenly care about law enforcement.
My belief, as the author of the bill, is that individuals carrying that are lawful, doing so in self-defense, make our society safer, and as such, make our community safer and help law enforcement in general. That is, I think, the true answer to your question. If you want particulars, that I answered the first one, but in generality, law-abiding citizens carrying, to me, equals greater safety.
For law enforcement, that will make a law enforcement officer's job safer. With law enforcement, you had the discussion. We had a discussion about how do you determine someone that's a good citizen and a bad citizen. How would officers be able to make those determinations? Let me back up. I apologize. Right now, an officer's antenna has to be up on traffic stops and when approaching persons. Would you not agree with that?
I agree. Officers are in dangerous situations at all times.
Yeah, liberals are just attacking them left and right.
And they are trained to assess and react in a quick manner. And we applaud them for that. And we acknowledge the difficulty of their job.
Aren't we making this more difficult now for them, though?
No.
I mean, if they don't have to, if they're, as they approach.
Good answer. No. The answer is no.
Make a determination as to whether or not, if this bill passes, and probably will. If they now have to make a determination as to whether or not that person is actually carrying a concealed weapon.
Dang.
They need to make a determination. Senator West, let's not debate the bill here. Let's ask questions. You're debating an issue with them.
I thought it was. Okay, yes. All right. So what provisions in the bill would should make them feel safer?
Overall enhancement of certain penalty structures for crimes, in addition to the overall increase, hopefully, that this bill will engender of those carrying in self-defense and in such promoting the overall safety of society.
You would agree with me that they're going to have to make that type of determination on a case-by-case decision.
Just like they do right now.
They always have to make determinations on a case-by-case decision. That is what they're trained to do, and I think it is.
Shortner, you're a soldier, man. You're a soldier putting up with this crap.
Cops, police officers.
This is probably why I'll never get elected, because I just shut this down immediately.
They arrive on there, and they are, to their credit, able to delineate who the bad guy is. I guess you can start with if you have a firearm and it's pointed at you, right? But they have a pretty good feel for individuals that are committing a crime versus those that are assisting in their own self-defense by carrying a sidearm.
And one other question, and I think you've already addressed this.
Well, then shut up.
As it relates to property owners and being able to put up to 30.5 signs, you were taking that provision out of the bill? The changes that you made to that, you're taking that out of your bill, is that correct?
They are able to put up a sign to...
Gene, thank you, sir. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that.
The prohibition of carrying of a...
And you are so right. Police have no duty to protect.
And that allows... And I'm putting into the bill the same allowance of private property owners to restrict access to individuals carrying a handgun on their premise.
Okay.
Or actually, I believe it's any firearm. I believe is 30-06.
Okay, but there was a provision in your bill also that talked about a $200 fine for anyone that went on to premises where you had those 30-5 signs.
Yeah, if they were put up.
Last session.
Yes.
Essentially, a
30-5 is just the standard trespassing statute.
In situations like this, in which you.
It's just the standard trespassing. And then you've got 30-6, which is trespass with a concealed handgun, and 30-7, which is trespass with an open carry handgun.
Misdemeanor. If you do not vacate, it actually raises to a Class A misdemeanor. That same provision regarding the way the penalty is assessed and the allowance to vacate.
No, that's just Ricky, those signs at Walmart are the TABC signs, the blue signs.
Members, we're going to take a 15-minute break right now. So it's 3:05. If you could be back on the floor at 3:20. Also, I have 3 members who still have buttons lit. Senator Menendez, Senator Campbell, Senator Betancourt. There will be no additional buttons. They will be the last 3. They've been on the board for quite a while. Thank you. Come back at 3:20.
Oh, good. So 3 people at max.
Senate stands at ease until 3:20.
All right. So we got a 15-minute break here. 15-minute break. Let's see. What are we going to fill that 15 minutes with? Let's find something fun here. Here we go. I know what we can fill that with. Watch this. We're gonna fill that with some education. That's what we're gonna fill it with. That's what we're gonna fill it with. This 15 minutes, we're gonna fill it with some education. Education. Maybe. If I can get this to work. Of course, my all right, let's do that there. Let's do this here. Come on. Come on. Man, one of these days, one of these days in my life, I am going to have great internet. I don't know when. I don't know where. But one day in my life, I'm going to have good internet. And I can't wait. I can't wait. All right. I'm going to play an educational video while we're waiting for them to reconvene here. Here we go. Where you at? Where's my button? There it is.
Thing you say may be used against you in a court. I don't have to say it will be. I say it may be. Okay, and they get that. You have a right to an attorney, and if you can't afford
what's going on? Here we go.
one may be appointed.
There we go. This is a good video.
America. God bless the Bill of Rights and thank God for the Fifth Amendment. I'm not ashamed to say I'm proud of the Fifth Amendment, and I'm proud to admit on camera and on the internet that I will never talk to any police officer under any circumstances, with all due respect, sir. I'm doing something really extraordinary here today, something you'll almost never see another law professor do as long as you live. I'm really putting myself on the spot here.
I missed the $20 donation. I'm sorry.
Half of my time, approximately. I'm giving equal time, and for the last
Top Horse Solutions, thank you for the $20 donation.
I'm talking about, so I'm opening myself up to the possibility.
Appreciate that.
I was a criminal defense attorney when I was in private practice, so I want to make sure, in fairness to you, if I'm misleading you or giving you a slanted or one-sided presentation, you'll be able to get the last word from somebody else. I'm sure he'll have a lot to teach all of us, including myself. The Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution provides no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness.
And don't worry, I'm watching the other.
This unfortunate amendment has gotten a bad rap in recent times.
Making sure when they get back in session.
Unnecessarily through, as you may have heard, the headlines. Let me read you something that was taken out of the newspaper this morning, and I want you to listen to it closely. And I'm giving you a heads up. I'm warning you in advance, which is not fair to you. Not fair to me, but I'm giving you a warning that I'll be quizzing you on this in just a few minutes. This will test your aptitude for legal study and legal practice. Listen closely, it won't take long. Last night, agents of the Norfolk Police Department found 3 victims of an apparent murder dead in an apartment in the East Ocean View area. The apparent victims of a gangland-style slaying, and possibly the victims of gang-related violence. The police are investigating this as a possible murder and suicide, but right now suspect that the 3 were all killed by the same individual. No suspects have yet been identified in the slaying, but veteran police detective George Brook has confirmed the police are following up on evidence pointing to the possible involvement of an off-duty naval officer as the perpetrator. The bodies, which were found by the apartment manager at about 8 o'clock in the morning, appear to have been slain sometime earlier in the same evening, probably sometime between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning. That's it. Those are all the facts I'll ask you to remember, and it won't be for very long either. Let's see how well you do. I'll be quizzing you in just a few minutes. Now, here's the easiest question you'll ever get from a client in all the days of your life. Question: hey, the police are here. They want to talk to me. What should I do? Well, I could give you my answer to that question in case you haven't already guessed it. But why don't we go to a real expert, Justice Robert Jackson.
So here's
a prosecutor's prosecutor.
Sorry, he's talking to a law student or a law school class. So he's talking to future attorneys. I actually brought him to our school where I go to law school and had him talk to my class as well and to my school about this, and he was very well received.
Like me, he began his private practice in Buffalo, New York, years before I did, and after that he served as general counsel for the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the U.S. Department of Treasury, the Security and Exchange Commission, Assistant U.S. Attorney General for the Tax Division, later the Solicitor General and the Attorney General of the United States, and then the Chief U.S. Prosecutor for the Nuremberg trials. That's an impressive resume. Years later, when he was a justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Jackson stated, quote, any lawyer worth his salt, today we would say his or her, will tell the suspect, his client, in no uncertain terms to make no statement to the police under any circumstances. There's the title of my talk. I'm here to explain to you the surprising and somewhat counterintuitive and admittedly unlikely reasons why Justice Jackson was right. I'm reminded of this because I'm amazed. We're all amazed by the frequency with which we see newspaper articles coming out all the time from people who really ought to know better, who say, well, I'll talk to the police. I mean, after all, I'm a senator. I'm O.J. Simpson. I'm an experienced, highly polished individual.
Yes, there will be a vote today.
Even criminal defense attorneys. There was a local news story here in the Virginia Pilot just a couple of months ago about an experienced criminal defense lawyer who ended up getting convicted of criminal assault because he talked to the police. He was accused of having assaulted another attorney in the hallway. There were no other witnesses to this. A woman said that he grabbed her by the throat during an argument over a case. He denied it. At trial, it was his word against hers. He said, I did not even touch her. But unfortunately for him, when the police had approached him earlier and said, would you be willing to answer some questions? He said, sure, why not? I'm an attorney. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I'm savvy. I'm sophisticated. I've got oratorical prowess. I'm accustomed to dealing with the police, by all means. And then there was a conversation that was not recorded. When the case went to trial, it was no longer his word against hers, because when he testified at trial, I never touched her. The officer took to the stand and testified, well, when I met with him, he said he did put his hand on her throat, but just as a joke. Then he had to take the stand again and say, that's not true. I never said that. I never admitted to you that now it's his word against two people. Who's telling the truth? We'll never know for sure, but he was found guilty.
All right, Zafarias, we'll do, man.
Now, here's part of the problem. The heart of the problem, as Justice Breyer on the U.S. Supreme Court explained in 1998, is, quote, the complexity of modern federal criminal law codified in several thousand sections of the United States Code and the virtually infinite variety of factual circumstances that might trigger an investigation into a possible violation of the law make it difficult for anyone to know in advance just when a particular set of statements might later appear to a prosecutor to be relevant to some investigation. One expert on criminal law recently noted that estimates of the current size of the body of federal criminal law vary, although it has been reported that the Congressional Research Service can no longer even count the current number of federal crimes. That's right, even the federal government has lost count. These laws are scattered over all 50 pages of the U.S. Code, encompassing roughly 27,000 pages. Worse yet, these statutes often incorporate by reference to the provisions of administrative regulations. Estimates of how many such regulations exist are even less well settled, although the ABA thinks there may be nearly 10,000. Here's one of those 10,000 federal criminal statutes on the book that you probably never heard about. It's called the Lacey Act. 16 U.S.C. Section 3370 says it's a federal offense for any person to import, export, transport, sell, receive, acquire, or purchase any fish or wildlife or plant taken, possessed, transported, or sold in the violation of any law, treaty, or regulation of the United States, or any Indian tribal law, or any state, or any foreign law. People have been convicted in federal court for violating this statute because they brought back a bony fish from Honduras, not knowing that Honduran law, not American, but Honduran law, forbade the possession of the bony fish. People have been convicted under the list law because they were found in possession of what's called a short lobster, a lobster that's under a certain size. Some states forbid you from possessing a lobster if he's under a certain length. It doesn't matter if he's dead or alive. It doesn't matter if you killed it or if he died of natural causes. It doesn't even matter if you acted in self-defense. Did you know that? Did you know it could be a federal offense to be in possession of a lobster? Admit it. Raise your hand if you did not know that. There's the problem. And that's only one of 10,000.
There it is right now. Just taking a 15-minute break. So they should be back here in about 10 minutes. Or no, 6 minutes. Excuse me, 6 minutes.
Different ways of convicting us. Good for you, but with the bitter comes to the sweet, with the good comes to the bad. That's 10,000 different ways my client might unknowingly implicate himself in something.
We'll be back in 6 minutes.
And I decided to give this talk.
I've got the other screen open, so I'm monitoring.
A regional law school graduate who may be watching this online. We're putting it on the internet. And he told me, hey, I've been approached by the Internal Revenue Service. They want to ask me a couple of questions. They ask if I would be willing to. But they say that I'm not a suspect. And I know in my heart I don't think I've done anything wrong in violation of the Internal Revenue Service provisions. Lord have mercy. There's no man on earth, there's no woman in this country who can honestly say with complete confidence, I know I've never violated any provision of the Internal Revenue Code. He said, but they say I'm not a suspect and I know I've done nothing wrong. It's okay if I talk to him? I said, no, you tell them you will not talk to them without immunity. I explained to him why that was true, and he never heard from them again. Okay, why you should never talk to the police. Let me just spell it out for you. Let me make it plain to all of you. These are the top 10 reasons. I should really lie to you. I don't really have 10. I don't have time for 10, but I've got time for 8, and that'll be close enough. Number 1, and this really ought to be good enough. Contrary to what you laymen instinctively and naturally suppose, it cannot help. There is no way it can help you. Plenty of folks think that it can, and they're always wrong. You cannot talk your way out of getting arrested. Officer Brook, you've interviewed thousands of criminal suspects. Have you ever, how many times in your experience, have you approached someone, asked if you could ask them some questions because prior to the interview you had some evidence pointing to his possible guilt? And because of the extraordinary persuasiveness and eloquence with which he articulated his innocence, you said, oh, sorry, never mind. Bad call, my bad, I won't. And he talked you out of arresting him. Never.
Never. It never happens. I've often asked other criminal defense attorneys, in all of your experience, have you ever once had a case where you looked back in hindsight and said, thank God my client talked to the police? They laugh at me. They laugh at me. They say, you've got to be kidding me. You cannot help you. You can't talk your way out of getting arrested. And contrary to what you might suppose if you never studied the rules of evidence, what you tell the police, even if it's exculpatory, cannot be used to help you at trial. Because it's what we call hearsay. Under the rules of evidence, specifically Rule 801 D2A, if you want to look it up, everything you tell the police, as the saying goes, can and will be used against you, but it cannot be used for you. From time to time, I've known attorneys who tried to call to the stand a police officer and say, officer, would you tell the jury what my client told you because what my client told him was actually good for my case? If you tried that at trial, the prosecutor will object to that as hearsay, and the judge will agree. The police will not be allowed, at your request, to tell the jury what your client told him, no matter how good it may be for your case. It cannot help. And that ought to be good enough reason. That ought to be reason enough to keep your mouth shut. But if you're not persuaded, let me go talk about a couple of others. Number two, obviously one of the most obvious. If your client is guilty, as many of them are, but even if he's not, even if he's innocent, he may well admit his guilt with no benefit in return. Now, of course, many of you are thinking to yourself, well, what's so wrong about that? I mean, shouldn't guilty people be confessing? Confession's good for the soul. It's good for law enforcement. It's good for the prisons. Yes, sure. All those things are true. And like the rest of you, if I or anyone close to me is ever the victim of some sort of a serious crime, I hope they get the right guy. I hope they convict him. I hope they put him away. We all feel that way. Hey, but what's the rush, friends? You don't got to admit your guilt the first time they come by to meet with you. In federal court, 86% of all defendants plead guilty at some point before trial. If your client is guilty and really ought to punish and really ought to have go through some sort of a cleansing act of contrition and fess up and admit his guilt, there'll be plenty of time to do that. They almost always do. No need to rush. No need to tell the police something. Wait and see if perhaps your client can work out some sort of an arrangement where maybe he'll make some sort of compensation to the alleged victim, or maybe he'll be able to get some sort of a discount in his sentence. And he'll be treated fairly then, like everybody else who had the benefit of a good lawyer who said, please do not talk to the police. And don't forget, by the way, even if your client only admits things that the police already knew, you might think, well, what harm can it do? He says he wants to talk to the police. All he wants to do is admit that he was there, but the cops know that he was there. All right, go ahead and tell him. Well, how can it hurt? It might hurt if the police officer becomes transferred to Minnesota, or deceased, or injured, or comatose, or cannot be located by the time of trial. The case will be dismissed if there's no confession. But if your client admits to things, that confession is freely admissible against him, and it can be a basis for getting him convicted all by himself. Senator Larry Craig can explain all of this to you. The Innocence Project of the United States has confirmed that in more than 25% of all the cases where an innocent man was convicted and then later released from prison after he was exonerated by DNA evidence, in more than a quarter of those cases, these innocent people we know to be innocent, made incriminating statements, delivered outright confessions, or pled guilty. How do they do that? He'll tell us all about it, I trust. Here's a couple of famous examples. You can just ask them. You don't have to take my word for it. There on the left was Eddie Joe Lloyd. He was convicted in 1984 of the murder of a 16-year-old girl in Detroit after he wrote to police with suggestions on how to solve various recent crimes. During several interviews, police fed details of the crime to Mr. Lloyd, who was mentally ill, and they lied to him and convinced this mentally ill man that by confessing, he might help them smoke out the real killer. He later signed a confession, gave a tape-recorded statement. The jury delivered it in less than 1 hour before convicting him on the basis of this confession. There was no other substantial evidence against him. The judge said, I'd hang you if I could, but the death penalty was not available in Michigan at the time.
And by the way, he got convicted 3 times because they had to go back to trial 3 times because the appellate courts kept kicking this case back. And so they'd get him to confess a different way. And then that would have been coerced. And so that's a very interesting case.
But after almost 2 decades in prison, he was released after DNA evidence proved that this man was innocent and had falsely confessed to a crime that he did not commit. On the right,
and we got about 2 minutes left, and then we'll be back in session.
Just a few years ago here in Virginia.
While you're here, go ahead and hit that like and share, and
being committed of a rape and a murder that we now
hit that super chat if you could help us out. All money goes to Open Carry Texas.
To be mentally retarded, was able to confess to several crimes at the request of the police, some of which we know he could not have committed. That's the problem. Some of you are thinking to yourself, well, none of this concerns me because I'm not guilty of anything and I never will be and I will never represent people who do. Okay. Let's talk to you people.
Gee, who's been convicted of something and they weren't guilty of it? I don't know. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head.
Innocent folks. Those of you who have never committed a crime and never will, and none of your clients will either. And you wouldn't go out with a girl who did. Fine. You better not talk to the police either, okay? Because number 3, we'll put the guilty behind us. Forget about them. Let's talk about innocent people. Number 3, even if your client is innocent and he denies his guilt and almost entirely tells the truth, odds are good he will easily get carried away and tell some little lie or make some little mistake that will hang him. This is human nature. He gets in there, it's a stressful situation. Imagine a perfectly innocent client. The police say he's been guilty of a murder. He's totally innocent as any one of us. So he goes in there and he meets with the police. He says, I don't know what you're talking about. I was nowhere near there. I didn't kill him. I've never killed anybody. I don't have a gun. I've never had a gun. I've never touched a gun in my life. I was nowhere near Virginia Beach that night. That last line.
Aria solution, yes, it is.
He got into this groove. He started saying all kinds of things. Almost all of you.
It's for the background check in Texas, if it's for a gun, that's all it is. If it's for a license, they do a background check, they do a family law check, and they do a tax records check. So there's actually 3 checks for the LTC.
True that he knew would tend to exculpate himself. Then he got carried away and just said one thing that wasn't true. And unfortunately for him, they can prove that it wasn't true. He may be convicted on that basis alone. But let's say, well, that's not a problem. I'll tell my client only to tell the truth. I've met with him. I know he won't lie to the police. He won't make any mistakes. Okay, that's still no guarantee you won't be getting into trouble. Because even if your client is innocent and only tells the truth and doesn't say anything that is false. Now, already, mind you, we're pretty well.
All right, they're already 2 minutes behind schedule.
The odds of anybody being able to pull this off are really quite slim, no matter how innocent they may be. But just to say, let's pretend. Let's assume he gives the police nothing but the truth, and he is totally innocent. He will always give the police some information that can be used to help convict him. Always. For example, suppose you tell this to the police. Here's what your client tells to the police in his denial of guilt. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill Jones. I don't know who did. I wasn't anywhere near that place. I don't have a gun. I've never owned a gun in my life. I don't even know how to use a gun. Yeah, sure, I never liked the guy, but who did? I wouldn't kill him. I've never hurt anybody in my life, and I would never do such a thing. Let's suppose every word of that is true. 100% of it is true. What will the jury hear at trial? Officer Brook, was there anything about this, your interrogation, your interview with the suspect that made you concerned that he might be the right man? Yes, there was. He confessed to me that he never liked the guy. And then the prosecutor put that up in big letters.
Come to order. Senator Menendez, for what purpose? Thank you, Mr. President. Will the author yield for questions, please?
Yeah.
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator. Thank you, Senator Schwartzenegger. And it's been a long day, so I have gone through my notes to eliminate some of the questions that's been asked, but I want to specifically ask, throughout this debate, I've been receiving questions from home from people watching and listening and saying, well, I just heard, will they be allowed into a police substation or wherever? One of my constituents recently asked, will firearms be allowed either into a child protective services facility, a foster home, or let's say, for example, in your bill, is someone allowed to go in after, and it'd be impossible for anybody to know, after their children were removed from them. And they might be irate, they might be upset, completely understandably upset. Would they be allowed in this legislation to carry a gun into a facility where children had been removed for a reason that they needed to be for their own safety?
Senator, in the Penal Code 4603 places that weapons are prohibited. There's a list of various areas where you're not allowed to carry with an LTC. That same list is applicable to individuals that would be granted the right to carry a handgun for self-defense in a permitless manner. So nothing in this bill changes Penal Code 4603 regarding places prohibited. We can go over each one of those regarding regions. So I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, I think.
But if they're prohibited now, they will be prohibited under this bill regarding places prohibited.
I think we really need to think about the situation, especially with what's going on with our foster care system. Currently, and we're losing capacity in many places. And
he just said it's still banned.
We've had more removals in the last 12 months than we've had in quite some time. That's all. Senator, I need some clarification on section 15 of your bill on page 5, line 48. Many municipalities are asking, are they going to be able to regulate the carrying of a firearm in a public park, a public meeting of a municipality, a county, or other government body?
Nope.
A political rally, a parade,
As you know, in San Antonio, we traditionally, before COVID, we've had Fiesta Week every year, and our parades typically have 250,000 or so people attending. I just can't imagine these huge public gatherings with people drinking and walking around. Would this legislation not allow for any kind of regulation of that? Because there's a concern that things that are not normal, like for us, Fiesta Weeks have a more family-friendly version, if you will, of I guess the closest version for someone like, let's say, New Orleans and Mardi Gras, but during the day, but a lot of eating and drinking, and it's typically in public places, and so that's a question that our municipalities would like to know, whether that bill, your bill on Section 15, is it saying that they can or they cannot regulate?
Section 16, you mean, on page 5?
15, I think it's 15, page 5. It could be 16. Let's look at 5, page 5.
It means that no, they cannot.
Page 5, on line, it's number 6. It's actually Section 15. But it's, as you go down the line, the numbers, it's number 6, regulate the carrying of a gun, air gun, or firearm other than, and then it goes down. So that's news, the changes that have been made. Are you saying that cities can or cannot regulate?
They cannot.
And you're right, it is Section 16.
Yeah, Section 16. The bill sticks to what is current law regarding the regulatory authority of municipalities and firearms. So that's what Section 16 does.
We have preemption.
It maintains, doesn't increase nor decrease municipalities and their regulatory authority over firearms.
Okay. Under current law, you and Senator Alvarado had a brief exchange about the prohibition of a personal property, business, and their private property to prohibit firearms, currently required to post 2 signs, either 30.06 or 30.07. And those, as we know, only apply to license holders. Is your amendment going to require a 3rd sign, or does it currently, I know the bill says that you must confront them and ask them not to come on the premises.
That's going to be removed in an amendment, as we discussed earlier. But yes, there would be a requirement regarding a 3rd sign regarding prohibition of carrying, not just in a concealed manner, open manner, but in this case, with the prohibition of any firearm regarding criminal trespass under 30.5.
Okay. And early in your bill layout, when you started this morning, you said that the purpose of this bill would simply be to remove the license to carry, right? I think that's what I heard you say.
That's the premise of the bill.
Premise
yes.
of the bill.
To remove a state license so that there is greater ease and allowance of citizens carrying in a permitless manner.
In a permitless manner. But isn't it true that in doing so, you also remove the background check that happens when you apply for that license?
No.
Is that not true?
No, it's still there.
That's true, yes.
And
it's still there for applying to the license.
That's not a big deal because they have to apply a background when they purchase the gun. But isn't it true that there are millions of guns already flowing in the system? And so if someone were to want to buy one at a flea market or a gun show, or from a private citizen, they don't have a background check then, do they?
No, sir, they do not.
Okay. So in essence,
this bill does not speak to that issue either. Background checks are required before you can purchase a firearm at a firearms dealer, academy, for instance.
Yeah, he did.
Allowances, prohibitions regarding possession and not being able to carry, misuse of a firearm, transfer or sale, none of those issues are changed by this bill.
I understand what you're saying, but it does actually have larger changes because at the moment that you say you don't have to apply for a license to carry, Then, if you inherit guns, you don't have to have a background check. If you buy them from your buddy, you don't have to have a background check. You don't have to have training. You don't have to take a class. You don't have to take an exam in proficiency.
Same with the
You
rifle.
don't have to take a shooting test.
Just talk about the rifle.
fingerprints. So reality is that the bill would actually rob law enforcement and the citizens of Texas, knowing that someone with that holstered gun currently, that we assume has a license to carry, is proficient in the use of that gun and has had a background check.
False.
I believe citizens, when exercising their Second Amendment rights, will become proficient in their utilization of firearms. This is not novel. As you know, as we all know, the requirement of a license, which would include a background check if it was consistent and similar to what is required for a handgun, is not necessary for a long gun.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you can buy a long gun, including semi-automatic rifles, with a background check, and that is still in place for handguns as well when you buy a handgun at a licensed dealer.
Correct.
So this bill, again, allows for the possession, not just possession, for those that possess, but to carry in a without a permit. And that's the whole purpose of the bill, the belief that citizens, when exercising those rights, will do so in a manner that is responsible and will, as we have seen in other states, obtain that training, obtain knowledge regarding proper gun ownership, gun storage, gunmanship, proficiency. I believe that. I believe people, when given the chance, step up. And actually, with more freedom, more liberty, more responsibility generally ensues.
It's looking like it might pass.
That is.
It's actually looking like it will because I think Huffman's on our side.
That's the way I raise my children. If I tell them my expectations and expect that of them, and I think that a law-abiding citizen, age 21 or older, that does not fall under the prohibitions regarding possession, will step up and will realize that with rights come responsibilities, and will exercise those rights in a responsible manner.
You know, I think you're right, but I mean, we've already set a precedent in this country that we require licenses and proficiency for many things that are in many ways much less dangerous than owning a gun. I mean, if not, then why have a driver's license? Why have licenses for so many things, to cut hair in this state, or to perform surgery, or to be a doctor or a lawyer? We have licenses that we request. So, Senator,
I agree. Get rid of all those too.
You just mentioned it, that some of the rationale for this bill is to help better protect the people of Texas, and because 19 other states have already adopted. Is that not correct? Is that what's been said earlier today?
It is to allow individuals an avenue of self-protection that they do not currently enjoy. The other states are not the reason we're doing it. We're not following. We have looked at other states regarding their experiences and actually have been hardened by those experiences. And then on the back of the experiences in Texas regarding the various laws that we've passed and have discussed on this floor, concealed carry, open carry, campus carry, the effects are, in totality, a very positive effect regarding safety that individuals can feel by carrying a sidearm on their personal being in various areas.
Hey, I'm going to walk next door and get a soda real quick.
As well,
I'll be right
I
back.
would say a greater good and greater safety of society.
So, Senator, I'm trying to figure out what's the part that you're trying to help the citizens of Texas. What's the relief you're trying to afford them? Because my understanding in talking to my sheriff and talking to others, I mean, currently the license to carry is $40. That's what the cost is. Is that not correct?
It's 40 or 50. It requires a class, which can be, and then sometimes there's ammunition fees. There's time away from work. There's a 60-day waiting period. There's a 6-month waiting period before you can actually apply for one. So there's a number of different parameters that are necessary. Obviously, so yeah, there are certainly requirements in the license. That's why you have a license. And those requirements are being removed.
the license is not going away, and there are reasons to keep it, as I've talked about. But the availability to self-protect you and your family can be immediate after passage of this bill.
But Senator, the reality is that I can protect my family without a license in my home. I don't need to have a license to own and lawfully own and protect my family in my home today.
That's right. In your home, you can certainly possess. In your car, you can certainly possess. It is the areas in which you would get out of a car and go into a public area that you are unsure about and want to have the extra added sense of security afforded by carrying a holstered handgun on yourself that this would pertain to. That is more discreet and more probably appropriate to carry a handgun as a defensive weapon versus what is currently would be allowed in that situation. If an individual wanted to do so, they would have to purchase essentially a long gun to be able to avail themselves of that self-defense in those areas.
This is true, and I'll close with this. You know, I'm glad that you said that it's not the only reason, and I guess the question is, you mentioned it's not the only reason that other states have done it, but I've heard many people bring that up, because I was going to say if that were the case, 38 other states have already expanded Medicaid, 36 other states have expanded medical cannabis, and so there are so many other good things that other states have done that we have chosen not to do. But I appreciate you taking your time to answer my questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Menendez, and we hope your wife recovers from her surgery. I know you've been up all night at the hospital, so thank you for being here. Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask a question of the author.
You yield?
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Schwartzenegger. You've been doing a really good job about presenting the basis of liberty and the basis for the bill. There was a discussion earlier that we've had a crime wave in the major cities of Texas. And I just want to make it a quick question to you. There's absolutely nothing in this bill that could have possibly been a part of a crime wave that's already occurring. True?
That's a good point. Yes. There's certainly crime and societal pressures brought about by pandemics and jobs and disintegration of the family structure and just it's a tough world to live in.
And I think actually one of the major causes is what Senator Huffman's trying to solve, which is their bond reform package that we've passed and sent out. Because in Harris County, we've got criminal judges that are stacking multiple PR bonds, personal reconnaissance bonds on top of low-dollar felony bonds, and we've had over 100 people killed allegedly by people released in that scenario by Crime Stopper stats. So I think you would agree that clearly the bill that's under debate has nothing to do with that wave, nor with the current license to carry holders, because they have less than a 0.5% conviction rate of all causes.
Senator, without an effective judicial system that prosecutes crime, we're going to have a revolving door regarding dangerous, assaultive, violent criminals, and the need for action on the part of our elected officials is, I think, clear in certain areas of the state.
And a final question is, there's kind of I believe your bill embodies this, there's an older principle of separating the wheat from the chaff. And
yes, there is.
And I believe that principle is really what your bill is attempting to do. The law-abiding Texan that has the liberty and the ability to help defend themselves and defend others. And then, quite frankly, the chaff, the criminal element that regardless of whether they file for a license to carry and don't get it, they are in possession of a firearm, in many cases illegally. And really, I think what your bill is and the amendments that we're talking about is to separate those two groups and provide the liberties to one that they deserve, and to the others, the restrictions that are required for a functioning society. Would you agree?
Yes, the basis of this bill is liberty and the rights enumerated by our Constitution. And one of the most important rights being the right to self-defense through the right to keep and bear arms in areas that are currently restricted if you carry without a permit.
All right, well, thank you so much, Senator, for your leadership.
Senator Campbell, you'll be the last speaker. What purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask some questions of the author of the bill.
Senator Schwartner, you're on the last one, 4 hours later.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. My questions will probably just require a yes or no.
We're on the last one.
Today, there have been expressed concerns.
Sorry, I'm back.
Those purchasing or owning firearms, and you said it, but the question bears re-asking. Does this bill affect the purchasing or owning firearms?
No, it does not affect purchasing. It does not affect who can own or possess a firearm.
Thank you. I think that gun-free zones, personally, I think gun-free zones are victim zones.
Yes.
And I don't like them. But the question again bears re-asking for clarity and comfort. Does this bill change any defined gun-free zones?
This bill does not change the locations for which places weapons are prohibited under Penal Code 46.03. In addition, your point regarding gun-free zones being unfortunately a target range for criminals, there's some truth to that. I think 97% of the mass murders that have occurred have been in gun-free zones. I believe that's across the nation. I'm not 100% sure, but there needs to be we need to look actually at where these places are and whether or not those prohibitions should be in place. But that's not to this bill. This bill does not speak to that regarding removing or adding to the list where places weapons are prohibited.
Thank you, and I agree with you 100%. And I don't think there's a law out there that will get the guns out of the hands of criminals, just out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. So does this bill restore Second Amendment rights by permitless carry?
Yes, Senator. The premise of the bill is to allow, with greater ease, law-abiding citizens to carry a holstered handgun in a public area without the need for a state license.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner and members. I support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Your motion is on suspension.
Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider HB 1927.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
18 ayes, 13 no votes. The rules are suspended. We have a number of amendments, members. Shirley's out on second reading, House Bill 1927. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1927, relating to provisions governing the carrying of a firearm by a person who is 21 years of age or older and not otherwise prohibited by state or federal law.
Members, I believe there are about 25 or 26 amendments, so we'll take our time.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
There is an amendment.
Whoo! So what's going to happen here is they're going to bring up a bunch of amendments. There are only 6 or 8 that the author is going to agree to.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, these amendments, at least the ones I authored, were distributed this morning. I hope they've had a chance to be digested by your staff. And this amendment is somewhat of a technical amendment. It does 3 things. First, the amendment ensures that law enforcement can secure a handgun in a gun locker or other secure area when taking a person into the secure area of a police station. Second, in section 22A-1, the bill inadvertently removed the additional offense of carrying a handgun while the person is engaged in criminal activity. This amendment moves the language which keeps the crime to a person younger than 21 years of age to keep the offense of carrying a handgun while engaged in criminal activity. And third, the amendment returns the license to carry language in section 16 subsection 7 of the bill, because the section references chapter 411 of the government code, which is the LTC code. The removal of the LTC language did not make sense. And so that's truly a technical correction, that last part. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the amendment.
Any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment.
All right, so already, even if they approve it now, it's already got to go to
Secretary will read the amendment.
a conference committee and back to the House.
Floor amendment number 2 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment ensures that dangerous criminals are prohibited from permitless carry. No person convicted in the past 5 years of any of the following offenses would be allowed to carry a handgun in this state. First, a conviction of a terrorist threat. Second, deadly conduct. Third, assault that causes bodily injury. And fourth, disorderly conduct with a firearm. A person convicted of a crime listed under this amendment would be a danger to the public and should not be allowed to carry a handgun. Be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose? Question
of the author of the amendment.
Yield?
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Schwartner, I listened to your amendment and I completely agree. I think this is an excellent amendment. My only question is, how will law enforcement know that someone has been convicted? Will there be a marker on their holster, or how do they?
Oh, come on!
They're not supposed to kick.
How the frick do they do it now, you dumbass?
Like with any crime,
golly, why do they ask the stupidest questions?
When an individual is stopped and taken into apprehension.
Golly, liberalism is a mental disorder. These people are complete morons.
So
it's a waste of time.
That is one way in which an individual would be known to be one of these.
Good, what a freaking stupid ass
against the law.
So what you're saying is that the criminals or whoever chooses to carry will be carrying on their honor unless they get caught and then they get their background check. Is that correct?
Just like they do right now, you flip nut.
And they would not be allowed. They're not allowed currently to get a license. This group of individuals, and they are not under this bill, under this amendment, allowed to carry in a permitless manner.
But your amendment doesn't do anything to allow police officers to ask them whether or not they should be carrying unless there's reasonable suspicion, right?
Yes, thank you.
Senator, this law does not change the Fourth Amendment protections regarding reasonable suspicion.
Thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to waste time, you numbnuts.
Members, there is an amendment to the amendment. It's being copied, so hold on one second.
What? Ugh. Stupid. I'm telling you, I'm gonna bust a blood vessel.
We're just waiting for the copies, members.
I am gonna bust a blood vessel. This is why I probably won't ever run for office again. I don't know if I can deal with this kind of idiocy on a daily basis. Having to sit and listen to retarded people that my taxpayer dollars have to pay for. I'm funding this idiocy. I pay these people to be complete morons. Ah. Nonsense. Nonsense. I tell you. Hey, you don't want me for the Senate because I have a great senator, Senator Buckingham. I have a wonderful senator. She rocks. So until she steps down, I'm definitely not running for Senate. That's for sure. Yes, it's morally bankrupt. It's a morally bankrupt, deliberate attempt to stall the process. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, and to think, these people went to law school. A lot of these people went to law school. If I fail out of law school, I am the dumbest worm on the planet. Because these people, if they can make it into office and they're attorneys, anybody can be an attorney. Excuse me. Yeah, Senator Nelson got up and spoke. She's not holding it up. She's supportive.
Secretary needs to, Secretary will read the amendment. Sorry, she doesn't need to. She will.
Floor Amendment 3 by Blanco, amending Floor Amendment 2.
Senator Blanco on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, so I support Senator Schwartner's amendment. I think it's a common sense amendment to keep handguns out of the hands of criminals. This amendment is in the same spirit of keeping guns out of the hands of dangerous criminals. My amendment to the amendment would add to Senator Schwartner's list of dangerous criminals who may not carry a gun under this bill, any person convicted of a felony hate crime in the past 5 years. Members, hate crimes have been soaring in the United States. They certainly have been soaring in the state of Texas. According to the DPS, from 2017 to 2018, they increased 100%.
And guess who did it?
Hate crimes.
Guess who did it?
We've seen this.
It was minority
I
communities.
want to make sure that when we pass this bill, we're keeping handguns out of the hands of felony hate crime criminals.
Oppose it.
With that, I move adoption.
Yeah, the definition of hate crime is too broad.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, thank you for bringing the amendment to the amendment. If the individual is a felon, they would not be able to carry under this law. So nor are they able to get an LTC currently, nor under this permitless carry. So I believe it's an amendment that's not necessary. The ones that were put on the amendment I offered were Class A and Class B misdemeanors over the last 5 years. So, sir, I politely decline to accept it and would ask to vote no on the amendment.
Members, the vote is on the amendment. Secretary will.
On the amendment to the amendment. It's on the amendment to the amendment.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Nice.
Members, now the question is on the adoption of the amendment itself. For amendment number 2 by Senator Schwartner. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that amendment is adopted.
All right, number 3.
Members, the following amendment, and the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 4 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this amendment would make it unlawful for a person charged with a felony or a Class A or B misdemeanor or an equivalent offense who are awaiting trial, who are fugitives of felony or Class A or Class B misdemeanors or an equivalent offense. Also, those convicted of a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or disorderly conduct in the 5 preceding years. I move adoption.
No, she's trying to add the LTC license language.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for offering an amendment. We looked real closely at individuals that would not be prohibited to carry in a permitless manner and who we should identify. And those individuals are really people that have a history of assaultive and threatening and weapons kind of related crimes. So I'm going to respectively decline to adopt the amendment and be seen voting no.
Members, the motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
They've already submitted all their votes on these amendments that have been pre-filed. So these are all pre-filed amendments.
Secretary, read the amendment.
That's why it's going like this, just so y'all know.
For amendment number 5 by Zaffarini et al.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this amendment would expand the offense of unlawfully carrying a firearm to include those who have been convicted 2 times within the preceding 10-year period of Class B or higher misdemeanors that involve the use of alcohol or controlled substances.
Once again.
And are not capable of exercising sound judgment with respect for the proper use and storage of a handgun. I move adoption.
Once again, she's trying to add all the
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the same
LTC
reason
language.
Concerns of Class A and Class B convictions that really deal with assault or threatening or weapons-related crimes, I'm going to politely decline to accept the amendment, and we'll be voting.
It's not dead yet. It's not dead yet. This is the
This
same thing that happened with open carry. It's the same thing that happened with open carry, and we got it. So it can be done very easily.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Yeah, George Washington was a terrorist.
For amendment number 6 by Miles et al.
Oh, geez. This has got to be dumb, too. Let's hear what this nonsense
I'm
is.
looking for Senator Miles.
He's not there. Amendment fails. That's what he gets. Should have been there. Should have been there. Next.
My apology to the senator. I did not see he wasn't on the floor, or I would not have called up the amendment. Yeah. Members, for amendment number 6 is temporarily withdrawn until Senator Miles returns. The amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
For amendment number 7 by Birdwell.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on your amendment.
All right,
Thank
what are you
Mr.
doing
President,
here?
Members, this amendment realigns the bill with current law, which provides an offense for persons who carry a handgun while intoxicated in a public place. Current law operates under the assumption that if someone is on their own private property or has the consent of the property owner to carry on that property owner's property, it is not an offense. This amendment makes it explicit that a person, if they are on or in their own private property or on private property with the consent of the owner of the property, that it is not an offense. Members,
all this does is it just aligns the new law with existing law.
While they are under the influence. The prohibition on carrying while intoxicated is of the utmost importance for public safety, which is why I believe we need to reinstate this aspect into this bill consistent with current law and restore this prohibition.
I wish
I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to ask the questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Birdwell, I 110% support this amendment. My only concern or question that I have is that it goes exactly in line with what my earlier questions.
Dude, look, the dude's wearing an orange tie for a reason.
The questions, let's say you drive to San Antonio for Fiesta, and you're going to go to the King William parade, and you're going to a friend's house because typically the parade happens and then people that live there have events. So you park your car, you have your gun in your car, you're not, I'm going to go to a friend's house. I can walk on the public sidewalk to the house. You get there and they're having mimosas or something. You're not expecting to be inebriated, but then next thing you know, you are. What happens at the moment that you leave the house to walk back to your car and you still have your holster? Are you, I believe you should be, with your amendment now breaking the law?
The amendment at the bottom says if you are walking directly from of facility to your vehicle. State law treats your home and your vehicle or watercraft as your personal property.
Okay.
There is one of my constituents who testified for the bill back during the hearing last week said it really well. Said Lady Liberty has a sister called personal responsibility.
Yes.
We expect personal responsibility of our citizens. It gets to the question of trust that Senator Schwartner mentioned in many of the discussion with our fellow colleagues. Making sure that individuals may possess the weapon on their personal property or in their personal property simply aligns both this bill with current statutory language of property ownership. Making sure that we are protecting the right of people and how they conduct themselves on their property doesn't mean that we are insinuating it's okay to be drunk with a weapon. It's not. That's why this amendment's going in, but it keeps it unified with the standard of property ownership as it currently sits. Why the House thought it was reasonable to pull this out, I have no idea. That's why we're putting it back in.
Well, I definitely agree with you and your sentiment about guns and hooch don't mix. And I appreciate this amendment, even though I still have very serious problems with the bill, because I can see this bill passing and a lot of people deciding
Because I get a lot of money from Bloomberg.
Have a license, and all of a sudden they're going to get caught in situations they did not, envision.
Democrats
So
have
thank you for
no
bringing this
trust of the
amendment forward.
American people.
Thank you, Senator Mendez.
They just think government has to
Senator Jordan?
dictate everything.
Thank you, Mr. President. After that discussion, I'll just simply move adoption of floor amendment number 7. Any objection? Hearing none, that is adopted. Members, we're now going to go back to floor amendment number 6. You should have it on your desk by Senator Miles. Senator Miles, you're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. President, I've got more than one amendment. Which one are we referring to? I'm sorry.
Removing foster parent provisions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay.
That dude swallows the dang mic. Dude, come on, man.
Mr. President, members, this amendment requires to strike section 14 of the bill, which would otherwise allow foster parents to carry their handgun in their vehicle while transporting their foster children.
No!
My colleague just spoke that the law states now that the car is your personal vehicle. Members, we need to keep in mind that legislature has decided that foster parents moving around to have a gun in their car, they should be licensed to carry, because foster children are still the responsibility of the state of Texas. Mr. President, members,
What,
we
so
need to
foster
ensure their
parents can't
safety.
defend their
So I will
foster
come back.
kids? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Sorry. Senator Schwartz. Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly need great foster parents, and we need to make sure that they have the ability to avail themselves and those foster children to the right of self-defense if something terrible were to happen. And so I believe they should, as currently in law, be able to carry with an LTC as well as in a permitless manner if they so choose to do so for self-defense reasons. So with that, I will politely decline. Thank you. Members, the motion is on, there's no rebuttal.
I got you.
No, he didn't table. If he tabled it, there's a rebuttal.
I got you, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said you wanted to say something. Sorry. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes and 18 nays. The amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the private property rights amendment. It will provide
direction for private businesses and private property owners who wish to prohibit the carrying of firearms on private property. This amendment adds a section under the 30-5 of the Penal Code, the criminal trespass section of the code.
Yeah.
Which describes
Your car
the
is your
sign that
personal
business
vehicle.
owners and property owners can put out signaling that prohibition. The sign will look almost like the 30-6 and 30-7
Senator
signs.
Schwartner, I'm sorry, you're describing the wrong amendment.
Oh my gosh. We're not doing the sign.
We're on C in your packet.
I have 2 pages of them.
Okay, let's just not amend it. Let's just
Mr.
pass the
President,
damn
I
bill.
apologize, members.
Start from the beginning. I'm going to recognize you on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the enhancement of criminal penalties amendment. This amendment enhances criminal penalties for felons and those convicted of family violence offenses if the person is caught carrying a handgun. Felons caught carrying will be subject to a second-degree felony, which is a 5-year minimum sentence. This is enhanced from the current third-degree felony.
Yes, 18 to 13 is the Republican versus Democrat ratio.
As a 3G offense, which means jail time is mandatory. Those with family violence convictions would be subject to a third-degree felony, which is enhanced from the current Class A misdemeanor. Thank you, members. I apologize for the mix-up.
Senator Nelson?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question about the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and this is specifically
Whoa, hey, whoa, what's going on?
the amendment that
Oh, there
I
we go.
was asking about in your layout remarks.
Thank you, Rose. Thank
And I'd
you.
like to just get a little bit more clarification about this. In fact, I think I'm very interested. We're making it an even stronger penalty. Would you describe that a little bit more in more detail, what we're doing with the domestic violence specifically?
Certainly, individuals convicted of a domestic violence offense will not be able to carry, and in fact, are not able to carry, but if they are caught carrying,
right,
they will have an enhanced penalty.
Right.
That is currently a a Class A misdemeanor. It'll be increased to a third-degree felony. So that's an important provision. I think it's a deterrent. I think it sends a strong message that those that shouldn't carry.
Shouldn't carry.
And those that are able to may do so without artificial barriers of licensure. It's a responsibility of the individual to know and a right of the individual to carry with that knowledge that they are not prohibited.
I am so grateful. I mean, way back when, as I stated
I'm so
earlier,
glad we're going to send more
passed that
people to
bill
jail.
That allowed judges to suspend
So I would not do
the license to carry of a domestic violence.
Hey, thank you, 1, 2, 3, senior. Thank you.
Protective orders, and so this does.
So I would not be able to have a
change
beer
that.
after mowing my lawn. Yes, you would. If you're on your private property, you're still okay.
It does not diminish in any way.
If you're on your private property, you're still okay.
Family violence and
this was talking about in public.
Carrying via license to carry. This has to do with the permitless carry individuals.
Patrick, yes, they will be voting on the bill once they get through all these amendments.
They're going to have
It will be an even great. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Oh my gosh, no, not this person. She is, oh.
Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Schwartner. I share Senator Nelson's appreciation for this amendment, and I do want a little clarification, though. Under this amendment, of course, it is a violation to be in possession of a firearm if you have been convicted or have a convicted of these particular offenses or have an active protective order. My concern with it, though, is that because of the presumption of lawful carry, an individual may be in continual violation unless and until law enforcement has reasonable suspicion, and they have less latitude to have reasonable suspicion because there's a presumption of lawful carry. Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
Senator, I believe there's always a presumption of lawful carry. Enhances penalties for those two groups. I think this is an appropriate amendment. we have the continued prohibition of being able to obtain a license to carry with a Class B or A offense conviction regarding family violence. That is carried over in the prohibition for individuals wishing to carry in a permitless manner. In addition, this bill goes one step forward by the enhancement of the penalties.
And I agree with you. It does enhance the penalties, but I don't see anything in the amendment that actually helps you catch the person who is in continual violation. Actually, I see that it reduces your ability to catch the person who is in continual violation.
We do not in this country have a system in which we go out actively and search for criminals based on their just based on their history. At least, unless you want to educate me on maybe that police state that might exist.
Oh, and I'm not suggesting that.
Certainly individuals that have a conviction of family violence as Class A, Class B, I assume at the time they are have that conviction, they are notified you are not allowed to do X, Y, Z, and as such, they are still citizens, still have responsibilities, and should not carry. And if they do, they should be notified they are subject to an enhancement of the penalty.
So under this amendment, and I'm happy for this, a person is in active criminal violation for being in possession after having been convicted or under a protective order. And I am happy for that. I'm happy for the enhancement. I am concerned, however, that your bill makes it much more difficult to identify them.
No, it does not either.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
Question the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Schwartner, yes, just to kind of go over this a little bit, because this provision that is enhancing penalties for felons in possession of weapon is, I'm just going to put it this way, is a really big deal to law enforcement. I've spoken with them a lot about these issues and this amendment, and I know for a fact this is very important to many law enforcement officials. And you and I, at the beginning of your presentation this morning, hours and hours ago, went through very clearly all the provisions about why people would be prohibited from carrying weapons. And in every scenario, felons are prohibited from carrying weapons. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
We've said that over and over again, and you've said it eloquently, responded to questions all day about that, making it very clear that this bill does nothing to help felons either, or facilitate in them any way carrying weapons, guns.
Further, if you are a felon and you're caught possessing, you have an enhanced penalty and an automatic 3G offense. So
exactly.
I would not be carrying a firearm in the state of Texas if this bill passes and you are a convicted felon.
Right. And that is the point that I rose to make. And that is that by doing this, we are making a huge statement to those who would not be actually legally able to permitless carry, much less carry at all. And that if they do engage in that activity, that this legislature is making a very strong statement that you will have to serve at least 5 years in the penitentiary. Is that correct? And a 3G offense means that the parole eligibility is determined by 3G standards. So there's maximum time that must be served, minimum times that can be served before parole can even be considered, correct?
Absolutely. Well said, Senator.
All right. And I just want to make that point, and I hope that everyone's listening who is concerned about this bill understands that, yes, we are making it more available to those law-abiding citizens who want to carry to protect themselves or their family. But for a criminal who wants to possess a gun,
okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. Jeez, we got it.
Arrested by police.
Thank you.
Go through your due process.
Thank you for beating the dead horse.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. This is a great amendment, Senator Schwartner. Thank you for working with law enforcement to get this amendment on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
What did the gentleman yell?
I yield.
It's real important, following Senator Huffman's comments that everyone recognize most criminals, certainly the gangbangers that use guns on a regular basis, do not worry about the sentence. Do not worry about the consequences or they wouldn't be gangbangers. So just let anyone that...
What is up with his shoulder? That drives me nuts.
And pro considerations, the violent youth,
I'm a turtle.
I'm a turtle. Worry about it, or we wouldn't have 120,000 people in prison this afternoon. So you can say, oh, a minimum of 5, lawless will serve, they will not be paroled sooner than the measure, even getting to the domestic violence defendants.
If criminals aren't going to obey the law, then, as you just said, then why even have a law that requires a license, dumbass?
Your bill is addressing their concerns. It's my experience, and I think if you talk to most criminologists, they're going to say they just don't worry about the consequences of their acts. They will carry a weapon illegally because their mission with that weapon is more important than the consequences, or they wouldn't be criminals. Be aware.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments.
Be aware of that. I mean, that's just the practice.
Senator, I'm aware that criminals do not obey the law, and they do so.
Chris, that's probably true.
Firearms and commit terrible things without full regard to the law. That said, penalties are a deterrent. The police and law enforcement,
if they weren't a deterrent, we wouldn't have them.
Advised us, and we took input, and believe this is a reasonable.
I understand. You are enhancing the penalties.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
For a few questions, Mr. President.
They are going to drag this on.
He's reading something. Do you yield to Senator Gutierrez?
I yield. Senator, we've heard a lot about, police being okay with this amendment, but they're not okay with this bill. SAPOA is not okay with this bill. Is that correct?
We had a discussion on the floor. There are a number of law enforcement individual sheriffs that testified in favor. There are associations that were neutral, and there were associations against.
TMPA is against this bill.
TMPA is against the bill. CLEAD is neutral.
Yeah. Who's in favor? Tell me one law enforcement agency in favor of this bill.
There are a number of law enforcement officials that are in favor. There is not a specific organization that I can point to that has an organization support the bill in its entirety. They appreciate some of the various provisions of the bill. They appreciate the Second Amendment. They appreciate individual determinations of self-defense.
Not one association and law enforcement is in favor of the bill.
Not one liberal.
Please, Senator Gutierrez.
Yes, sir.
Continue, Senator Schwartzenegger.
Just there are always considerations on both sides when it comes to a contentious bill, one that involves firearms.
Bring up the fact that they were against every gun bill.
Not one law enforcement agency is in favor of the bill. Okay.
No liberal Democrat union is in favor of the bill.
We say in voir dire, we like to, in Texas, I think we say voir dire, in Louisiana it's voir dire. We always tell folks, this man over here, this woman over here, they're sitting next to me, they're clothed in the presumption of innocence, which is what you said today, correct? We presume everybody innocent, correct?
Senator, that's our founding documents, and that's my opinion as well.
For sure, that's not practically what happens on the road out there in Houston or in San Antonio. But let's talk about what this bill suggests. Under this bill, law enforcement cannot ask the person anything if they see that
that's false
on their side.
You can ask all day long. No.
Senator, they have to have reasonable suspicion before. They can always ask, Senator,
yes,
actually, regarding whatever they would like to ask about. But that individual,
So you're telling me that
Huffman's kind of impressing me today, actually.
By my side, and a law officer, the Fourth Amendment says they can't ask him anything. But currently, at present, law enforcement can't ask a person if they have a license to
They
carry.
can ask, but you don't have to answer.
If a certain set of elements and facts.
Yeah, that's called reasonable
suggest
suspicion,
that
dumbass.
we can have that Terry stop that you suggested earlier.
Yeah, Terry stop requires
Under your
RS.
bill, law enforcement can't ask a thing.
It requires RAS.
Again, Senator,
This bill does not change that.
Our Fourth Amendment protections. The way police handle situations is different, and oftentimes police.
That dude's an attorney. Gutierrez is an attorney.
They would like to address. They don't necessarily apprehend or detain or arrest an individual. They ask him a question. Law-abiding citizens often answer questions willingly and enjoy a conversation with law enforcement. That police officer, though, when it comes to the stop for a reasonable suspicion, has to have more than just the visible. A visible firearm on that individual.
What I know today, right now, is that no law enforcement agency is in support of this bill. Not one. And that
not one law enforcement union.
Thank you, Senator.
Union.
Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Union.
That's a question of the author of the amendment.
Do you?
I yield. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schwartner, this amendment, regardless of the theory or the possible theories or permutations of theories about why an individual would choose to break the law, would make a minimum sentence of 5 years if somebody violated this this amendment. True.
All right, guys.
That's true in the case of.
I'm gonna play a game of Fortnite just to calm down a minute.
And once this enhancement amendment is on, it means that these people that make this decision, these perpetrators, will have a minimum 5 year sentence. So there's no fact or supposition of fact that these people will be on the streets committing another crime in that 5 year period.
They would not be on the streets because it would be an automatic 5 year, at least 5 year.
Right, and that is the point of the amendment, to keep these criminals that use this weapon in this manner off the streets and keep the public safe.
That's right. Felons, violent felons, assaulted felons need to be prosecuted. We've added some tools for prosecutors to use. It is their discretion to prosecute to that extent of the law.
All right, and that's very important. Thank you for this amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perry, for what purpose?
Question to the author.
Do you yield?
I yield. Senator.
Hey, Senator Schwartner. Been a day. I've had a few of these kind of days. I didn't get a break. I don't know how you warrant that, but that's good. So, hey, real quick, and I remember in our conversations, deliberations, and caucus talks and talks with you personally and just throughout the process, is it not true that at some level the police officers, those that are enforcement officers, really believe that this may have an effect of pulling criminals off because of the enhanced penalties? So that's something that, although maybe the association level didn't come on board or they're on, but there were things in it that police officers said this will actually help us get the bad guys off.
Yes, it was highly supported by law enforcement, this amendment enhancement of penalties. The discussions of deterrence, of removing bad actors from the streets was a part of that discussion. I believe them when they say that. I think it's an appropriate amendment to enhance those penalties for these violators.
So they may not in concept agree that it's not got issues, but on this issue, on this amendment, this gave them tools in the toolbox that they do not have today, that they think over time, once people understand this is a stepped up version of where they're at today, and they're going to be in a lot more trouble. So, and I just remember, I think it's critical that as I hear these debates and valid discussions, that there is some provisions in here that the cops or the policemen, the officers will actually be better served.
When do we get to a point where the police have more sway than the people?
Senator West. I think you're next, or Senator Hoffman. Does it matter? Okay, we'll go to Senator West. I'll come to you, Senator Hoffman.
Question of the author.
You yield?
I yield, Senator.
I was just listening to the conversation between you and Senator Perry. You said several law enforcement agencies came to you and said that this will, in fact, make their job safer.
They appreciated the enhancement in penalties. They believe getting bad people off the streets is a good way to diminish crime. Yes.
Okay, they didn't say that this would make their job safer, though.
I think it can be inferred, Senator, that if you have less people on the street, you have an overall safer environment.
Okay, so from the conversation you had with them, you surmise that they basically said that more people off the street with guns make their job safer. Is that what you're saying?
More law-breaking felons.
Right, you get them off the street, that's going to help their job.
Their job is safer. If you're a criminal and you're off the street and your intent is to act and perform more criminal acts, then getting you off the street.
Okay, no, this is not a trick question. Okay. It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to get clarification in terms of what was said between you and Senator Perry. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Perry, did you want to follow up?
Mr. President, to be clear, it's kind of a follow-up comment more than anything, but I did not make the statement that they said they would feel safer. What I did say is they said this will provide one more tool in the toolbox to really go after some of the bad guys, but I didn't say what was suggested that I said. Sorry. And I think it's important. Thanks.
Senator Huffman, what purpose?
Just to question the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I do think this is important. And I'm going to go to the penal code, which I like to do, page 1, and it talks about the objectives of the code.
What page is that again?
Page 1 of the penal code.
Hey, Arcader, thank
Section
you for the
102.
$2.
And it talks about the objectives.
I play on my phone, so I don't know if there's a good Call of Duty on my phone or not.
Talk about the penal code, and it says, to this end, the provisions of this code are intended and shall be construed to achieve the following objectives. Number 1, to ensure the public safety through, and this is the first thing listed, the deterrent influence of the penalties hereinafter provided. The code itself establishes that there is a deterrent when we enhance penalties. So to the comments that may be made that this work that we do is to no avail, I take great issue with that, because that is, we are led by this code when it was written, and we live by those in this legislature. And that is one of the main objectives, deterrence through these enhanced penalties. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve in this. So like your amendment. Thank you, Senator.
Well said and read.
I'll tell you what, man, she's really impressing me. I was worried about her, and she's like the least of my worries now.
Chair lays out the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
For amendment number 9 by Zaffarini and others.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Senator Zaffarini and others. You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, House Bill 1927 prohibits members of street gangs from possessing a handgun. This prohibition, however, does not apply to members of other dangerous groups. The Center for Strategic and International Studies found that white supremacists the majority of terrorist plots and attacks in 2020.
Oh my gosh.
In a recent assessment, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security stated white supremacy was the most persistent and the most lethal threat in the homeland.
And where are the white supremacists destroying our towns and communities?
Street gang carrying a weapon to members of white supremacist groups or organizations that incite violence or engage in insurrection.
Say no.
Move adoption.
No.
Senator Schwartner.
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. We looked real closely at the various provisions of the bill and the section regarding those unable to carry in 46.04. And I believe we have a good set of individuals that are prohibited. And for that reason, with full knowledge of the various discussions that have occurred prior to.
Yeah, because then we just allow the Democrats to just label everybody a quote unquote white supremacist. I mean, isn't that what they call Republicans?
18 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Freaking Democrats, man.
Thank you, Senator Zaffarini.
Losers.
The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Golly, they're stupid.
For
I'm
amendment
sorry.
Number 10 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would codify a governor's recommendation from the 2019 Texas Safety Action Report to create stiffer consequences for criminals convicted of violent offenses. Under current Texas law, a person convicted of a felony may possess a firearm 5 years after they've been discharged from probation or released from parole. Some crimes demonstrate such a callous danger to others that allowing the criminal future access to guns poses a future danger to others. So this amendment would create a state offense for criminals convicted of a violent felony or felony hate crimes who possess a firearm after they're discharged from probation or parole. Move adoption.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. President. For the same reason I just laid out with Senator Zaffarini's, we've looked at the various numbers of individuals that we would like to put in the bill regarding the prohibition of carrying, and so I'm going to politely decline to accept the amendment and we'll be voting no.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays. Amendment fails. The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 11 by Blanco.
We're almost halfway through, folks.
Senator Blanco on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would codify the governor's recommendation from 2019 in his Texas Safety Action Report to require courts to inform convicted criminals both orally and in writing that they may no longer possess a firearm. After conviction of some crimes, criminals lose their right to possess firearms that they may have owned prior to the conviction. Courts should clearly inform those criminals that they are no longer allowed by law to possess firearms. This amendment would require courts to inform convicted criminals that they may no longer possess firearms. It will also require courts to inform criminals that it is perjury to falsely tell the court that they do not possess firearms and that a crime could be prosecuted. Happy to answer any questions, and move adoption.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, and while I greatly appreciate the senator's interest in the various gun laws of our state, we're having to deal with just some terrible tragedies that have occurred in this district. This bill really is centered on the removal of a permit for the carrying of a firearm for self-defense. And so with kind of a narrow focus, I really don't want to add bills that are expansive regarding gun laws or clarify gun laws, although it might have significant merit. And for that reason, I'm going to politely decline, sir. So I'm going to be voting no on.
Call the roll. Oh, sorry, Senator Menendez. For what purpose?
I'm so sorry, Mr. President. I just thought that this amendment would have gone perfectly in line with the amendment that Senator Schwartz and Sir Huffman were talking about, because didn't we just discuss that law enforcement would like the fact that there'd be an enhancement if you were carrying where you're breaking the law? And all you're saying is that they should know that they shouldn't be carrying the law. Is that what you're saying?
You're recognized, Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct, Senator Menendez. This requires courts to notify them orally and in a written document that you are no longer able to possess a firearm. So just essentially letting criminals know you can't buy. It's a violation if you do.
It goes right in line, and if not, you risk parole and serving more time. I think it's a good amendment, common sense. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schwartner.
Again, the overall premise of the bill and the amendment here is something I would really not rather add to the bill. I believe felons are already informed. You adding written and oral, I believe, in this amendment. But nonetheless, although it has merit, I'm going to again politely decline to accept the amendment and would be voting no on the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
The amendment fails. Jeez, these people, man. I tell you, man. All right, what's the next one? What's the next amendment we're gonna vote down? Somebody's shooting at me? Oh, I see him. Okay. Hey, there's a llama hiding over here. All right, what's going on? Come on. Where's the other ones at? Let's go. Let's get this over with.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 12 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment ensures that specific designated areas such as schools, polling places, and hospitals are able to enforce the laws which prohibit the carrying of handguns on their property. Additionally, this amendment ensures that private property owners and business owners can enforce the laws under criminal trespass. Under the current criminal trespass statute, the person must be given notice before they can be charged with this offense. So this amendment, members, essentially removes the unenforceable aspects of the bill and makes these provisions enforceable.
Senator Hall, for what purpose?
Oh my goodness,
Ask the author a question.
You yield?
I yield.
Do I understand, Senator Schwartner, from this, what they had written in there, I know was very convoluted and hard to understand or be enforced. Does this just bring us back to where we are today with regards to where there's supposedly a 30-06 sign that if you don't see the sign and you enter and you leave, it's only a Class C misdemeanor, could be. Or if you enter and you're asked to leave and don't leave, then it escalates. But
that's right.
I guess the main question is, does it keep us where we are today?
Yes, it does.
It does, Senator. This makes the current provisions regarding places, weapons prohibited, as well as the provisions regarding criminal trespass enforceable. I think that's important to maintain the integrity of those two areas and the ability to have private property and say you do not want individuals to come onto the private property with a handgun and be able to avail yourself without having to give an oral or written notice prior to a Class C misdemeanor being in effect.
And it applies the same to licensed carry and unlicensed carry.
Yes, sir. That's what this amendment would do.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator, yield for a couple of questions.
I yield. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want a little bit of more clarification because under House Bill 1927, we repealed the law where a property owner, a private property, which was whether it was the hospital or a business, they had to place a sign providing notice to a person who had a license to carry. Does your bill reverse that, going back to the original intent?
Senator, this marries how LTC carriers are currently treated regarding if they walk on a place, a private business, or in areas that are restricted, and allows for those provisions to be enforceable. Unfortunately, there was a clause in the bill that really made it difficult to enforce those penalties if individuals went onto these restricted regions or went inside of private businesses and did so and were not notified by oral or written form first before a penalty could be assessed.
Well, and I think we're on the same page. I guess I'm trying, is the notice, does it allow for the notice to be provided by a sign or something?
Yeah. I have a signage one, yes. There is the ability to do a notice by signage. That will be another amendment that will allow that under the 30.5 criminal trespass provision to the notice to be given by signage.
And the reason for that, because under House Bill 1927, you sort of shifted the responsibility
to an employee to give oral or written form. This reverses that.
And we had some issues with that just in trying to get people to wear a mask, and create issues and problems.
You mean the people were free?
The employees and property owners. So, but thank you for your explanations.
Thank you, Senator.
Any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
For amendment number 13 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the signage amendment. This amendment would provide direction for private businesses and private property owners who wish to prohibit the carrying of a firearm on private property. This amendment adds a section under the 30.5 section of the Penal Code, criminal trespass section, which describes a sign that business owners and property owners can put out signaling the prohibition. The sign would look almost like the 30.6 and 30.7 signs, which only apply to licensed to carry holders. Mr. President, move adoption.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Schwartner, I was reading your amendment, and as you know, we have a very similar amendment. This amendment would probably, I hope, it would take the two current signs and take them to one sign, and then this would be the sign that says if you're not allowed to carry on premises here. Is that what this does?
Unfortunately, I think this does require the posting of a third sign. There's I believe some technical aspects of combining them all, but it might not be a bad thing to look at further.
I have an amendment coming up. Maybe we can look at it. I'd like to help you. I mean, yeah, as you know, I'm not in favor of the bill, but I would like to, if this thing does pass, make it to where it's simple and easy and quick for businesses. My worst nightmare is for a greeter at a Walmart or a young person at HEB or some store being forced to confront people and tell them, sorry, you can't bring your firearm here, and that person, whatever reason's having a bad day. I just don't want to have those interactions.
That was taken care of by the prior amendment.
Gee, we heard that before and it never happened.
This allows for the display by signage.
Good
so
golly.
Those two in combination.
Thank you.
Hey, people are going to have a bad day. They're just going to start shooting people.
Members, the motions on the adoption of the amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted.
You know what? I mean, at this point, the House just needs to accept these amendments. They're not super bad. We can fix it later. All right. If you're a law-abiding citizen anyway, it's not a big deal. We can fix this stuff. When it gets back to the House, they just need to pass it the way it is and just get it to the governor. I finished second place, by the way, on that Fortnite game. I feel a little better. What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we waiting on somebody who's got an amendment? I think that's what we're doing. We're waiting on one of the senators who has an amendment. Apparently, they're not on the floor. Why not? Ugh. Yeah, Gun Bunny, that's such a good point. I mean, that's
Members, the amendment that was just handed out by Senator Menendez is pulled down.
Oh, good.
There's an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 14 by Schwartner.
Members, this amendment simply is a firearm safety amendment that the Department of Public Safety shall develop and post on the department's internet website. Move adoption.
Okay, so if the bill's approved by the Senate with amendments and it has to go back through the House, would it have to go back to the Senate floor again? No. The only time it would have to go back to the Senate, and then it would probably go to what's called a conference committee, is if it's amended again in the Senate or in the House, excuse me. So if it's amended in the House, then it's going to have to go through a conference committee. If the House just votes on it and accepts the amendments from the Senate, then it'll go to the governor, and it doesn't have to go back to the Senate. That's what we're gonna do. The good news so far is that a lot of bad amendments have been knocked down, and the 6 amendments that I had mentioned in my previous video so far have been added.
The following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
We're on Amendment 15, I believe.
Floor Amendment number 15 by Miles et al.
This will be nonsense.
Senator Miles, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, gosh.
Members, this amendment requires DPS to provide a free, keyword, free online gun safety course in order to have open carry. The amendment grants DPS full discretion as to the content of the course. DPS must issue the electronic certificate that Texans can show to law enforcement officers. The amendment requires Texans to take the course in order to open carry and not be in violation of the penal code. Mr. President,
it's
members,
not germane. Not germane.
Senator Schwartner.
Not germane.
Thank you, Senator, for offering the amendment. I certainly believe individuals should avail themselves of courses and training and be proficient in handling and storage.
The answer is no.
Marksmanship with their firearm.
Hey guys, we're getting close to a vote here. We're a little more than halfway through the amendments. Make sure you like and share these videos.
The amendment did install a DPS training course. I believe that is sufficient at this time for what the intent of the bill is.
And also, if you want to hit that super chat, if you haven't done so, if you're willing to do so, a couple bucks goes a long way for Open Carry Texas. We'd appreciate it.
Senator Schwartner, can you repeat that? He couldn't hear you. You already put a voluntary.
Yes. The last amendment added a training course on the DPS website for the intent of the bill. I believe that is sufficient and appropriate for where we are now with the bill, and we'll be voting no on the amendment amendment number 15, Senator.
And Senator, you said your amendment was voluntary, the training. Members, the motion is on the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
13 ayes and 18 nays. The amendment fails. There's an amendment. The following amendment.
Floor Amendment number 16 by Eckhart et al.
Senator Eckhart et al.
Thank you. This amendment merely adds to the very good portion of the bill that adds to our knowledge about this area. The portion of the bill that requires DPS to keep statistics with regard to changes in the numbers of license to carry. It would add to the statistics that need to be kept beyond just any changes in the numbers of license to carry, and adds the number of criminal and accidental shootings that occurred in the state. the number of encounters between a law enforcement officer and a person who was in unlawful possession of a firearm, and the total number of persons in the state who are prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law.
Nope.
And it also removes the time limitation. The bill, as it currently stands, stops requiring the collecting of that data in 2028. This would simply remove that so that we would have longitudinal data.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. I believe the current provisions of the data collection parameters in the bill meet the objective of looking at how LTC and Permitless carry and their interaction going forward over the next number of years. And so that's the emphasis of that data collection. And so with that, members, I politely would be voting no on Amendment 16. Thank you, Senator.
The motion is on the adoption of the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Verdell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. Amendment fails.
Jeez. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Number 17. Number 17. We're getting down to the wire here. Got like 9 more to go, I believe. I don't get it. We're adding all of these amendments because law enforcement's bitching about it, and they're still not going to support it.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the
So
amendment.
why even like capitulate?
For amendment number 17 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. If a person seeks to purchase a handgun from a licensed firearm dealer, a background check will identify whether that person has a criminal conviction, provided it be entered into the BPS Criminal Justice Information System. Local reporting can be delayed, which allows for certain dangerous criminals to continue to pass a firearm background check during this period. This amendment would codify the governor's recommendation from the 2019 state Texas Safety Action Report to require counties to report criminal cases to DPS no later than 5 business days after the conviction is finalized. This amendment also codifies the governor's Executive Order 8 from 2019 by establishing that any future grant funding to counties from the Office of the Governor is contingent on the county reporting 90% of criminal convictions within 5 business days. Move adoption.
Senator Schwartner, on the amendment.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, for offering the amendment. Although the emphasis and spirit of the amendment is well-intentioned, the emphasis on the bill again is the removal of a permit to carry a sidearm in self-defense. And so for that reason, I'm going to politely decline acceptance of the amendment. We'll be voting no.
Motion is on the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Oh gosh. So far we've had 5 amendments added, I think. Hang on, I just had it open here. Let me refresh it. So far we've had 1,
Members, there's an amendment.
2,
Secretary, read the amendment.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 amendments. So there should be 1 more.
By Schwartner.
There'll be 1 more that's added. This is probably it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment removes Section 4 of the bill, which provides that a person is entitled to have an arrest expunged if the statute prohibiting the conduct is repealed. This section causes some confusion because some statutes are repealed in the bill and added back under a different section. This amendment also removes Section 10 of the bill, which provides that an officer cannot profile based on carrying a firearm. This is already the law under the 4th Amendment, as we had a pretty vigorous discussion. So with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of.
Oh gosh, here goes Hinojosa.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Well, Senator Yield.
I yield.
Just a point of clarification, because you and I discussed the issue, and I know you're repeating two sections.
The Democrats should oppose this.
1927, and they have to do with the carrying of long guns into private property like HEB, for example. Are you repeating that section with this amendment?
No, sir. This is the repeal of the expungement amendment that was added on the floor, as well as the amendment added on the floor, which had to deal with prohibition of an officer profiling based on carrying of a firearm, which is already, of course, case law.
Thank you for your clarification. And I assume you'll be offering an amendment dealing with long guns coming into stores, which is a present law prohibited by TABC. I said, I'll wait till you see the other amendment, but thank you for the clarification.
For sure. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Move adoption.
Members, any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted.
I can't believe the Democrats just voted to remove the part of the bill that prevents profiling. Keep that in mind, folks. The Democrats just voted with the Republicans to remove a provision that would have protected people that are carrying from being profiled. It would have codified case law. That's what the Democrats just voted for.
The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
It's number 18, I
For
think.
amendment number 19.
Oh, 19. Okay, so
by Gutierrez et al.
We got 7 more, I think.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I'll be passing any amendments today, but we're going to try, Mr. President.
Give it your best.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, members, thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce this amendment. This amendment is really quite simple. What it allows for is a local option. We already know. I wasn't at the hearing that we had the other day, but I watched a lot of it.
We like our preemption. Die a death.
And as I suggested earlier, there wasn't any law enforcement agencies that were in favor. I understand there was a group that went neutral. I understand that in my own home county, I've got 17 counties. They don't want this. Law enforcement doesn't want it. SAPOA doesn't want it. Bexar County Sheriff's doesn't want it.
It was needed. It was already in the bill. And quite frankly, it's needed because cops don't care about case law. But if it's in the law, if it's in the letter of the law, they'll lose their qualified immunity.
To those folks that I won't be voting in favor of this bill, but I told them I was going to give them a chance to have some life.
No, geez,
and
no.
So we always talk about local control in this august body, the one across the hall. We talk about local control and how important it is. And so what this amendment does is it allows county commissioners to opt out of this bill and say, we don't want it. We're good with the way things are. And before anybody suggests that, well, that's just impractical. We don't do that. We don't opt out. We do it all the time. In the alcohol world, we've got a lot of dry counties in Texas. A few still do it. One county has different laws than the adjacent county. We do it with states. Every state around us, for instance, has legal marijuana, and we don't. So when you're crossing that into Texas, you got to throw away your weed, or you're going to get yourself arrested.
It's called federalism.
You talked about personal responsibility oftentimes throughout the day.
And we're talking about rights versus
Indeed, if we're going to be about
other
personal
stuff.
responsibility, then we're going to be about personal respect. And we're going to be about acknowledging what our neighboring counties want and don't want. At the end of the day, what I know is principle, what is absolutely adherent in the foundation of the Republican Party is the notion of local control.
Except when it comes to liberty.
I move adoption of an opt-out amendment.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Schwartner.
Nope. It would violate preemption.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I believe the proper jurisdiction is at the state level as enumerated by the Heller case. And so with that, I'm going to politely decline and we'll be voting no on Amendment 19.
Exactly. And our Article
Alvarado, Bencourt.
Article 1,
Ayes,
Section
18
23 also
nays.
prevents
Thank you,
cities
Senator
from being able
Gutierrez.
to do
There's
that.
3
Only the
capital today.
legislature
You
can
are
do it.
correct.
All right, number 20. Six more.
There is an amendment. The secretary will read the amendment.
For Amendment 20 by Eckhart et al.
Oh, geez.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Here she is.
Thank you, sir. The Texas Department of Public Safety closed this building that we're standing in on January 15th through Wednesday, January 20th, the day of the inauguration. DPS said it was aware of planned armed protests at the Capitol that week, and that, quote, violent extremists who may seek to exploit constitutionally protected events to conduct criminal acts were of concern to them. This came from our DPS director.
And
This,
yet
coupled
nothing
with
happened.
The insurrection that occurred in our nation's capital on January 6th of this year show that the bedrock of our democracy, our capital, is becoming less safe. So much so that we are having to close down this building to Texans across the state. As you know, an individual does not need to walk through our metal detectors to enter the Capitol if they have a permit to carry the firearm. State leaders decided to install these metal detectors at the Capitol after a man fired a gun on the front steps in January of 2010. Minutes before, this man was reportedly acting strangely in the office of then Senator Dan Patrick's. We decided at the time that individuals who are legally carrying a handgun with a concealed handgun license were deemed to have already undergone a level of scrutiny and a security background check that average citizens had not. If this law were enacted, even the most modest level of security would no longer exist.
Oh my
for
gosh.
our building that we're working in here today.
Ugh.
So my amendment is simple. It ensures the safety of all
It's so
visitors and
simple.
staff in our Capitol by prohibiting the carrying of firearms on Capitol grounds.
Nope.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
And you know, I'm sorry to interrupt Senator Schwartner. I would like to pull down this amendment.
Okay. Members, motion to pull down the amendment. Thank you, Senator Eckhart.
Oh, good. Well, that saved us
Floor
time.
amendment number 20 has been withdrawn. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Probably because she knows that Democrats carry on the Capitol too.
For Amendment number 21 by Miles et al.
Hold on 1 second, Senator Miles, till Senator Schwartner gets back. Senator Miles, you're recognized.
I think he likes this one.
I doubt it. Not from Miles.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This amendment is very simple. This amendment would simply grant DPS the discretion to deny a license to carry if a person poses a public safety. DPS should not be made to deny their oath by allowing someone who is unsafe or who has had problems in the past with public safety. You have to just rubber stamp them, texting an individual.
That's what a court is
carry
for.
License. DPS is pledged to protect the citizens of the state of Texas, and this is just another tool to allow them to help them to do that.
No.
And I hope it is acceptable.
It is not.
Author.
It is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to anybody.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. The bill again is centered upon the restoration of the ability to carry without a permit, adding further provisions regarding the current license to carry provisions is not something I'd prefer to see on this bill. So with that, members, I'm going to be voting no on amendment number 21.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Buckingham.
12 ayes, 18 no votes.
Amendment fails.
Thank you, Senator. The amendment fails.
So which Democrat was gone? So DPS can just say, yeah, I don't think you're safe. Nope, not getting your license. So that's what's called a may issue license. That would have created a may issue. God, man, these people. Gosh, this cannot be over with fast enough. So here's what's going to happen. We got a few more amendments left. Not many, like 4 more, I think, or 3 more. And then they'll do the vote on the bill, on the amended bill. And it'll move to what's called third reading. I'm not sure when they're going to schedule third reading. It might be Thursday. It might be next week. But it needs to go to third reading as quickly as possible.
Members, following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
And it'll pass to engrossment, and then it'll go to the House.
Floor amendment number 22 by Eckhart et al.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Oh,
Thank you,
geez.
sir. This amendment would simply add a section stating that someone carrying a firearm in public without a valid license to carry is strictly liable for any damages that are caused by that firearm. I am proposing this amendment to ensure that those responsible for damages are held accountable.
They can already be held
Unintentional
accountable.
shootings have already occurred in 2021.
They can already be held accountable. That's what we have civil courts for.
The bill currently does not speak to any changes of the liability or changes in the civil practice code. And so with that, I would like to just be shown voting no on amendment number 22.
You're almost done, Schwartner.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Oh. We are at 7 hours, folks. 7 hours on one
amendment.
bill.
Secretary will read the amendment.
7 hours, one bill.
Floor amendment number 23 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, reporting lost or stolen firearms make it easier for law enforcement to identify firearms in the possession of people who may.
Second Amendment. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Accurately perform forensic analysis and tracing of firearms recovered at crime scenes and to reunite recovered firearms with their rightful owners. An analysis of 23,000 stolen firearms recovered by police found that a majority of the weapons were recovered in connection with crimes, including more than 1,500 violent acts, such as murder and kidnapping. This amendment will incentivize the reporting of a stolen firearm by establishing that a report to law enforcement of a lost or stolen firearm is sufficient proof of loss for certain insurance policies if it is reported on or before the 10th day the policyholder became aware. This amendment does not create a duty or a liability for not reporting, just an incentive to do so. Move adoption.
Well, if it's just an incentive, no. Forget it. There's no teeth in it.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. With the narrow focus of the bill regarding removal of a license as the preeminent piece of the bill, I really did not want to make significant amendments that really deal with a different issue for reporting of the loss of a firearm, although it is obviously a very significant issue. And as you said, criminals tend to steal guns to buy them, and an issue that does need to be addressed, but not on this bill. Thank you, Senator. I will be voting no on amendment.
Yeah, I know. Foul-mouthed veteran, the time flies, doesn't it?
Members, the motion is on the amendment. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
Next. I think we're on, 24, or was that 20, 23 or 24? Which one are we on? Ugh.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 24 by Menendez et al.
So this one and two more. This one and two more.
And members, at a time when we have been emphasizing, thanks to the leadership of our chair, Jane Nelson, the need to help work on suicide prevention and mental health, it is important to make sure that the firearms don't get in the hands of people who could harm themselves or others.
Oh, thought crimes. Okay.
Shootings, and many people asking and inquiring about the mental health of the shooter, sometimes stating it could be a factor for their actions.
So he wants to prosecute thought crimes.
A person to undergo a mental health evaluation conducted by a physician to determine a person's mental health is at a place where they can lawfully possess a firearm. If the person is in good mental health, they'll receive a certificate showing this and allow them to purchase the said firearm. The certificate would be valid for 4 years, which mirrors the amount of time the handgun license to carry permit is valid. This is necessary because now there will be no need to have a license to carry. This amendment would prevent a person from selling or transferring a firearm to someone else in private sale unless they can show that they've received that mental health evaluation. And while we still continue to work with more mental health resources, it is critical that we don't allow those who have a mental illness that could lead them to harm themselves or others to have access to a weapon. You know, we've heard earlier that the Federal Gun Control Act makes it unlawful for certain categories of people to ship, transport, receive, or possess firearms. One of the categories includes a person who's been adjudicated as a mentally defective or has been committed to any mental institution. Individuals who have been found not guilty of a crime by reason of insanity also fit in this category.
Oh my
and while
gosh.
most people with mental illnesses are not dangerous, they are at a far higher risk of suicide. 1,994 suicides were completed with firearms in 2015, a rate that is much higher than the national average. In order for us to protect our fellow Texans from having a gun fall into the wrong person's hands, I believe it's critical that we have certain safety measures in place to check a person's mental health.
You can't stop suicide, man.
So Mr. President, with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 24.
Nope.
Senator Schwartner. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. And while I appreciate your concern, the requirement of a physician to conduct on the request of just a person a mental health evaluation is, I think, a bit too far. So with that, I will politely decline Amendment 25.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergeron.
13 ayes, 18 nays. The amendment fails.
All right, 25. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Hurry it up. Hurry it up. Let's go. Let's get this over with. The next two are crap too, I bet.
The following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 25 by Blanco and West.
Nope.
Senator Blanco.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator West for working with me on this amendment. Members, under current law, background checks are only required for transfers conducted by federal licensed firearm dealers. In the absence of comprehensive background check system, prohibited persons routinely exploit this loophole to purchase a firearm. Around 80% of all firearms acquired for criminal purposes are obtained through transfers from unlicensed dealers or sellers. This amendment would require background checks on stranger-to-stranger sales. This amendment would reduce inadvertent and unwitting private sales of guns to persons who may be prohibited from purchasing them. Move adoption.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. This amendment would deal with background checks for various transfers, and the bill really doesn't speak to that issue at all. So, again, for the narrowness of the bill, I'm going to politely decline it and be voting no on Amendment 25.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergeron.
I'm sorry, 13 yes votes, 18 no votes. The amendment fails. The following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 26 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a fairly simple amendment as well, members, and thank you for your time again. It's a fun one, actually. I think we've done a fair amount of bills this session that have taken a few powers away from the governor's office. This one seeks to give them one back. And the deal here is when we have a mass shooting that we can have the governor call for a disaster, weapons-related state of disaster. And the reason for that would be, as happened with the El Paso massacre, as happened in Sutherland Springs, as happened, in the shootings that occurred near the Houston area, is that we often have a whole lot of, not hysteria, but we have law enforcement looking for motives, looking for potential actors, co-conspirators in certain instances. And so in this 30-day state of disaster, we would allow law enforcement to do their work. We wouldn't allow people to open carry, if you will, permitless carry. The only people that would be allowed to carry are those that have a license to carry. And so that's what this amendment seeks to do. I think that it's a common sense amendment. It's not,
It's not
at all
common
in any way
sense.
stipulated in any
This is
any
an
version of
unlicensed
your
carry bill.
But I think that it's important when these disasters happen that we give law enforcement all the necessary tools and not have a whole bunch of folks running around with 6 shooters on their
Shut up.
belts. And this will give the governor the ability to do what's right for the people, and it will give law enforcement the ability to do their job. So with that, I move adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. It's quite simply, I guess, it's really more expansive regarding the subject matter. And so with that, I'm going to politely decline and be voting no on Amendment 26.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
13 ayes, 18 nays, the amendment fails. The following.
Wait, what's going on? There's more? That should have been the last one.
Read the amendment.
For amendment number 27 by West et al.
Did they submit another one?
Senator West, on your more than one page amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. When I was asking my colleague questions about an hour ago now about how does this particular bill make the job of law enforcement officers safer?
Who cares? That's not what the legislature is there for.
That we have issues concerning mental health. We know that we had an incident.
It's called liberalism.
El Paso.
That's the issue we have with mental health. Liberalism is a mental disorder.
Mental problems. I think his grandmother attempted to contact law enforcement to inform them that there was a problem, but no one listened. And so, if we are able to pass this one amendment, come together as a body.
Nope.
To make.
No, thank you.
Law enforcement officers' job easier.
Nope. No, thank you.
I think this would be the one.
Yeah. Nope. No, we're good.
This particular.
We're good.
Amendment is the extreme risk protective order.
No, thank you. No red flag orders.
This is what it does.
Sorry. Thank you. Goodbye. Sit down.
It allows someone, family members in most instances.
Sit down.
That know that someone in their family has a problem, and yes, also has a weapon. And they feel as though that person is a danger to themselves.
Can you speak any slower?
Someone in the community. There should be a mechanism, because there is no mechanism right now, for them to be able to call or go to a judge, a neutral and
just what you need is an ex-wife or a deranged girlfriend that will decide that you probably shouldn't be carrying a gun anymore.
On a temporary basis, on a temporary basis, whether or not.
Oh my gosh! Hurry up, West.
Firearm should be taken away from them. Yeah, and some of you may say, yeah, but what about if you have someone who just doesn't like you?
Emily.
And they're going down the line on you. Well, first of all, if they're lying,
my beautiful better half snuck in when I wasn't looking.
But what if they're telling the truth? And
hey, babe. Thank you for the dollar. Thank you for the dollar. Holla.
Law enforcement's.
She came by and dropped me a dollar. Well, dropped OCT a dollar.
El Paso. So members, take a good hard look at this.
I hope this is the last amendment.
Every amendment has gone down based on party lines.
Yep.
But I know that each and every one of you understand and appreciate that there are issues with people that have mental health problems. So I move adoption of this amendment.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the amendment, and while I greatly respect your expertise as an attorney, as a criminal attorney, there are laws currently in place regarding protective orders. This is fairly expansive, and for those reasons, I'm going to politely decline adoption of Amendment 27, and we'll be voting no.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Benhart, Birdwell.
13 ayes, 18 nays, the amendment fails. Members, any other amendments? Senator West?
Thank you for the use of the chamber.
Always my pleasure, sir.
He's making jokes now, is he?
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized on a motion to engrossment? To third reading, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the vigorous and lengthy discussion about important issues that affect our state, regarding gun ownership and the right to carry a firearm for self-defense in a holster by individuals aged 21 years or older. And with that, I'm going to move passage to third reading of HB 1927.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
18 ayes, 13 nays.
All right.
We will hold at that point.
All right.
Because we have to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Oh, they're gonna. Oh, whoa, wait, whoa. What are they gonna do? I think they're gonna suspend the 3-day rule and do the vote right now on third reading. They're gonna do the second and third reading right now. It sounds like. So that's
following report from the nominations committee. The secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on the Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on May the 3rd.
Chair recognizes Senator Buckingham on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Committee on Nominations Action Report that has a list of 61 nominees before you.
That's my senator right there.
Considered at the Monday, May 3rd meeting of the Nominations Committee. This list was placed on your desk yesterday to meet the 24-hour layout rule. These nominees are now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I move to confirm the 61 nominees that are listed on the May 3rd, 2021 Committee Action Report that is before us.
Any motions to sever? Hearing none, Senator Buckingham moves the nominees reported favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The nominees are confirmed. Thank you, Senator.
Well then, they finally did something nonpartisan or bipartisan, I guess you could say. Boink. Oh, dang.
Following motion in writing, secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing, Mr. President. The following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. SB 2246 by Schwartner relating to the designation of portion of State Highway 164 in Limestone County as the State Trooper Chad Walker Memorial Highway. SB 2247 by Huffman relating to removal of fee for the issuance of original, duplicate, modified, or renewed license to carry a handgun.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, the secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 2247 by Huffman relating to the removal of a fee for the issuance of an original, duplicate, modified, or renewed license to carry a handgun to finance. Senate Bill 2246 by Schwartner relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway 164 in Limestone County as the State Trooper Chad Walker Memorial Highway to transportation.
Chair announces signing the following of the President of the Senate.
All right, are we going to go to third reading?
House Bill 17.
Yes, all of
House
the
Bill
all of the
119,
supers, even from my
House Bill
wife, are going to go
139,
to open carry
House Bill
Texas.
626, House Bill 1033, House Bill 1514.
So here's what's going on right now. For those of you that are trying to figure out what's going on, the bill has passed second reading. I think what they're going to do right now is they're probably going to do a thing where they waive the mandatory 3-day waiting period, and they may do third reading on 1927 tonight. They may just knock it out. So that's what I'm waiting to see. Lot of surprises today. A lot of surprises.
The dean is recognized for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate stand adjourn until 5:27.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the Senate stands adjourned until 5:27.
Okay. Well, I guess not then. All right, so there you go. We're going to have a third reading coming up. We don't know when. I think they waived the 3-day rule, so it might be Thursday. That's what we're waiting to find out, and we'll be back online. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the amendments that passed, and I'll come back and we'll do HBO Matt. Thank you. Jorge Moran.
Will call the roll.
Oh, hang on.
Alvarado.
Wait a minute.
Betancourt. Birdwell.
Oh, hang on.
Blanco.
They still might do
Buckingham,
the third reading here.
Campbell. Creighton. Eckhart. Gutierrez. Hall. Hancock. Hinojosa. Huffman. Hughes. Johnson. Colcourse. Lucio. Menendez. Miles. Nelson. Nichols. Paxton. Perry. Powell. Schwartner. Seliger. Springer. Taylor. West. Whitmire. And Zaffarini.
There's a quorum present. Members, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Senator Perry in the gallery on the floor.
This is getting interesting, folks. This is getting really interesting.
Members, be calm, be still, be quiet, and let's go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the God that you are. We thank you. You loved us enough to give us an eternity with you if we so choose to. Debates of the day remind us that we live in a world full of spiritual warfare where evil is always a constant and where we try to debate those things of the day to protect the innocent. And that's the role of government, protecting good and punishing evil. And we're told that that government sits on the top of your shoulders. We just ask that we seek your will and your wisdom, and we ask for your unconditional love and mercy, undeserved most of the time, and continue on that path that as we get to debate the things of the day, that we'll remind ourselves that it is not flesh that we deal with on this floor. It's not Democrat and Republican, but it's trying to provide safety to the public in the best way we can. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right.
Thank you, Senator Perry.
Let's see what's going to happen here now. This is interesting. This is interesting, folks.
The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense reading yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
I don't know what's going on right now. We're going to find out.
Directed by the House and from the Senate that the House taking the following action. The House.
Thank you.
We're about to find out what's going on. All right, let's see what's going on here. Come on. This is crazy. This is crazy. HBO Matt, again, thank you. And the other one I had, Jorge Moran, thank you, sir, for your $5. Open Carry Texas appreciates it. Thank y'all. So I think they're gonna do the third reading today. I don't know. I might be wrong. We're just waiting. So let's see what happens. I was about to shut off
Members,
the.
that concludes the morning call.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So let's just hang in there and see what's going on. Dan Patrick said he was gonna, likely have some surprises, and he just might.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized to suspend on the regular order of business on House Bill 1927.
Oh my gosh, yes we are. Here we go, folks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1927.
Here
Members, I'm just waiting for the votes to be registered. There being 18 ayes, 13 no votes, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill for 1927. The secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1927 relating to provisions governing the carrying of a firearm by a person who is 21 years of age or older and not otherwise prohibited by state or federal law.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We've said it many times, and it's very true. And the President said it just recently, I think, in your speech to the national champions. You talked about how few senators have served in the state of Texas. So it is truly a privilege and an honor to serve in this body. Our constituents continue to vote for us to represent them, and we have a privilege to make these difficult decisions. Moreover, we have a responsibility to ensure that their voices are heard. Senator, this is a note that one of the people that was testifying before you,
Victory Royale.
Diaz,
you know what that means? That's a good omen.
She wasn't able to finish her note, to read her testimony, to finish it in full during the committee hearing because
that's an omen that we're about to win again.
And so I promised her that I would finish the part that she didn't get to read.
All right, here we
go.
go.
She was quoting DC versus Heller. Quote, like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It's not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever.
Says
and for
who?
whatever purpose.
Says who?
For example, concealed weapon prohibitions have been upheld under the amendment or state analogous. The court's opinion should not be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possessions of firearms by felons and the mentally ill. Just had an amendment for that. Or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. That was signed by Justices Antonin Scalia, Chief Justice.
Suddenly they love Scalia.
Justice Kennedy, Clarence Thomas, and Samuel Alito. I want to thank Gabriela for taking the time to write this and to come and testify along with the other moms. Senator, in removing the license to carry,
he's wearing his orange tie.
We're also going to be removing the background checks.
No, we're not.
The training requirement.
False.
The training class. The written exam. The shooting test. Fingerprints. And checks on an individual's psychiatric condition or chemical dependency status.
Oh, bullcrap. Lies.
In exchange for what?
Lies.
All of this
liberty.
is extremely concerning.
In exchange for
Mr.
liberty.
President and members, before we cast our votes today, I want you to ask yourselves, Will passing this vote, will this protect our constituents? Will this make Texas safer? I think we can disagree on a number of items, and respectfully so. However, members, this is something so fundamental that we should not disagree on. Of course, we have a Second Amendment right. Members, I have been a gun owner my whole life.
Oh, here we go. I'm a gun owner. I support the Second Amendment.
But the rights, such as the right of a woman to choose, or the right to a family, the right to marry, all continue to be chipped away at in this very building, on this very floor. And my concern here is that we continue to pick and choose which right is a fundamental right or an inalienable right. So when the Second Amendment right infringes on my family's right to pursue happiness,
oh, shut
it's no
up.
longer acceptable.
Shut up. Okay, what about my right to pursue happiness? And that happiness comes from this right here.
And I hope you never have to experience that. When I was a young man in a meeting working to provide for my family, there were some armed robbers who came in, and the door burst open and they had their guns. If we had had a gun, we would not have had time to pull it, or there would have been a shootout and somebody would have been dead.
Yeah, the bad guy.
So unless you've been in this situation, which I pray to God none of you are, I think it's hard to completely understand the trauma of gun violence.
Gun violence is a myth.
This bill is not, in my opinion, a form of justice or liberty. Actually,
I can prove it. We have a t-shirt.
An ability to carry.
Gun violence is a myth.
And creating a path for more gun violence.
So get your shirt.
This is one of the reasons why
support Open Carry Texas.
County, Sheriff Javier Salazar is against the bill. And I quote, because I quote, more guns on the streets in the hands of untrained, unidentified, and unlicensed people is not the answer to anything. I believe this is a bad precedent to follow. And if we're looking to other states, perhaps we should join them in their move towards expanding Medicaid, covering them for insurance, or
shut up.
medical cannabis.
Let's do leftist policies here.
Prohibit discrimination based on this sexual orientation.
I like that. My body, my choice. I choose to protect my body.
Moreover, it's been mentioned that this bill.
Joshua, yes, they're about to vote on it.
Their abusers.
As soon as this
However, the
tool shuts up.
Men to carry a gun is actually more dangerous for women in abusive relationships.
Oh, so we should just take away guns from women.
With a gun in the home is
they're being abused, so let's take away their ability to protect themselves.
No gun in that same home. Lastly, if it's too expensive to carry, to have a license to carry, if $40 is too much,
it's not about that.
Just give them free licenses to drive.
Oh, okay. I'm okay for that. Let's just get rid of that license too.
It's so much easier for us and our staff to be safe in this building. We know that people come through metal detectors. We know that they get interviewed by TPS. We know that they show their license to carry. We can also lock our doors. Are all of our constituents afforded those same protections?
Yeah, you can lock your door.
I don't believe they do.
Yeah, you can lock your door.
This body has been called by many the most deliberative political body in this state. And it's in some ways because we all represent nearly 1 million people. Those million constituents that we have.
You represent 700,000, dude.
Same way. As a matter of fact, I believe that overwhelmingly, they don't want to see us pass this bill. Members, I will stand today with my constituents, with the students,
and against the Constitution.
This bill,
I stand against the Constitution.
Children, and with all of those who have lost a loved one to gun violence.
Gun violence is a myth.
Hearing this debate on this floor can be traumatic for people who have been victims of gun violence. And I hope to God that what we do today does not result in a mistake that will have horrible consequences. And for that, Mr. President and members, I urge you to oppose this bill, which I believe will cause more harm than good. Thank you, Mr.
That's because you're an idiot.
Senator Eckhart.
Oh, geez, here we go. Oh, gosh.
I rise in opposition to the bill. I used to prosecute domestic violence cases way back in the day. The suffering I saw and my often failed attempts to alleviate it and prevent it in the future haunt me to this day. House Bill 1927 will make it easier for criminal, violent, distraught, or mentally unstable abusers, like the ones I used to prosecute, to carry weapons with them nearly everywhere they go.
Okay. Hey.
The last thing that I prosecuted is not.
She's trying, and everybody's getting super chat for $1.
Call them Bob and Mary.
All right. Hit that super chat for $1 if she starts faking crying.
Their marriage was falling apart, and they fought. Mary defended herself by cracking a vase over Bob's face. When the police arrived, Mary had no visible injury, but Bob did. Nevertheless, Bob admitted at the scene that they had fought and he had assaulted Mary. So Bob was arrested. During the course of the investigation, it came to light that Bob had no previous criminal history. And Mary said that she wanted to pursue a divorce and that she would be asking the family court for a protective order. Bob very much wanted to continue to be able to have visitation
Bob
rights
and Mary.
Their child.
Made up?
He had admitted at the scene to assaulting Mary, and so he admitted in writing to the assault, and he agreed to a deferred adjudication. 6 months later,
I'm telling you, if this dude starts crying, y'all got to hit that
what
super
Mary
chat for
thought was an
$1.
exchange of their child,
Hey, thank you, Skip. Appreciate the
Bob
for
came
Bob.
to her place of work to the parking garage.
Oh, $5
and
for
attempted to
Bob.
kill her
Yes.
by shooting her.
Hey, TR Rookie, thank you.
escaped. But Bob got back in the car and shot and killed their child and then killed himself.
Oh,
I gave Bob a deferred adjudication.
are you going to cry? Are you going to cry? If she cries,
Our actions,
we get $1. Hit that super chat for $1. Make her cry.
whether we're a prosecutor or we're a police officer or we are a senator,
The more $1 super
consequences.
chats we get, the more likely it is she'll cry.
For Bob and for Mary and for their child. And for that reason, I would ask you to vote against this bill.
$1 for constitutional carry.
The gun carrying loophole to the gun purchasing loophole makes it even more difficult for law enforcement to know the good guys from the bad guys.
Yep. Plasma burns, so true. PayPal, admin at opencarrytexas.org. ADMIN, admin at opencarrytexas.org is our PayPal. You can also go to opencarrytexas.org and just click the donate link.
To respectfully speak against House Bill 1927. Members, on August 3rd.
Thank you, Joe. Thank
we talked
you.
about this. 23 people were gunned down at a Walmart in El Paso. They were the target of a white supremacist who grabbed a gun, drove across the state to my city.
Thank you, Rose, for the $5.
Speak on this floor of that day's confusion.
Crocodile tears in 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, here we go. Here's some tears. Here's some. And it's the man. It's the man. Oh, wait. What's going on? Something going on in the gallery? Did the
We need a doctor, DPS. We need emergency. Tom?
Did a Democrat faint? Who is that? Who is it? Who's hurt? Somebody looks like they're down there. Who is that? Who is that? Somebody fainted or something. I'll get back to the chat here in a second, guys. I'm looking at my big screen here. I'm going to bring it up to the big screen for everybody. Let me take this off.
Members, would you step away for DPS, please, unless you're a doctor? Leave the doctors and DPS there.
I can't see who it is. You have to wonder if it's a Democrat, though. Come on, we gotta have some doctors in the building. Where's you know what? I bet Buckingham is in there. She's a doctor. Actually, that might be her down there. Buckingham is there. Good, good, good. Dawn is helping. I know she's an eye doctor, but still. She's a doctor. Okay, yeah, that's her right there. Who is that? I can't tell who was that. Birdwell? I can't see who that is. Anybody in the chat kind of get that from behind? Let me actually, you know what? Here, I got some peeps there. I got some peeps there. Let me find out who that was. Okay, wait a minute. I don't know. They're getting ready to do a vote, and someone has a medical emergency. I mean, look, I don't care which side it is. It seems quite suspicious. Hey, I see the super chats. I'll get to y'all and thank you in just a minute. But I will say thank you to those of you that have dropped a super chat. Maybe we donated too much money and it caused them to faint. All right, I'm reaching out to my contacts. Oh, Creighton. So it was a Republican. It was Senator Creighton that fainted. But I mean, he was up and walking out on his own. Probably just, it's been a long day. Probably hasn't eaten. So it was Senator Creighton. My sources in the gallery have told me. So breaking news, Senator Creighton, that's Senator Campbell, Donna Campbell went out with him. Hopefully he'll be back. Here.
We're just going to stand at ease for a few minutes.
All right, so they're going to stand at ease for a few minutes. While they're doing that, you know, obviously our prayers for anybody. I don't care who it was. Hopefully whoever it was, if it was Creighton or anybody, you know, prayers go out to that person. Let me get back up here and just say thank you to everybody who made this happen, I guess. All right, Root Beer, thank you for the $10 donation.
Senators, we will continue. Senator Blanco, you were speaking.
$1 for each manager she talked to. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. President, we wish our colleague a speedy recovery. Members, on August 3rd, 23 people were gunned down in my community.
Thank you for that $4.99, that $5. I appreciate it.
Stories of the tragic event from this floor.
My beautiful wife, thank you for another $1.
The fear.
Chris Yost, thank you for the $2 for Patriots Against Moms Demand Action. Absolutely.
We were consoled by
Ricky, I think it worked. You got Ellen DeGeneres to shut up. Thank you for the $2, buddy. Appreciate it.
Another mass shooting happened in Odessa.
Always carry.
Yeah. The aftermath.
Thank you for the 223, buddy. Appreciate that.
Created the Texas Safety Commission.
Freedom Rover, thank you for the $1, man. Appreciate it.
And the Senate and the House formed select committees to
Terrell Watkins,
gun violence.
Thank you for the $1.
And propose solutions to the public health crisis.
And the other $1. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate it, Terrell. I think I got everybody.
The recommendations made were designed to keep our communities safe. And those were my amendments today. Now, Senator Perry just offered a prayer just now and it hit home. And as leaders, It's our responsibility to keep our people safe.
Yeah, so pass the bill.
And members, both
so
the House and
pass
the
the bill.
Senate had hearings on the shootings. Many of us in this body went to Odessa, you went to El Paso to hear the devastating stories from those innocent victims that were impacted by those shootings. And we listened for hours. We listened 6 hours in Odessa. We listened for 6 hours in El Paso. We heard from Carla Byrne, whose brother Joe was murdered in front of his wife, in front of his kids, as they sat in a vehicle at a red light at an intersection. His life was taken just days after celebrating his father's birthday. It'd be the last time that his family had spent time together, laughing and enjoying their time together. We heard about the 37-year-old Ted McCloskey, who could make anything with his hands, very talented. How a longtime friend of his had invited him over to a Halloween party. He went and had a good time.
Hey, Sergeant, thanks for $2.
The shooting started. And when things took a violent turn, we heard the story about how Ted used a paper towel holder to fight the shooter and save the lives of the people in the house. And Ted was shot and killed. One of our black leaders in El Paso, Pastor Michael Grady, we heard of the story of him learning of the shooting at Walmart and him driving to see if he could get a hold of his daughter, and he found his daughter in the parking lot, riddled with holes from bullets because of this shooter. We heard of the woman who pleaded with us for reforms in Odessa.
Hey, officer
In her
safety
words,
issues. Thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
One more child from being murdered. If we can prevent one more father.
You want to
from not
prevent
being
one more
murdered in
child from
front of
being
his
murdered? Let's
children.
abolish abortion.
If we can prevent one more mother and father from burying their child. If we can prevent one more daughter from rolling up to her brother's grave.
Oh, gosh.
To see her mother
Here
on
comes
her
the
hands and
emotional
knees
pleas.
digging in the mud so that her dead son might have flowers for the grave. Isn't this worth all of our efforts? Now, this is the first session since the shootings at Walmart, since the shootings in Odessa, and we heard from our constituents that they want solutions. Just this year, there have been mass shootings in Palestine, in Houston, in Fort Worth.
They're not mass shootings. They're gang shootings.
In Allen.
They're gang
in San
shootings.
Antonio,
They're gang
in Dallas,
shootings.
in Austin, in Livingston, in Amarillo. Members, we need solutions.
Yeah, we're about to give you one. That's what this bill is about. Solutions.
And this is what we come up with.
Yes. This is what we come up
Members,
with.
I'm opposed to this bill because it doesn't make us safer.
Yeah, it does.
Relaxing safety is not a solution.
Oh, shut up.
Members, we've got to advance reforms to protect our communities.
Yeah, well, we just disagree about
Because
that.
if we don't, we can expect more. More violence, more senseless murder, more mass shootings. How many more lives? How many more lives have to be robbed?
Cry me a river.
Of an individual seeing their daughter walk down the aisle or seeing their son graduate from college, celebrating somebody's birthday. And this feels personal to me because I attended 23 funerals. And all I could do is offer a flag that was flown over the Capitol. And they send us here to fix these things. And all I can do is offer a flag and a condolence. We're better than this, members.
Just listen to me. Listen to my emotional, irrational pleas.
We deserve better solutions. And I just feel that permitless carry won't make our community safer.
It most certainly will.
So, members, I respectfully will.
No, what? What is he going to do, guys?
Voting no.
Oh, okay, he's going to be voting no.
On House Bill 1927.
I did not see that coming.
I want to thank you for giving me some time to.
Doug Thompson, thank you for
Senator Gutierrez.
FortisIgnisArmor.com. Check them out, guys. Thank you for the $2 for the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chance White, thank you for the 7.62. Yes, I'm tired of the fear preaching as well.
Reality always has a way of setting in.
Why are all of the
in this building?
The libtards speaking? Is he gonna cry?
I hope our friend is okay. And for those out there watching, our friend had an accident this weekend, and he's gonna be all right, and I know that. But reality always has a strange way of setting into this building, and there's not one damn word I want to tell any of you that's going to convince you to vote against this bill. So thanks for listening, I suppose, and I'm sorry for what you have to do. I know some of you are very impassioned about this bill.
Oh, come on.
I know that at least 5 of you weren't so keen on it. I know that. But, 830,000 gun owners in this state, less than 3.5% of the population of Texas.
Oh, bull crap. There's more than that.
Those 830,000. Boy, I got a lot of calls this week.
There's over 1 million licenses to carry.
The week before.
Are you telling me that people get a license to carry and they don't have a gun?
But I'll tell you, if that isn't the tail wagging the dog, then I don't know what is.
How can you sit there and say there's 860,000 gun owners?
Of the population of Texas own guns. That's it. That's it.
That's a lie.
Maybe 40, 50,000 folks were calling us all week long for the last 2 weeks. But here we are, voting on a bill that is according to you, Chairman Schwartner, may not change a lot of things. I think it will.
Well, you think wrong.
I think there's a lot of personal responsibility that we haven't seen in the past. And I think that you're expected.
Foul-mouthed veteran, thank you so much for the $5.
Responsibility or lack thereof in the future. I was going to tell you a bunch of quotes about the Senate.
But you're not now, right? Please say no.
We're supposed to be in the Senate. I learned some time ago not to make personal attacks on people. I'm not going to do that. But I will suggest to you that James Madison said that the Senate was supposed to be the anchor.
Mitch Coyne, thank you.
Supposed to be the necessary.
That's for Open Carry Texas to pay for our continued fight.
That tended to influence the attitudes of the general public.
Dang it.
And members of the House of Representatives.
He's still doing quotes.
Senator Blanco, that we were part of the fickle public last session. But we'd get impassioned over there. Boy, we'd fight. Literally sometimes fight. And we had to break you up from one. Because it was impassioned.
Who is this guy?
For some of us that have been in the House, we get it. But over here, we're supposed to think things through a little bit more. We're supposed to say, hey, that's 3.5% of the population of Texas that wants us to do something. Now, that's just 3.5%.
That's a false number.
Law enforcement is saying, hell no.
Who cares what law enforcement thinks?
The local police are saying, hell no. The sheriff's saying, hell no. I get it. My rural folks want it. I'm still a no. Some folks in the rural, hey, listen, you know, when you're out in Brewster County and you got some rattlesnake out there, you want that sidearm so you can shoot them down. I get all that.
What?
But at the end of the day, we are passing a bill for 3.5% of the population of Texas.
That is such a lie.
With all of those other.
Seriously, does anyone fully believe that less than 1 million people have a gun in Texas?
I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you some statistics.
When more than 1 million people have a license to carry? That makes no sense.
Local elected official in Bexar County in San Antonio.
Liberals cannot argue truth.
She allows me to tell her story as a way of respect to her. I never use her name. She had a little boy, and we knew that little boy. His brightest, you know, sharpest kid you could imagine, nice kid, you know, friend of a friend. But
I'm so glad we didn't cut off this feed, guys, because we're about to get a vote.
Stuff, you know, his parents were divorced. An elected official and her ex-husband were divorced. That little boy was happy as can be. And Dad, unfortunately, had a gun at the house. Little boy was playing with a gun. Our little 13-year-old boy took his own life. He's no longer with us. He's gone. And so...
Hey, like and share, folks, because we're about to have history once we get a vote, once these nincompoops shut up.
Responsibility in Texas, I assure you, you're wrong. Just in the last year. In the last year, in Fort Worth, we've had, just this last week in April, a child died in Fort Worth. 2 weeks ago, in Dallas, one child. In Houston, in April, one child. In Pasadena, a child died from a gun-related incident. El Paso, in February. Mission, in February. Arlington, in New Braunfels, in Forney, in Texarkana. In the last year, and you can come by and see these stats, we've had close to 30 children die. Children at the hands of a gun. That doesn't account for teenagers. Personal responsibility? I don't think so. The teenage list goes on for 4 pages. Just in the last year. There's 15 pages of this. I promise you this. Here's what's going to happen.
Oh, he's promising.
We're going to walk around with guns.
He's promising.
Openly.
That's what they said with open carry.
Law enforcement won't be able to ask him one damn thing.
Oh,
this bill.
That sorry Constitution.
More vigilantes are going to rise up.
Oh my gosh! Don't forget the pimps.
Ahmaud Arbery's.
Don't forget the pimps.
Like you did in Georgia. That's going to happen. I promise you.
Oh my gosh! It's going to be Wild West pimp style.
More people will be shot accidentally. It's over 100 teenagers in the last year.
Oh my gosh. Oh jeez.
And more children are going to die because of this bill.
Yeah, where are the horror stories?
Enforcement doesn't want your help with this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh my gosh, please tell me that's the end of it.
Senator Lucio.
Oh gosh, we got to hear Lucio now. Wonderful. Ugh.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is he going to cry too? Oh, he's awake. Hey, look, guys, he's awake now.
Silent all day.
That's because you've been asleep all day. We got you on film.
I was in the committee hearing that took place, and I thought,
Thank you, Terry, for the $5.
Enough on how I felt about the gun, Senator Coer's gun bill. But I felt I needed to share a few thoughts with y'all. And I want you new ones that are here now to understand where I've been over the last 35 years, 35 plus years in the legislature. I have had the privilege to serve with men and women from every corner of this state.
Were you awake?
Many of them came in and left.
Hang on, let me see what.
But I got to know people. I got to know.
Hey,
how they
Darnell, what's
felt
going on, man?
about
Up in Houston?
issues.
Hello?
And quite frankly, along the way, Senator Cohorts, we have passed so many bills on this floor who have really helped.
What do you want clarified, Ricky?
Quality of life in this great state.
CJ, are we ready for Mad
Really
Max in
have.
Texas since
Cancer
guns
research
cause so much death?
in
Yeah,
the hundreds of millions.
it's gonna be
right?
crazy. Chicken Little, the sky is falling.
Healthcare, legislation, education, everything you can think of, Senator Miles, we have addressed over the last, 40, 30.
Oh, Ricky, no, it will not allow cops to
And
detain you for constitutional
for me
carry
to
alone.
Get up and
Answer is
frankly, not
no.
acknowledge the fact that there are many women. in
Chris,
this
thank
state
you for the
sitting
$2.
In the
Yeah.
31 chairs today, 30 other chairs in my
Ah, that's funny. And he got older,
and be
didn't he?
critical of a position they take, which they believe in their hearts is correct, would not be right, because that's not who I am. I think we need to, and right now I've been praying.
30 minutes ago you were asleep. What are you talking about?
Our brother hit that ground, that floor. I want you to pray with me for him, because he means a lot to his family, to his district, and to people that have met him from other parts of the state, who he has been a gentleman with and helped. I know it is so hard, Senator Blanco. I can't imagine. I've gone to hundreds of funerals. Can you imagine? Over the years, people they ask me, "Are you going because of pot?" Heck no. I will not go to a funeral unless I know the family, quite frankly. Or it's a situation that somebody lost their life. And as a member of the community that represents that community, we have to pay our respects.
No, the Senator Crichton's absence won't affect the vote. It'll just be at the most 17-13, but it'll still pass.
From San Antonio, Wimberley, San Marcos, Austin, and in between. Some I haven't had a chance to open them, but
hey, make it happen. I don't know if we can use that though, because Pee Wee Herman is a probably a trademark name.
An outstanding legislator, Senator Gutierrez, and tell the public that children are going to die, and scare those children is not the thing we want to do. We want to let them know that we're going to continue to work together. We're going to continue to try to find answers and solutions to the issues that they're concerned with. All these children thank me for protecting their lives.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
I never thought what hit me, and I was, like I said, I wasn't going to get up. I was just going to vote my conscience. But I have a great deal of respect with Dr. Schwartner. I do. I think he's one of the best legislators I've ever served with in 35 years.
Oh gosh, term limits, please.
Man of integrity. I respect him. I respect everyone here, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, because these issues aren't partisan. And we're one
Texas Kilo, good one,
Senate.
yes. Hey, James, I will, there were amendments added, so it's gonna go back to the House. This is the third reading they're doing right now. So we don't have to worry about that. This is the third reading. And it'll go back to the House, and they'll either accept all the amendments, which I just hope they do. Then it'll go to the governor.
Set in our lives.
If they don't accept the amendments, it'll go to a conference committee.
Leadership in this Senate. Thank you, Senator Patrick, for always being fair and honest with everyone. A lot of great resolutions have passed here this session. A lot of great things have happened. And I don't want to see that go by the wayside because of this issue. Senator.
Matlock. The Hispanic Matlock. That's what it is.
A personal tragedy. It takes a lot of intestinal fortitude to be able to stand here.
Oh, Brian. Good point right there. Yes.
Responsibility on somebody dying because she made a decision. We all make decisions every day. That's God's greatest gift to us. Our greatest gift is the power to choose. That is the greatest gift we have. And I choose to love each and every one of you. No matter whether you support me.
All right, so Donna Campbell, Senator Campbell is an ER doc. She escorted Crichton off the floor.
My maker to you. Always try to.
It sounds like EMS just arrived because they heard a siren right outside. So I'm sure that
offer help to you whenever I can. And I just got off the phone with a reporter in Washington, wanted to talk about a bill that I'm carrying that would save lives. And you know, we all have done our best. So don't let this bill or any issue divide us. Because at the end of the day, those that are listening and viewing what is happening here, at the end of the day, we embrace each other, but make that embrace real. Because when it is real, then we can come back and God will bless us and we will continue to help other people, Senator Powell, that are dependent on us to work together and come together. We will have our own position on this bill today, but I am not going to be judgmental. I will be judged, and each one of you will be judged by the proper dieting at the end of the day. And I just wanted to say that my vote was in response also to all those children who wrote me. And I want them to know, though, before I sit down, that every one of my colleagues here, children, students, love you. Because each one of the men and women on this floor have voted on issues that have created a better quality of life for you, so you and your families can live a better life in our great state. We pray that we can see death stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Senator Zaffrini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Schwartner, for what
thank you, Emily, for the $2.
But ultimately civil debate about House Bill 1927.
Oh, geez.
Much of the discussion surrounding this bill.
So there wasn't a rational, there's not a rational senator in the Senate.
Has been couched in constitutional terms. The Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms with, as others have established, the same sorts of reasonable limits as are placed on other constitutional rights. Like all of us, I strongly support the Second Amendment, and I kept an open mind as we took a broad view of the
No, you did not.
At hearings of the Senate Select Committee on Mass Violence Prevention and Community Safety. How, after all, could a reasonable person's opinion remain rigid in light of what occurred in my district at the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs?
Oh, you mean where a gun was used to stop the shooter?
However, that this bill is about rights or about public safety. Ultimately, I believe it is more about convenience. House Bill 1927 would merely make it easier to carry a firearm legally in public, including by persons who should not.
No, false.
It is not difficult
They're already
to obtain a
carrying.
license to carry in Texas, and this legislature in recent sessions has enacted measures to make it easier to get one. The obstacles, such as they are minor but extremely important. A small fee, a background check, a safety course, and a demonstration of shooting proficiency. These would be rendered irrelevant by House Bill 1927. We pass laws all the time to enhance convenience for our constituents, but rarely do they have the negative consequences this bill could have. Permitless carry.
We hear this
could
every
complicate the work of
time.
law enforcement officials and make their jobs even more perilous. It could place victims of domestic violence at even greater risk of death at the hands of their abusers. It could place all of us at risk by allowing the public carriage of lethal weapons by persons who would not need to demonstrate the ability to possess or to use them safely. In 2020, the Texas Department of Public Safety denied 2,269 licenses to carry applications, including 926 because of past felony convictions, 136 because of family violence convictions, and 56 because of pending felony charges. Those efforts are admirable, but would be undercut by this legislation. The licensing process allows us to ask critical questions before allowing the public carriage of a lethal weapon based on what can only be described as the mildest inconvenience. Even with the penalty enhancements and other amendments, removing these requirements would inhibit us from stopping preventable tragedies. Having been at UT during the violent rampage by the sniper from the tower, I wonder how law enforcement officers will be able to differentiate the good actors from the bad. It was difficult that day on that campus. I remember it vividly. For these reasons and more, Mr. President, members, I will respectfully vote no.
There is not a rational Democrat in the Senate.
Thank you.
There were 8 rational or 7 if you want to go with the corrected vote. Oh, geez. Now, oh, gosh, here we go.
And I'll try not to be repetitive because we had a long day.
Now watch, he's going to be repetitive. Watch.
I think so far very on-point comments. But I'm out of focus, because I know we talked earlier about what this bill does in terms of, quite frankly, bypassing the requirements we have for a license to carry a handgun.
All right, guys, like and share this. They're going to be doing a vote here once these people shut up.
The public, those who are really facing real danger are our police forces. Yeah. In the last couple of years, we had quite a few DPS officers killed in the line of duty. We had police officers from our cities and some sheriff departments killed in the line of duty. And by passing this bill, we're really taking away a filter by which we try to find those who are not eligible for the reasons listed under the statute for a license to carry. They're not eligible to carry a gun in public because they're a danger to the public. And Senator Huffman, I know we can have debates and argue in court about what is reasonable suspicion, but here's what happens to the police that are out on the streets, dealing with people at midnight who may be carrying a weapon, a gun, on their holster. So how are they supposed to know whether or not that person really has a criminal record or not? How will they know?
It doesn't matter if they're not breaking the law.
Do they go up and ask?
Oh my gosh.
Are you a felon?
Yeah, they can ask.
Are you a drug addict?
They can ask.
But this is a real challenge.
And the answer is, I don't answer questions.
And this bill makes their lives and puts them at a higher risk. Their job is already
well, not having this bill puts my life at higher risk.
And again, I repeat, look at how many officers we have lost in the line of duty trying to protect our families, protect our communities, who give up their lives to keep us safe. And yet here we are, passing legislation taking away a lot of the safeguards that we have under the license to carry a weapon. Now we allow anybody, and we talk about some of the loopholes. People
Not
can get a gun,
anybody.
person to person, gun shows, straw purchases. There are many ways that people can get a gun, but now with this bill,
Every one of these guys I listen to, I get dumber.
1927.
I get dumber
you
listening to
allow
these
them
people.
Go ahead and carry a gun.
I
without
get
any
dumber.
type of criminal background check. It's a real danger, and we're taking away that filter. And the main beneficiaries of doing away with a license to carry are those who are disqualified and have no business carrying a gun. And thank you, Senator Schwartner, for your patience in explaining a lot of your amendments in your bill, but I will respectfully vote no on House Bill 1927.
Yes, we know
Thank
that,
you,
you
Mr. President.
statist.
Thank you, sir. Senator Whitmire.
Oh, jeez. Oh, we're going from dumbest
President,
to
members.
dumberest.
I rise to speak against House Bill 1922. And I'm reminded of, I think I've traced it to Mark Twain, who said, no one's life, liberty, or property is safe while the legislature's in session. Quite frankly, I think he had today on his mind. Last week, it would have been your liberty because we were trying to control
I'm a turtle.
raise their children.
I'm a turtle.
Today, I think our lives are being dealt with. Once again, as I stand before you on a subject of this magnitude, I'm a little amazed how far apart we can be, how people can disagree.
MJ, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
In my mind, that clear. But then I realized we're not that far apart. Because I know some of the folks that are going to vote for this, not everyone, but we are friends and we do visit. I do know that some of the supporters have reservations. And I understand how the system works. I would like to comment on a couple of things that have come up today. First of all, our Bill of Rights. We're all supporting the Second Amendment. Absolutely, all 31 in our leadership.
No, sorry. No, you're not.
It doesn't guarantee you, Senator Schwartner, the right to carry a gun down the street. It has limitations. You can't have a silencer. You got to get a federal permit to have a machine gun.
You can have a silencer? What are you talking about?
Of restrictions, and most of the amendments in the Bill of Rights do have, such as freedom of speech. We all know you can't shout fire in a theater. So
actually, yes, you can shout fire in a theater. If there's a fire, what are you going to shout? Water?
Message, but
that's such a stupid cliche. Guess what? There are limits on the Second Amendment. You can't murder people. You can't rob a bank with a gun. You can't pistol whip people. You can't assault people. You can't batter people with a gun. There are plenty of limits on the Second
I
Amendment.
don't know how far you want to go back, but we've had restrictions. In fact, I think someone was even saying there's been some pretty effective sheriffs in this state at one time or another said, don't bring your guns down. But I don't think
that's a country song.
This is debate about our constitutional rights. Other states.
Oh, Chris, did I forget your super chat? Let me go up and find it.
They're going to use it against us.
I must have missed it.
Recruit businesses. And if you don't think Dow Chemical and the others that are
located
in Delaware are going to use this to
oh, there it is. Thank you, Chris, for the $2.
Top-notch engineers.
Yes, the constitutional carry lives matter. Absolutely. Sorry, I missed that. I must have been looking at another page.
Do some recruiting for a major law firm. You'd be shocked what the kids graduating from college that can go anywhere. They ask you about equality because they have GLBT friends.
The GLBT?
They ask you about quality of life.
What's a GLBT?
Now flood control in the greater Houston area. They'll actually, if they can go anywhere, they'd like to go where there's a good sports team. Well, I think you can add guns to that list. I think when major firms are doing recruiting, it's going to be mentioned that in Texas, because you see, Senator Schwartner, they don't believe like some of the proponents. They're afraid of guns.
So what?
Really
These
afraid
businesses only go to
because
14
we
states?
have 2 or 3 murders.
Because only 14 states require a license to carry.
Or a mass murder. And Senator
Only
Blanco,
14
you were so impressive.
require a license to carry.
Personal in your message. And we had an interim study last year, members. We traveled the state. We went to El Paso, went to Midland, Odessa. What did we learn from that testimony? I haven't seen a proposal. Many people wanted the red flag proposal, which we are not addressing. So I think the other states, Senator, to mention Delaware or Mississippi, please, how low do you want to go?
Oh, yeah. You just called the people of Mississippi low.
I don't think Texas looks to any other state. Most of the states on your list are very small population, certainly in the West.
Arizona, Oklahoma, Missouri, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Mississippi,
members, but I understand the base.
Wyoming.
At one time, the NRA was part of my base.
Utah, Kentucky, West Virginia.
Gary Patterson made such an argument that it should be concealed because then the bad guys would wonder which one of us had the gun. We debated open carry, constitutional carry. It was decided by this body in the legislature to keep them concealed, to keep the bad guys wondering who actually had it. But you can't please some of the proponents. They actually worked in some of my campaigns supporting me. They probably regret it now, but that's okay. You can't please them, and I don't know what will be the next step unless we start issuing guns. I was telling someone maybe there'll be an item in the budget where we fund guns for folks who can't afford them. I mean, that's how ridiculous.
Hey, there you go, guys. Someone asked, what is Open Carry Texas going to do if this bill passes? He just gave us an idea.
I have a base.
Guns for everybody.
You can't always vote 100% with your base.
Guns are a human right.
If you're a good member, they understand that. Now you can't
like healthcare, right?
On a regular basis, but there are, in good conscience, times that you'll vote against your base. The police. You know, it's amazing. Just 4 years ago, the police chiefs had a press conference and killed this issue. My friends in law enforcement, I know you're not monolithic. I know we have small town sheriffs. We have big town sheriffs. But I am disappointed, and I will say publicly, that there was not the energy opposing this by law enforcement that you have witnessed in the past or how you would expect. I do believe, members, that we haven't heard the last of this issue. I think it's going to be a national story. So if we're ready, those that are proposing this, for Texas to make headlines that now anyone can get up.
Not anyone.
Take a gun to town, no questions asked.
Don't take your guns to town, boy.
Don't take for a state that is going in the right direction in so many ways. So I close by saying, I do believe this bill will be repealed. I can't tell you how soon. It could be next session, but I don't think it'll be too far in the distant future. The word will go out, and this is a very defining vote. The sides have been very clear, and I think Senator Creighton certainly gets so much credit for having the strength and courage to come here after his circumstances. But I think every one of us has represented our district. It's been a respectful debate. We can strongly disagree. Senator Schwartner, you started out today. I had written down, I was going to ask you, do you really feel comfortable doing what you're doing? Because in the early discussions, it's a difficult subject for people that feel strongly opposed to it. for you to stand there and have to engage us, but you've certainly represented yourself, your district in this Senate in a tough situation very well. So I will close by saying, certainly spent a valuable day on something that I personally don't think that the majority of Texans would recommend that we do. But elections matter. Many of you and the leadership campaigned on this issue, and I respect that. But the last thing I'll say is, each one of us have residents and voters and constituents that are afraid of the next mass shooting.
Hey, where am I?
My daughter's friends that have second and
Never
third
mind.
graders.
I got rid of them.
Literally after a mass shooting, whether it be Santa Fe or one of the other locations, worry about taking their kids to school. And that's not the Texas we want to live in. And I think more guns only will perpetuate that fear. Thank you.
Thank you for sitting down and shutting up.
Thank you, Senator Whitmire. Senator Campbell, speak on the bill.
Oh, here we go. A pro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak on the bill. I believe the most important reason, not the only reason, but the most important reason a law-abiding citizen owns a personal firearm is for self-defense protection. And they have a constitutional right to do so. We have a constitutional right to
Tom
do so.
can't define anything. I've
does nothing
prevented him
radical,
from speaking.
But protect our right to protect ourselves. It protects the rights of law-abiding citizens to defend ourselves and our families from those who would violate the law to do us harm. That is not radical.
It's Tom Park. I'm not going to give Tom Park the time of day. The dude's more than a troll. He's a danger to
when
people.
Your life and safety is at risk, seconds count. You don't have 5, 10 minutes or maybe longer.
Yes, that's Tom the Marxist.
For a violent attack to be resolved. This is about safety, personal safety. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Schwartner, for bringing this bill forward.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Senator Hall.
Senator Campbell's an ER doc, by the way, so she took care of Crichton when he passed out or whatever happened. Oh, here we go. Bob Hall has got some good things to say.
Mr. President, members, Senator Schwartner, this has been a long day.
No, it won't go to the governor after this because they added amendments. So it's going to go back to the it's going to go back to the House.
Originally given to Texas in 6 of our constitutions, basically saying the same thing of our rights to self-defense. But this step and each one of the steps along the way, you could hear exactly the same thing that's said here today. Every time we've increased the rights of people to defend themselves,
this cracks me up. Look, mask, no mask. Mask, no mask.
Running wild. Gunfights everywhere. Yet that has never happened. Not one time. All the way up through last session, when Senator Creighton's bill, SB 506, which basically is basically constitutional carry during a disaster, passed. The same thing. Now, we all have different opinions, different views, different principles, different values. We come here and work together as a very deliberative body to blend those together, all with the same objective: to make Texas better, to serve our constituents. I feel today that
hey, Freedom Rover, happy birthday to your mother.
Not so often remembered phrase in our
The Dick Act of 1902 did not make all guns illegal. That's a false meme.
To prevent crime.
That's a fake meme. It did not do that.
Here today, I think we've made Texas safer by allowing law-abiding citizens to be able to defend themselves and their families, and we've also made the streets safer for our law enforcement by increasing penalties, which has been proven time and time again to actually reduce crime. This is a very deliberative body. We each have our principles, our values, our goals, our beliefs, and we each fight for what we believe is right. None of us always wins, and none of us always lose. But what we do respectfully for Texas. Now, the Senate has its way of doing business. The House has its way of doing business. We've seen this with similar bills. But I know that going forward, that the Senate stands ready to work with the House to get this bill to the governor's desk. And I look forward to working with you to make that happen, Senator Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner,
All for it.
to close.
Oh, here we go. We're closing. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. It has been a long day.
Here we
A
go.
respectful day, one filled with a lot of contemplation regarding this issue, important issue. One that goes back since the founding, obviously, of Texas and our country. To the point of Senator Gutierrez, actually 45.7% of Texas households have guns in their home. 45.7%. And there are 1.6 million licensed to carry individuals.
Yeah. Thank you for correcting that.
It's a big issue for the people of Texas. I want to thank the 63 sheriffs.
Which means there's about 15 million homes with guns in Texas, at least.
Have gotten together and texted me to publicly voice their support of this legislation. Texans want to feel safe. I think that's something we can all agree upon. Texans should not be victims, Senator Blanco. How do we get there? What can we do to improve safety? And there is a chasm regarding
Hey,
this
Turbo
issue,
Warp,
but other issues too.
there is no requirement.
I think Texans are tired of criminals not being prosecuted in our major cities.
Amen. Yes.
I think Texans want to see support and respect of law enforcement encouraged.
When deserved.
This bill is, to me, a simple bill. A right already afforded to individuals with long guns. In fact, with long guns, you can purchase and carry in public places at the age of 18, Senator, not 21. To me, this bill is about two things: the advancement of self-defense and the belief in and trust of law-abiding citizens to avail themselves of their Second Amendment right to self-defend by carrying a sidearm that's holstered on their body in public spaces. It's not radical. We've seen advancement of gun laws in Texas and across this nation. I would have never authored this bill if I thought it would in any way put Texans in harm or diminish law enforcement's ability to enforce the law. I think this is an advancement that's going to improve safety.
Happy birthday, Danan. Happy birthday, Danan.
With those words, Mr. President, I move final passage of HB.
Here we go.
27.
Let's have the vote.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Buckingham, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Miles, Nelson, Nichols, Paxton, Perry, Howell, Wertner, Seliger, Springer, Taylor, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 18 ayes and 13 no votes, the bill finally passes. Thank you, Senator.
History, folks. History, folks. The bill is passed on third reading. It goes back to the House.
We're going to hear just a few quick bills here.
I'm going to go ahead and cut this
Most
off.
will not have much, if any, debate. Move along. And we hope to wrap up here before the top of the hour.
All right, they're going to do other bills now. That's it. 18-13. It passed on a pure party line vote. There were 8. Where's my sheet? 8 amendments that passed. I missed a few of them. That passed, but essentially enhanced penalties for unlawful carry. They brought the bill in line with regular law with respect to several things. For example, carrying while intoxicated in public. There's an amendment that requires DPS to create some free training that'll be offered online. for firearms carry. And then there were some others. So what I'm going to do is, because the website, if I go there now, it's only showing that there were amendments. And since it's only showing amendments, it doesn't have the text of each one yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a video once they've published what all the amendments were, since I did miss a few of them. It looks like, let's see, amended 1, 2, 3. Dang it. Sorry, I skipped too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me highlight that so I don't recount one. 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So there were 8 amendments that passed. Obviously, I know what 6 of them were, because we talked about those yesterday. And then there were 2 more that passed, and so we'll get to those as well. Thank y'all for joining. Again, once they have published the text of each of the amendments, and let me just double check and make sure it hasn't been published yet, because amendment offered, I'm not seeing the text of the bill yet. Nope, none of the amendments are have been added yet. So once those get added, I'll do another video. That'll probably be a day or two. Thank you everyone for being here. I think we had about 250 people at one point on both of the live streams. Thank you, Freedom Fighter, Corpus Christi, Texas, $3 for that super sticker. Thank you to everyone that gave to Open Carry Texas tonight. I really appreciate that. The bill now goes back to the House. What you need to do now, okay? What you need to do now, well, probably not right now because they're not there, but call and email your House representative. If you're a Texan, call and email your state House representative again and tell them to please just pass the bill without any more amendments. Just agree to the Senate bill. Leave the amendments alone. Don't try to strip stuff out. Just leave it alone. Pass it out of the House and send it to the governor. If the House changes it at all, it goes to a conference committee. Conference committee hammers things out. Then it goes back to each chamber, and each chamber will have to agree on what the House concurrent committee, the committee came up with. And we don't want that. We want this to we can fix all this minor stuff later. To be honest with you, the amendments that were added are not that big of a deal. Some of the amendments just strip some of the language out. For example, the profiling, racial profiling stuff. Let's see here. Let me block. Tom Park keeps creating new accounts. That's okay. I can just keep blocking them. It's it's no problem. And so all we've got to do is just get this out of the House, allow them to pass the bill without taking anything out, without adding anything in, just agree to what the Senate did and get it to the governor, and the governor will sign it. Okay, that's it. It's over. It can be over. We have plenty of time. We've got till the end of May before we run out of time. Okay, so we're actually further ahead of the game on constitutional carry this session than we were on open carry this time in 2015. So we've got time, and we've got to make it happen. So call your House representative, implore them in a nice way, okay? Don't go there and be demanding and yelling and screaming and look, we're on the winning side of this right now. Let's stay that way. Let's stay that way. All right? And we do that by being respectful, okay? Should we have to beg? No, we shouldn't. But you know what? A little humble humility goes a long way in these kinds of things. We've been fighting for this for years. I've been personally fighting for this for about 8 years now. It's been a big fight for at least 6 years. And so call your House rep, tell them that when HB 1927 comes back to the House, to just pass it. No amendments. No amendments. I don't know when the House is going to vote on it. As soon as I know everything, obviously I'll let everyone know. So make sure you're subscribed. Click that notification bell. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And if it passes, we will have, Texas will be a constitutional carry, an unlicensed carry state on September 1st, 2021. And I guarantee you, Open Carry Texas will be having a big rally. We're going to be having a big rally anyway, one way or the other. And we're probably going to do it after this passes at the end of the session, whenever the governor signs the bill this summer. And we'll be doing a big rally then, because I'll be here. I'll be back in school on September 1st, and I'll be out of the state for my last year of law school to enjoy the fact that Texas is an unlicensed carry state. But by the time I get home, we will be, next semester, we will be in Texas. Yes, the rally will likely be in Austin, because that's a pretty centrally located area, and it's our capital. It's easy for most people to get to Austin. I mean, I know obviously the outer rims of Texas will be difficult, but we did this because of you. We did this because of you. Your phone calls, your emails, your showing up to testify, your showing up at the offices and talking to the representatives. You made this happen. We've got it passed from the House. We've got it passed from the Senate. We've already made history. Already made history. Now we've just got to get over the finish line. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for the donations again to Open Carry Texas. Obviously, I need to add some more moderators, because Tom keeps creating additional profiles, and he just can't quit quit us. And so it doesn't realize he's been kicked out of Open Carry Texas. But, you know, like every stalker, he's got to keep coming. But thank you. KD, if you go to selfdefensefund.com, selfdefensefund, FUND.com, that's the one that we are partnered with, selfdefensefund.com. And yeah, you know, if you can't make it, what we'll try to do is have, you know, we want to have a big rally with as many people as possible. All right. So contact your representatives. Take care. Be safe. Be free. And let's make this happen, folks. Let's bring this over the finish line. Thank you for everything that you have done. I actually, you know what? Before I end this, I want to thank Lone Star Gun Rights, Texas Gun Rights, the National Association for Gun Rights, of course, Gun Owners of America, the Texas State Rifle Association, and the NRA for everyone working so hard. Yes, the NRA and the TSRA kicked ass with us this legislative session. They have been all in with us this legislative session, and I want to thank them as well for getting involved. We do have a new store coming out for Open Carry Texas. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be oct.merrett, MERRETTE.com. Right now, you can go to merrett.com, MERRETTE, merrett.com, and see some of our shirts that will be in our store. But until our store is set up, he's hosting them on his website. But obviously, any money from those sales goes to Open Carry Texas. And we've got a few different offerings, especially we've also got one that we made just tonight about gun violence being a myth. As you know, June 4th, the gun control crowd uses that as Gun Violence Prevention Awareness Day or whatever. And they tell their people to wear orange. And so we've created an orange shirt that you can wear that says, like me, and it's got a unicorn on it. Like me, gun violence is a myth. Take care. Be safe. Be free. I'll see you next time.